Chapter 4786. Sakura and the others were dumbfounded for a whole day. Finally, they understood why Linling was so strong. It turned out that this kid had a powerful background. However, although Linling was the host of the world will, they were not worried about Linling. They believed that Linling would always stand with them. In the following days, Linling entered the square prison. This was because he wanted to return the flipping sky seal to Guangchengzi. In front of the prison, Linling looked at the green mountains and clear waters and couldn't help but sigh. Guangchengzi was indeed powerful. While others were in prison, he seemed to be on vacation. Moreover, Guangchengzi's strength must be very strong. He was probably as strong as the Buddha god behind White Mountain. Linling, you're back. Where's the flipping sky seal? At this time, Guangchengzi appeared and smiled at Linling. I didn't find it. Linling blinked. Ha! Guangchengzi smiled and waved his right hand. The square imperial jade seal floated out of Linling's body, which made Linling extremely depressed. This was because Linling also liked the flipping sky seal. It was easy to smash people's heads and was a great weapon for killing. Therefore, he pretended that he didn't find it to see if he could deceive him. However, Linling underestimated Guangchengzi. You are full of treasures and have countless supreme techniques. You even have the Quafu sun-chasing boots. You still want to covet my flipping sky seal? Guangchengzi scolded jokingly, which made Linling chuckle. Of course, he knew that although the Quafu's sun-chasing boots were powerful, it hadn't reached its full potential. On the other hand, the flipping sky seal was a ready-made treasure that had been refined by Guangchengzi for many years and could be controlled at any time. Senior Guangchengzi, now that I have completed the task, I wonder about the treasures you mentioned before? Linling said with a smile. Do you know the final host of the world will? Guangchengzi didn't answer Linling's question but asked instead. Yes. Linling pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. Then, he saw Guangchengzi's curious face and didn't hide it. He said directly, it's the Tongtian sect leader. The more people knew this secret, the more chances of Linling surviving. So, even if Guangchengzi didn't ask, Linling didn't intend to hide any secrets. Tongtian. Guangchengzi gasped and his face changed. Naturally, he knew what kind of person was Tongtian. Never would have thought the sect leader Tongtian deity. If that were the case, the sect's leader, years ago. Seeing Guangchengzi's appearance, Linling could not help smiling and said, Relax, even if the sky falls down, the tall ones will go and support it. Those who are taller will go. That includes me as well. You've really thought it through. Guangchengzi smiled bitterly. If the sky-reaching church wanted to destroy the world, it would be them, the powerful gods, who would be the first to die. Only after all of them were dead would it make a move against Linling and the other gods. You've thought it through? Linling didn't comment. If he wasn't the host of the world will, Tongtian sect leader wouldn't do anything to him. But now it was hard to say. He might be targeted by Tongtian sect leader faster than Guangchengzi. The treasures you want are all here. Guangchengzi shook his head and handed over a brocade pouch. Then he bid farewell and left. Linling guessed that Guangchengzi wanted to tell the news to others. This was even better. The more people knew, the safer Linling and the others would be. These treasures. Linling checked the brocade pouch and found that there were countless treasures inside. Many of them were treasures that only appeared in the Tao realm. Moreover, Linling had already accumulated many treasures. With these treasures, it might be possible for him to form an 8th Dantian. After the trip to the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, Linling knew how weak he was. Just like Tongtian sect leader, he could kill Linling with just a breath. After forming an 8th Dantian, my strength will definitely be doubled. I hope these treasures are enough. For safety's sake, I'll stack up all the treasures. Linling left the square prison and returned to the void where Lei Gong's palace was. He knew that the birth of the 8th Dantian was a matter of great importance. He couldn't be careless, so he had to be absolutely sure. Then, he returned to the Tao realm and exchanged all the Tao realm fragments for treasures. Only then did he return to the Lei Gong's palace. He also told Xingyi to take good care of the Lei Gong's palace during this period. Lin Ling then disappeared. He was now full of treasures, and the will chi was innumerable. He didn't leave the void. Instead, he found an extremely quiet place and sat down cross-legged to adjust his state. The 8th Dantian must have talent. The Tyrant's Song Sword is the talent of the 8th Dantian. But now, the Tyrant's Song Sword has merged with the Eternal Killer Mother. It will take some time. Moreover, the birth of the 8th Dantian is equivalent to the birth of the 8th universe. I must let go of everything and become selfless. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the void, and all the martial arts that he had learned in the past few years went through his mind. He didn't even let go of the mortal martial arts that he had learned in the Guyan sect. It was as if he was building a solid foundation. His heart had forgotten everything at this moment. Only the martial arts, only the world of himself. Gradually, Lin Ling's body began to dim, as if he was an illusion. In the end, he completely disappeared into the void. Even if there was a superior god here, if they didn't come within 1 meter of Lin Ling, they wouldn't be able to sense his existence. And this was selfless. It was as if he had become the universe. There was no self, no other, only eternity. Time passed quietly. At the same time, the treasure on Lin Ling's body quietly floated out and circled around the void. It was as if it had transformed into a huge black hole. As soon as the black hole appeared, the endless energy of the universe slowly flowed into it, causing the black hole to become bigger and bigger. It started to devour everything. This powerful energy spread out, and the void where Lei Gong's hall was located was affected. However, the people in Lei Gong's hall had already received news from Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was in seclusion, so they didn't find it strange. However, the other gods in the void were the opposite. Because the black hole was too big, it had already penetrated the void and reached other universes. This also caused the gods to be covetous, thinking that an ancient chaos treasure was about to be unearthed. Look, the void is faintly discernible. The treasure is in there. Someone could vaguely see the void where Lin Ling was. However, that void disappeared extremely quickly, only reappearing in an instant. It's mine. A powerful god couldn't restrain himself and tried to seize the treasure. However, just as he approached the void passage, a powerful suction force appeared, causing him to see a huge black hole. This black hole was as big as a universe, and it was also like an eye looking down on him. At this moment, he was completely flustered and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. An incomparably terrifying suction force appeared and sucked that god in. Finally, he turned into nothingness and became a part of the supreme black hole. Chapter 4787. The enormous black hole would appear and disappear from time to time in the void, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Within the black hole, boundless energy was surging. The energy was so terrifying that even a high god would be squeezed by the powerful energy and might even explode to death. The energy of heaven and earth was the key to a god's breakthrough. However, too much energy could also lead to a disaster. Time passed quietly just like that. Finally, the black hole completely stabilized and no longer intersected with the void everywhere. The void near Lei Gong's hall also stabilized. Can Brother Ling successfully break through? Yu Yu and the others looked at the distant sky. They couldn't see Lin Ling at all, but they could sense that Lin Ling was in this void. This void was originally devoid of spiritual energy, but now it's rich in spiritual energy. Is it because of Father's divine ability? Lin Yi, his wife, and daughter also looked into the distance with admiration. Your father is the reincarnation of a great god. He is definitely extraordinary. Our 9 continents, the void, and even the entire universe in the future will depend on your father. As his son, you should be proud of your father. Ancestor Taiyan said with a smile. I'm proud of my father. He's also my lifelong idol. Lin Yi nodded heavily. In fact, everyone had the same thought as Lin Yi. Lin Ling was now too powerful. He was a god among gods, an existence that couldn't be underestimated in any era. Therefore, they admired and worshipped him. They even regarded him as their spiritual pillar. They had never imagined that a day would come when such a powerful god would appear by their side and chat merrily with them. Let's go to the Tao realm. Lord Linling must have broken through for a long time. It's pointless for us to wait here, Saint Guy said with a smile. Everyone gradually dispersed. Those who were cultivating went to cultivate. Those who were in the Tao initiation realm went to the Tao initiation realm. Spring went and autumn came. Flowers withered and bloomed. Time rolled by in this void universe. The void universe, which was originally devoid of spiritual chi, was now more stable, as if it had its own great law. These laws were different from the 9 states void, the Tao realm, and the chaos realm. It was like a new world. Although it couldn't compare to those ancient universes, it had boundless potential. Lei Gong had inadvertently obtained this void and gifted it to Lin Ling. Therefore, even if Lei Gong was present, he would never have imagined that this void could grow and even surpass the void of the 9 prefectures. 100 years quietly passed. More and more people entered the void, and many interfaces began to appear in the void. Naturally, the spiritual chi in the air became even denser. This also caused countless cultivators of the 9 prefectures to want to enter this place to cultivate. Unfortunately, the requirements to enter this place were very high. After another 100 years, this void became the god's void above the void of the 9 continents. It was the place that countless warriors in the 9 continents yearned for the most. It was also the strongest world. 200 years had passed, and Yu and the others' strength had also slowly increased. They gradually gained a firm foothold in the Tao realm, especially Xingyi and the others. Their reputation soared, and no one dared to provoke them. However, Lin Ling still seemed to have disappeared. He was still selfless. Or it could be said that he had quietly become the embodiment of this universe. However, after 200 years, the entire void would occasionally tremble, and terrifying energy storms would constantly sweep out. These energy storms wouldn't kill the cultivators, and if the cultivators were lucky enough to encounter these energy storms, their strength would skyrocket. Skyrocketing, this wasn't a big deal. No one knew why this was the case, but this void had become even more attractive. Many cultivators even tried to sneak in. Moreover, there were experts from other universes who invaded and wanted to occupy this void of the universe. But in the end, they were obliterated by the master of this void of the universe. After a long time, no one dared to easily invade this place. Perhaps, only the experts from the chaos realm had the strength to dominate this void of the universe. There are so many energy storms. It's like a great opportunity. Anyone who encounters them can soar to the sky in one step. Yes, Big Brother Sakura also encountered one and used it to break through his realm. Now, he has the strength of a mid-stage mid-god. It's a pity that these energy storms come without warning. It's completely based on luck. I've been wandering around here for so long, but I haven't encountered one even once. Sister Yu, do you think these energy storms have something to do with Lin Ling? He has disappeared for 200 years. Yu and the others were always paying attention to the void of the universe, but Lin Ling still hadn't returned. At this moment, no one saw that at the end of this void of the universe, there was a stone platform. A man was sitting cross-legged there. He was wearing a blue robe, and his eyes were slightly closed. His entire person was like a stalk of heaven and earth's origin. That's right, he was like an incarnation of a treasure, an extremely rare treasure. And he was Lin Ling. The reason why he had turned into a treasure was because the black hole had entered his body. The black hole was formed by Lin Ling's countless treasures, and after 100 years of absorption, it had already accumulated an endless amount of heaven and earth's energy. And this energy was also Lin Ling's capital for the birth of his 8th Dantian. In order to birth his 8th Dantian, Lin Ling had prepared for 200 years. At the 300th year, he began to break through the realm. The Eternal Killer Mother and the tyrannical Song Sword fused to form the Eternal Killer World. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His voice was very old, like a rock. Let's begin. Lin Ling muttered to himself. As soon as his voice fell, a taboo descended. It was as if the great law of the universe had descended. On this day, the entire void of the universe was pitch black, and all light disappeared. And in Lin Ling's body, a black hole appeared, rolling continuously, and formed the eighth dantian. Moreover, this dantian was also madly increasing, directly rushing into the realm of lower deity and intermediate deity. The reason why it was able to increase in speed was not unrelated to Lin Ling's 200 years of preparation. And as the black hole continued to form, a sword quietly appeared in his dantian, turning into the innate ability of the eighth dantian. This sword was the tyrannical Song sword. But after fusing with the eternal Killer Mother, it had completely turned into an innate ability of killing and life. This was also the eternal killer world. It represented the endless slaughter of the eternal killer world, and after killing to the extreme, it was the creation of life. The strength of this innate ability was at the level of an 8th grade higher deity. And after awakening, it instantly reached the level of a 1st grade higher deity. This was also Lin Ling's most powerful innate ability among his 8 innate abilities. Chapter 4788. However, Lin Ling's potential had undoubtedly increased by a large margin after gaining the talent of a high-level deity. Every time he broke through to a higher level, his strength would increase by 8 or even 10 times compared to others. 300 years. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes slowly. His expression was very calm. His aura was also extremely calm. It was as if he had never broken through at all. Only Lin Ling himself knew how much his strength had increased. He stood up and suddenly looked at the entire void universe. He shook his head as if he was laughing at something. He looked at it for a whole year. His whole person was like a statue. It was as if he could see through the entire void universe with just one look. Moreover, the previously endless energy in his body had finally begun to diminish. Your Excellency, you've been watching for so long. It's time to come out. On this day, Lin Ling finally spoke calmly. The void universe in front of him was still calm and peaceful. Your Excellency, do you plan to watch here for the rest of your life? Lin Ling asked again. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure finally appeared in front of him. It was an old man riding a big green ox. The old man held a wine pot in his hand and wore farmer's clothes. This style was exactly the same as the Kurishin. However, his strength was much stronger than the Kurishin. He had the strength of a late-stage high-level deity. Kid, I've been watching you for a long time. Are you a deity or the origin of the universe? Also, how did you find me? The old man looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He seemed polite, but there was a touch of dignity in his tone. It was as if Lin Ling had to answer. First, tell me how you found this place. Lin Ling said with a smile, as if he didn't know how powerful the old man was. Ignorant. The old man shook his head disdainfully. This young man actually spoke to him in such a tone. He probably didn't even realize how powerful he was. There's no harm in telling you. In fact, when the black hole appeared, I was already paying attention to this place. However, the heaven and earth energy of the black hole was too terrifying, so I didn't make a move. It was only when the black hole turned into a human that I began to pay attention to this place. This void universe is a very unstable void universe. However, because of your black hole, it has stabilized. Moreover, its potential is limitless. This really surprises this old man. Moreover, I know very well that the most powerful expert in this void universe is actually you. It's ridiculous that those nonentities still think that Hall Lei Gong is the master. The old man continued to speak, his voice full of majesty. Speak, what kind of treasure are you? Treasure? Lin Ling was taken aback and almost burst out laughing. This old man regarded him, Lin Ling, as a treasure. That's right, he thinks I'm a treasure transformed from a black hole. No wonder this old man is so confident. In fact, even if you don't say it, I know that you're transformed from a black hole. Moreover, you're one of the great origins of the universe. I didn't expect that when the universe is boundless, treasures can also transform into treasures when they reach the limit. Amazing, I can't afford it. The old man looked at Lin Ling indifferently as if he had already seen through Lin Ling. In fact, he really did think that Lin Ling was transformed from a treasure. Therefore, he had been watching Lin Ling, waiting for the right time to take this treasure. Senior, you must be from the chaotic realm. At this time, Lin Ling said with a smile. He knew very well that if a Dao realm expert wanted to enter this place, he would have to pay a great price. On the contrary, it was easier for weaker gods to enter. However, the chaotic realm was different. Even the path of domination led to the chaotic realm. It wasn't strange that this old man came from the path of domination. How should I put it? I'm not a treasure, and even if I was, it's not something you can take. Lin Ling said again. Shameless boasting. The old man was furious and his eyes were full of disdain. It's your fortune that I've taken a liking to you. Don't think that I can't see through your origins. You're transformed from the void universe and have the strength of a mid-level deity when you were born. However, let me remind you that there's always someone more powerful than you. You've just transformed into a human and think that you're powerful. You have no idea how powerful the Era Giant God is. As for me, I'm a late-stage high-level deity. A high-level deity? Do you know what that is? I can kill you with a single finger. After the old man finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing the nearby area to shake violently. However, Lin Ling, who was on the rock, was not afraid. Instead, he looked interested. It was as if he was staring at an ant and admiring the ant's dance. You're courting death. You overestimate yourself. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When the old man saw Lin Ling's expression, he was thoroughly enraged. He had subdued countless treasures in his life, but he had never seen such an arrogant treasure. Omnidirectional divine binding hand. Without further ado, the old man planned to subdue Lin Ling, the treasure, directly. He wanted to see how arrogant this treasure could be. Endless divine power erupted and stirred up the wind and clouds. Even in the Tao realm, this was a remarkable ability that no deity could resist. After all, the old man had the strength of a late-stage high-level deity. However, after the terrifying divine power surged toward Lin Ling, it actually passed through Lin Ling. Not only did it not cause any harm, but it did not even flutter Lin Ling's clothes. What? The old man's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. I've already said that I'm not a treasure. Lin Ling was still smiling. Besides, you don't have to use any tricks because they're useless against me. On the other hand, it's easy for me to destroy you. Therefore, in front of me, you're more like a treasure. Bullsh *T. The old man roared. He was a giant deity in ancient times and had countless deities under his wing. How could this kid treat him as a treasure? Sigh, I really don't want to hurt your feelings. However, the truth is that you can't see through me. You'll never be able to see through me in this lifetime. Lin Ling shook his head, looking satisfied and regretful. He quietly pointed his finger and said, Look. There was no energy fluctuation in his finger, as if he was just casually pointing his finger. At first, the old man was also shocked. However, after seeing that Lin Ling's action was not a big deal, he laughed sarcastically. It seemed that he had been overthinking. Look under your mount. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice was heard. The old man immediately looked down. Then he was shocked and gasped. He saw that the big green bull under his mount had unknowingly turned into a small bull. One should know that his big green bull was extremely powerful. When it transformed into its human form, it could even fight a high-level deity. But now, it had unknowingly turned into a small bull? Look again. Lin Ling pointed his finger again. It was as if it could change everything. The big green ox under the old man quietly transformed into a pig. *CK. The old man's eyes were as big as bells. He could not believe it. Look at yourself again. Chapter 4789. How is this possible? What did you do to me? For you. The child looked at his tender hands and almost fainted on the ground. He was a higher deity, and his strength had long since become impervious to all evil. His divine energy was invincible, and he could protect everything. However, Lin Ling had turned him into a child with a casual point of his finger. If he continued to point, wouldn't he turn into a baby? He had never heard of such a method before. Who am I? Lin Ling blinked and rubbed his chin. Then, he came to a realization and said, I am the master of this void universe. You can also treat me as the great law of the universe. The great law of the universe. Impossible. This void universe has just stabilized. How can it have the great law of the universe? For you. The child's face was filled with panic. He naturally knew what the great law of the universe was. The Tao realm had its own great law of the universe, and so did the chaotic realm. Any deity in it had to act according to the rules of the great law. For example, if a deity cultivated 10 million units of divine power, that was also the result of the great law. If the great law made his divine power disappear instantly and turn into 1 million units, that deity would not be able to change the result. However, the great law of the universe was rarely man-made. It was controlled by the universe. Now, he had encountered the great law of the universe, and it was the great law of the universe of this void universe. As I said, I am the great law of the universe. For example, I am the only God of creation in this void universe. I want flowers. Lin Ling smiled. With a thought, hundreds of flowers bloomed in the void. I want clouds. Thousands of clouds were born out of thin air. I want thunder, fire, rain, and wind. Following Lin Ling's voice, the entire void universe changed. For Lin Ling, incomparably terrifying thunder descended, divine flames burned the void, violent rain tore everything apart, and strong winds suppressed all directions. An omnipotent deity. This was the description of Lin Ling now. You are a superior deity, right? But in my void universe, I can turn you into a mortal. Lin Ling laughed again, but his voice gradually became more dignified. Under his voice, the insufferably arrogant and powerful old man from before disappeared without a trace. Perhaps he could recover his strength instantly after leaving this place, but as long as he was in this void universe, he would be controlled by Lin Ling. Spare me! Spare me! This old man was wrong. Senior, please spare me. The child stared at everything with his mouth agape. He now knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. When he saw Lin Ling, it was as if he had seen a god. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. I know what you're thinking. If I leave this void universe one day, you'll kill me with one finger. You can do it, so I won't let you leave this void universe. You. The child's expression changed again. Because that was exactly what he was thinking. Although the great law of the universe was powerful, it did have a fixed location. For example, Lin Ling could only be invincible in his own void universe. If he went out, he would still be a late-stage mid-level deity. Because if he went to other universes, he would have to obey the great law of the other universes. Unless one day, the great law of his void universe was comparable to that of other universes, only then would he be able to resist. However, it was very difficult to reach this day. For example, the Tao realm and the primal chaos realm had been formed for a very long time and had long since stabilized. How could Lin Ling's universe, which had just grown, resist them? You'll be my first ghost in the netherworld. After you're reincarnated here, your soul will be marked by me. You can only be reincarnated in my universe. Even if you go to other universes, if I want you to die, it's just a matter of time. Lin Ling said calmly. With a thought, countless Lin Ling walked out from behind him. Fellow cultivator, leave it to me. Fellow cultivator, the 4 seasons of this universe are under my control. Fellow cultivator, the life and death of this universe are under my control. I control one of the netherworld. I control time. Space, leave it to me. Doppelgangers appeared one after another, all of them smiling and cupping their hands at Lin Ling. The great law of the universe also needed to be controlled. Only then could it become stronger and more stable. Go. Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. Looking at the child from before, his face changed greatly and he kept begging for mercy. Unfortunately, he was eventually taken into the gate of the netherworld. Lin Ling walked forward, sighing in his heart. He had never expected that the birth of the 8th Dantian would cause so much power to gather, causing the void universe to change and completely take shape. And he, Lin Ling, had become the first master of this void universe. In fact, the master of the void universe could also seize it. For example, It was said that the person who reached the peak of the Tao Tower could control the entire Tao realm. The Tao realm was also a powerful great universe. Controlling the Tao realm meant that the Tao realm had a new master. However, it was very difficult to seize the void universe. One must have extremely powerful strength. Especially after the great universe was stabilized, it was even more difficult. Lin Ling's void universe wasn't very stable at the moment, so it could still be taken away by others. However, if he allowed his 6,000 doppelgangers to control the nomological laws of the multiverse, others would have to mobilize the most ancient primordial giant gods to take it away. This void of the universe has become my backing. After I grow up, this void of the universe can provide me with an endless supply of power. Moreover, this universe doesn't have a name yet. Let's call it the Lin Ling universe. Although the name is a bit strange, it also means that this universe is my territory. Lin Ling kept talking. With a step, he appeared in the Lei Gong Hall. At this moment, there were many people in the Lei Gong Hall. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were all there. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all shocked because Lin Ling had disappeared for 300 years. Now, he had finally returned. Lin Ling smiled and chatted with Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. In fact, although he had been in seclusion for 300 years, because he gradually controlled the universe, he knew everything about Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others. Yu and the others are still in the Tao realm. After chatting with Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others for a long time, Lin Ling smiled and said, "They have been in there for a long time. They heard that there was a big battle there, so they went to help." Ancestor Extreme Flame said. Lin Ling nodded. He knew that Yu and the others were not in this universe, but he didn't know what Yu and the others were doing in the Tao realm. Now that he heard that there was a big battle, Lin Ling immediately wanted to enter the Tao realm. "Grandfather, I will give you a portion of power. You can control this universe. If there is something you can't solve, someone will help you." Lin Ling pointed at Ancestor Extreme Flame and a ray of light entered his body. If anything happened to Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others, not only Lin Ling's doppelgangers, but even Lin Ling would know. Moreover, Ancestor Extreme Flame had the authority to deal with ordinary matters. Chapter 4790. The heavenly Tao throne emitted a scorching light. Then, an ancient aura filled the air. This aura was clearly not from the void of the 9 states, nor was it something that Lin Ling's universe could possess. This was because this aura was the aura of the Tao realm. It was even more ancient. "I'm back." Lin Ling stood on top of a mountain and looked down. The land in the distance was silent. The forest was lush, and the ancient mountains were magnificent. This was the place where Lin Ling had left. It was also the Yellow Emperor's territory. But this time, Lin Ling could not detect any gods. In fact, Lin Ling could clearly sense some traces of battle. Some of the ancient mountains had been blasted apart. It seems that something has happened. Lin Ling frowned slightly. Then he floated down. Next, he transmitted his voice to the Yellow Emperor, Yu, and the others. However, to his surprise, the Yellow Emperor and the others seemed to have disappeared from the Tao realm. He could not contact them. How strange. What had happened? Not long after, Lin Ling returned to the cave residence of the Yellow Emperor. There were still fields planted by the Yellow Emperor. However, it had been too long since they had been planted. All the seedlings had withered and died. "Are you Lin Ling?" Suddenly the earth shook. A mouse with white fur on its nose crawled out. This mouse was about the size of a palm, but it was full of spirituality. "That's me." "You are?" Lin Ling smiled and said calmly. He knew that this mouse had extraordinary strength. In fact, it could already transform into a human. Therefore, Lin Ling treated it as a god. "You're finally here. I'm at the tomb of Lord Wu Ting." The mouse was obviously happy to receive Lin Ling's acknowledgement. It smiled and said, "Now, the Yellow Emperor and the others have gone to the Tao Pagoda. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Jun had a great battle. They are occupying the passage into the miasma." "The passage into the miasma? When did this happen?" Lin Ling frowned. "It happened 100 years ago. Now, the 5 emperors have had several great battles. The mouse said, 100 years ago? Lin Ling had been cultivating in seclusion for 300 years, and adding the time he spent in the 8 gods' heavenly palace before his seclusion, it seemed like this great battle had been going on for a long time. Then do you know where Saint Guyi and the others went? Lin Ling asked again. It seems like they left with Lord Yellow Emperor. They've been gone for 200 years. They were afraid that you wouldn't know where they went when you came back. That's why they told me to wait for you here. They told you to come back and go to the Dao Pagoda. The mouse said. Saint Guyi and the others also entered the Dao Pagoda? Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Then how do we enter the Dao Pagoda? Lord Wu Ting said that he wants you to go to Firmament City and find a deity called the Heavenly Dao Commander-in-Chief. He will bring you into the miasma. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded. Right now, he could only enter the miasma and then make a decision. After the mouse finished speaking, it drilled into the ground and left. Lin Ling also left and flew toward Firmament City. Lin Ling had been to Firmament City once, but now that more than 300 years had passed, there should be some changes. Flying according to his memory, after a long time, an ancient giant city appeared in front of him. The city was filled with immortal energy, and the words, Firmament Palace of the Golden Arches, were still there. Deities entered and left Firmament City one after another, talking and laughing as if they were talking about the past. I'm back here again. Lin Ling secretly sighed. Of course, when he first came to Firmament City, he, Lin Ling, couldn't even deal with a high god. But now, an early-stage high god was simply not worth mentioning to him. The birth of the 8th Dantian had undoubtedly caused Lin Ling's strength to soar by more than several times. The Heavenly Dao Commander-in-Chief? The Yellow Emperor's people. Following the crowd into the city, Lin Ling looked around and found that the city hadn't changed much. But the faces around him were unfamiliar, which made him feel a little helpless. Of course, Lin Ling had disappeared for more than 300 years, so there weren't many people who knew Lin Ling. Not many people remembered that he had teased Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao as time had passed, and the 5 emperors had fought several times. Fierce. The War of the 5 Emperors 100 years ago caused countless deaths and injuries. Many people were killed to the point that they no longer had the chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Yes, in order to fight for the miasma, the 5 emperors gave it their all. But now, most of the miasma has been divided among the 5 emperors. Some of the smaller miasma areas are not safe, so very few people dare to enter. Some miasma are strong and some are weak, just like the miasma we encountered when we entered the Dao realm. Lin Ling found a restaurant and entered. As soon as he entered, he heard a lot of chatter. Restaurants were always the best places to gather information. Miasma? Lin Ling ordered some food and wine and quietly listened to the conversation. He had long known that to enter the Dao Pagoda, one had to pass through the miasma. But he didn't expect that these miasma were the same as the miasma when one first entered the Dao realm. There were strong and weak miasma. Moreover, some miasma were even dangerous. It seemed that one couldn't reach the Dao Pagoda at all. It was no wonder that the 5 emperors wanted to fight for the safer miasma. Lin Ling obviously didn't intend to enter the dangerous miasma. He looked around and his gaze fell on an old man. He walked over with a wine jug and said with a smile, "Senior, everyone wants to enter the miasma now. Why are you drinking here so leisurely?" After saying this, Lin Ling poured a cup of wine for the old man. The old man suddenly smiled and said, "I'm not interested in going. The competition in the Dao Pagoda is too fierce. Everyone wants to improve their strength and control the entire Dao realm. People can die there at any time. Gods are actually people. It's good to be able to live leisurely. Why do you care so much?" Lin Ling was stunned. He was only inquiring about information. He didn't expect to meet such a strange person. If I don't improve my strength now, when the great tribulation of the world will comes, it will be hard to escape death. I'm used to being a god. Who wants to be free and unfettered? Lin Ling said with a smile. Hee, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. If the tall ones can't stop it, then my strength will be useless. It will still be hard to escape death. The old man said with a smile. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He thought that he had met some strange person. It turned out that he was just a person waiting to die. Gods were the same as humans. One kind of rice could raise hundreds of different kinds of people. Similarly, there were hundreds of different kinds of gods. Like the old man, he seemed to be leisurely, but in fact, he was the most passive. Not to mention the great tribulation of the world will, even if a powerful god came, if they didn't like the old man and attacked him, the old man could only obediently kneel down and beg for mercy. If one wanted to be unconcerned and wanted to be free, the price to pay was dignity. True freedom was to be in control of everything. One's strength was so powerful that no one could stop it. Chapter 4791. Oh, then how do I find a new miasma? Lin Ling asked again. Hee, you've asked the right person. The old man smiled mysteriously. Currently, there are 3 teams in Firmament City that are going to the miasma. They are the 9-Crow Demon, the Star-Skinned Sand God, and the Heavenly Army. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He poured another cup of wine for the old man and asked, I happen to want to go to the miasma as well. Which of these 3 is easier to join? How about the Heavenly Army? It sounds pretty good. Kid, if you want to go to the Heavenly Army, you have to be quick because they are leaving at noon at the gate in the south of the city. The old man drank Lin Ling's wine and smiled faintly. He was about to give some pointers when he looked up and realized that Lin Ling had disappeared. What amazing strength! He actually disappeared in front of me without me noticing. The old man held the wine cup, his expression changing constantly. He was an early-stage high god, and the young man was only a mid-stage high god. He thought that the young man was a junior, but when he was about to leave, even he could not see through him. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the young man. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared on the street and headed toward the south of the city. He wanted to enter the miasma with the Heavenly Army and then find Yu and the others. Fortunately, he had asked the old man before, or he would have missed the time. When Lin Ling arrived at the south of the city, a large group of gods was waiting there quietly. We are still short of one person. As long as it is not Emperor Shun or Emperor Yao's people, any god can join. A loud and clear voice rang out. It was a burly god who was speaking. There were many gods around, and at this moment, they were all staring at the burly man with hesitation. If they wanted to enter the miasma, they had to get the approval of the 5 emperors. Joining their team was undoubtedly the best choice. However, when entering the miasma, there would definitely be fierce battles, and it was easy to die. Therefore, if they wanted to enter the miasma, they had to choose a strong team. May I ask where you are from? Suddenly, a skinny old man asked. Yellow Emperor. The tall and sturdy man said indifferently. Behind him, no less than 100 gods had gathered, forming a powerful army. There were mid-stage high gods and early-stage high gods in the group. Yellow Emperor? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the robust man's words. This was because the Yellow Emperor was the oldest god emperor among the 5 god emperors. His tomb was also the strongest. He had once fought against 2 god emperors without being defeated. If he were to join the Yellow Emperor's team, his safety would naturally increase by a lot. We want to join. I am an early-stage high god. I want to join as well. Many gods spoke one after another. The burly man smiled, not surprised by the sudden change in attitude. He looked at the palace behind him and said, Sir, look. I just need 3 more people. An aged voice came from the luxurious palace. 3 people? So little? Me. Scram, I'll do it. Everyone began to fight for the 3 spots. All right, this high god, please join us. That high god over there as well. The tall and sturdy man kept pointing out, using his intuition to find someone. Although there were quite a number of high gods present, there were differences in strength between high gods. Some ordinary high gods might not even be able to compare to a god at the peak of a mid-level deity at some point in time. I want the last spot. At this moment, a hearty voice sounded. Then, a blue-robed young man slowly walked over. He was Lin Ling. When they saw Lin Ling, everyone narrowed their eyes. At first, they had thought that it was some powerful character. In the end, it turned out to be a young man. Most importantly, he seemed to be just a mid-god. This was especially true for the few higher deities who hadn't been chosen. They were able to tell Lin Ling's cultivation level with a single glance. The robust man was also in disbelief. I am one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Lin Ling directly reported his background. As soon as he finished speaking, the robust man's expression changed. One of the Yellow Emperor's men? This meant that he was one of them. One of the Yellow Emperor's men? Do you have any proof? The old man's voice sounded from the luxurious palace, as if he was suspecting Lin Ling. I know, ignore and listen. Lin Ling said again. Ignore and listen, it seems that you really are one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Alright, the last spot is yours. The luxurious palace did not hesitate at all and immediately said, and his voice was much more polite. This was because the Yellow Emperor had always been mysterious. Not many people had seen him before, and the blind and the heartless were his bodyguards. Not many people knew of these two names either. Only those who had seen the Yellow Emperor before would know of these two characters. What? We've waited for so long and the last spot is his? That's too unfair. Just based on one sentence, they think he's one of the Yellow Emperor's men. I can do that too. That's right. I think they're just fooling us. The surrounding gods were stunned, and then they were all dissatisfied. That was because they had waited for a long time. In the end, the last spot was given to a mid-god. How could they accept this? He's just a burden. Lord Heavenly Axiom, you'd rather have a burden than a high god. A skinny middle-aged man sneered. Does my lord need your permission to choose someone? Moreover, you weren't in a hurry to sign up at the beginning. If you hadn't heard the Yellow Emperor's name, you would probably still be observing. Now that you're all dissatisfied, do you have any shame? The tall and sturdy man immediately shouted coldly. He was also extremely dissatisfied. Who the hell did these people have the right to say who their team chose? Everyone's faces turned ugly after being scolded by him. However, another early-stage high god smiled sinisterly. Who knows if you're deliberately fooling us? You didn't mention the Yellow Emperor's name at the beginning and only mentioned it after the fact. Why do I find it so strange? Remember, our time is very precious. You're wasting our time. That's right, that's right. The others echoed. Lord Heavenly Law's chief soldier, everyone is unhappy. In fact, if you had chosen a higher deity, we wouldn't have dared to say anything. But you've chosen a middle deity trash. This is an insult to us. The skinny middle-aged man at the beginning said coldly. He had the strength of an early-stage high god, and he felt that he had been looked down upon when he was not chosen previously. However, although he was dissatisfied, he also knew that strength was respected. He had no choice but to accept that his strength was inferior. But who would have thought that a mid-god would be chosen in the end? How could he accept that? Hi, you're not convinced? At that moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. My young friend, don't say anything. We'll deal with this. An old man walked out of the gorgeous palace. This old man was 2 meters tall, with a straight back and eyes like lightning. One look and one could tell that he was a powerful god. Chapter 4792. However, just as the old man was about to use his strong aura to suppress the crowd, Lin Ling's voice suddenly floated out again. Senior, if it were anything else, I wouldn't care. But he called me trash just now. I can't be indifferent when he called me trash. Lin Ling also walked over slowly. Is this kid an idiot? The burly man was speechless. Originally, Lin Ling's strength was not enough to convince people. He should have shut up and let the commander of the Heavenly Axiom deal with him. But who would have thought that he would be so arrogant? Wasn't this giving the other party an excuse to make things difficult for him? In fact, even the commander of the Heavenly Axiom was a little surprised. I called you trash. You don't agree? The thin middle-aged man laughed. He also thought that the young man was an idiot. I don't agree. Lin Ling nodded and continued to walk forward. He seemed calm, but his eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. It was like a surging universe. In fact, he didn't want to show himself. But he also knew that if he wanted to join the commander of the Heavenly Axiom's team, he had to show his strength. You are an early-stage high god. Do you want to get my spot? Lin Ling continued to walk forward. At first, the thin middle-aged man was full of disdain. He wanted to suppress Lin Ling in front of the commander of the heavenly axiom. However, as Lin Ling approached, a terrifying killing intent enveloped him. This killing intent was so terrifying that he instantly lost the ability to fight. It was as if he was facing the universe. He couldn't summon any desire to fight back. He is at least a high god's divine fetus talent. Moreover, the steps of God are very strong. The thin middle-aged man thought in shock. The people around were waiting for the thin middle-aged man to show his strength. However, they saw that he didn't dare to move. This made them a little confused. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Bang!" But who knew that this shout would make the thin middle-aged man's legs go soft, and he sat down on the ground. His forehead was now full of cold sweat. He didn't fight but sat down on the ground in fear. Subconsciously, everyone stared at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Ling smiled faintly and retracted the eternal killing world. Everything returned to normal. So strong. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief was also shocked. He had seen how a mid-god could defeat an early-stage high god. However, both sides had been fighting for countless years before a victor was decided. However, the young man in front of him was actually able to intimidate a high god with his aura alone. This meant that the young man's strength was incomparably powerful, surpassing that of an ordinary high god. Are you still unconvinced? Putting away his thoughts, the heavenly axiom chief soldier looked at everyone and said. Everyone was silent. The chatter from before had now disappeared, and their faces were filled with reverence. If no one disagrees, then we'll take our leave. The Heavenly Dao's commander-in-chief smiled faintly. Then he led several hundred deities into the distance. Lin Ling was also following along. However, the people in the team stared at Lin Ling with a look of surprise. After all, there were many mid-gods in the team, and they were all very strong. They could fight an early-stage high god. However, compared to Lin Ling, they knew that they were still much weaker. Your Excellency, may I know your name? On the way, the Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Lin Ling cupped his hands slightly and bowed. Lin Ling? Good name. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier nodded. Your Excellency, good strength. No wonder you can recognize disregard and listen. Along the way, with your participation, we will definitely be able to pass through the miasma smoothly and reach the Dao Tower. Senior Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier, will we enter the miasma together? Lin Ling asked curiously. Of course. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier smiled and explained, it's difficult to pass through the miasma alone. Even I don't have such confidence. So, when we go to the Dao Tower, most of us go together. Alas, we are unlucky. When we first reached the Dao realm, we didn't appear at the Dao Tower. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. It seems that the miasma is a great danger. Besides the miasma, what other dangers are there? Lin Ling asked again. Did you just reach the Dao realm? You have the nerve to ask such an idiotic question? Before the Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier could answer, a disdainful voice sounded. 5 people came from behind him. One of them was an early-stage high god, and the one who spoke was a middle-stage high god. Along the way, we will have to face challenges from the other 4 emperors. This is dangerous. The other 4 emperors all want the miasma. How can they let us enter so easily? However, there are experts of the Yellow Emperor guarding the miasma. Our mission is to help those experts block the enemy and then enter the miasma. Do you understand? The man's voice became louder and louder. In the end, he even snorted disdainfully and said, Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier, you are always looking for burdens to drag us down. Tianyu, he is more powerful than you. You are not qualified to say that. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier seemed to have known the man's temperament, so he could not help but say coldly. Upon hearing that, the man secretly gritted his teeth. Originally, he was the strongest mid-god in the team. However, after Lin Ling appeared, he became the second strongest. Now, the juniors in the team liked to stare at Lin Ling and completely ignore him. This made him very unhappy. Is that so? There are early-stage high gods among my men. If there is a battle, the few of us will contribute the most. The man named Tianyu said coldly. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier had obviously been provoked several times. This time, he could not hold it in and wanted to speak again. It doesn't matter. However, Lin Ling waved his hand to resolve the conflict between the two sides. He smiled at Tianyu and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I understand. Do you see that? Your Excellency Tianyu is a friend of the Yellow Emperor, and so is this Lin Ling. Look at you, and then look at him." The Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier snorted coldly. Who knows if he really knows the Yellow Emperor or if he is faking it? He is just a mid-god. The way I see it, the Yellow Emperor doesn't even know him. Tianyu smiled mockingly and finally left with his men. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we have embarrassed ourselves in front of you. These people are the Yellow Emperor's friends. That is why they were recruited into the team. If I had known their temperament, I would not have wanted them even if I was beaten to death. After Tianyu and the others left, the Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier looked apologetically at Lin Ling and said, it was because he was the Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier that Lin Ling had been reprimanded. Otherwise, Tianyu would not have known Lin Ling at all and would not have deigned to speak to Lin Ling. It's fine. The Yellow Emperor has tens of millions of friends. Not all of them will be easy to talk to. Moreover, I see that he is here to suppress me. So, even if the Heavenly Law Battalion chief soldier is not here, he will still find an opportunity to show off in front of me. Chapter 4793. The team continued on their journey and encountered waves of danger along the way. However, the team was strong enough that they managed to pass through without any mishaps. A day later, Lin Ling and the others also appeared in the God's Fall Void, where they were besieged by a large number of spider evil gods. There were more than 100 million of these spider evil gods, causing several gods to die in the team. Lin Ling was also helping during this process. He was also very emotional when he saw the God's Fall Void. Back then, Ning Qingxin had died here. He wondered if she had reincarnated now. Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts all his life and had seen too many storms. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as determined as Ning Qingxin. Your Excellency Lin Ling, are you all right? After all the spider evil gods were killed, the Heavenly Dao General walked over with a smile. I'm fine. Lin Ling shook his head at once. Your Excellency, Lin Ling's strength is really unfathomable. I saw him kill 100,000 spider evil gods with one punch just now. He didn't even blush or pant. I guess he didn't use his full strength at all. A god laughed. Not at all. Lin Ling replied humbly. In fact, he could sense that many gods didn't use their full strength when facing the 100 million spider evil gods earlier. Now, the entire Dao realm was in chaos. No god would easily use their full strength unless it was a matter of life and death. All in all, Your Excellency, Lin Ling, has also killed a few million spider evil gods and contributed to the team. Seeing Lin Ling's humility, the Heavenly Dao General laughed and led the team forward again. Lin Ling shook his head. In fact, he had wanted to kill 10 million spider evil gods earlier. However, the team was too strong, and too many spider evil gods were killed by others. This was because only Lin Ling knew that the spider evil gods could exchange for Dao realm fragments at Heavenly Dao realm. Of course, in a team of 100 people and 100 million spider evil gods, Lin Ling had killed a few million. In fact, this number was already quite a lot. Tianyu and the others are really shameless. Along the way, one of the gods said disdainfully, "That's enough. Forget it, it's just the spider evil god." However, the Heavenly Law Battalion chief shook his head. Skyfeather and the other gods did not make a move when they were surrounded by the evil spider gods, unless the evil spider gods targeted them. However, the few of them had only killed a few 100,000 evil spider gods, which could not compare to a single person in a large group. If they had acted as well, no one would have died before. If I didn't know the Yellow Emperor, I would have chased them away long ago. The god from before said unwillingly. After a long time, the large group finally passed through the God's Fall Void. In front of them was a barren land. Countless divine mountains rose from the ground, but there were no plants on the ground at all. It was filled with yellow gravel. Moreover, from time to time, rumbling sounds could be heard from the distance. It was deafening and world-shaking. Those rumbling sounds could destroy the 10,000 worlds in the void of the 9 prefectures. It was incomparably terrifying. Come on, we're almost there. After seeing the great battle in front of them, the Heavenly Law Battalion chief's eyes finally lit up. Then he said to Lin Ling, "Legend has it that this is the shattered land of the great battle of the world wills. That great battle killed all the gods and demons, and the heavenly law collapsed, causing this place to become a forbidden area. If not, it would still be difficult to step into this place." Barren land. Lin Ling looked around. He could also imagine the intensity of the great battle back then. Everyone speed up. After the Heavenly Law Battalion chief said a few words to Lin Ling, he immediately led the group and rushed forward. After walking for half a day, a terrifying great battle finally appeared in front of them. The whole sky and earth were filled with divine light. The void continued to shatter, as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Countless gods were clashing, forming a storm that was incomparably ferocious. The great battle has begun. Seeing the scene in front of them, someone in the large group said solemnly, "Yes, but the great battle didn't just begin. It has been going on for a whole year." The Heavenly Law Battalion chief murmured. In the direction of his gaze, he saw a huge whirlpool in the sky. The whirlpool was rolling and emitting a pressure that could crush one's soul. That was the miasma barrier, which led to the Tao realm. In front of the miasma barrier, hundreds of huge fire trees were planted on the ground like a magnificent city wall. The huge trees were dazzling and occasionally spewed flames into the sky. When these flames smashed into the ground, countless gods died because of them. The fire mulberry tree was still as red as the sunset. It was like a catapult, bombarding countless gods who tried to invade. Those gods all want to enter the miasma barrier? Lin Ling was also secretly shocked. Then yes. That's right. Those are probably Emperor Shun's men. They want to take over this miasma barrier, so they attack this place all year round. The battle here has been going on for a whole year. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief said, "Because this is a newly discovered miasma barrier, the battle hasn't been going on for long. I heard that the battle in the southeast has been going on for 100 years. Countless gods' Tao realm protection opportunities have been wasted there." Opportunity for Tao realm protection. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder these gods didn't fear death. It turned out that they were taking advantage of the opportunity for Tao realm protection. This meant that every god had 3 chances to attack the miasma barrier. After they used up their chances, they wouldn't dare to come again. After the 3 chances are used up, the God Emperor will allow them to enter the miasma barrier. This is their reward. As if guessing Lin Ling's thoughts, the Heavenly Law Battalion chief explained, "Unless you are a friend of the God Emperor, no one can violate this rule. You are a friend of the Yellow Emperor, so you don't need to attack the miasma barrier and can enter directly. In fact, we have already attacked it in the southeast and used up 2 opportunities for Tao realm protection. Now that we have one more chance, we are allowed to enter the Tao realm. The Tao Pagoda is really too attractive, especially after the calamity of the world's will. All the gods know that if they want to be eternal, they need supreme strength. If they run away now, they will die even faster in the future." The Heavenly Law Battalion chief explained. Lin Ling suddenly understood. After using up 3 opportunities for Tao realm protection, they could enter the miasma barrier. After all, every god emperor had their own miasma barrier. However, they also wanted to take more for themselves. "Let's go. Under the flames of war, we will rush to the miasma barrier. There are people guarding it, and they are also completing their mission. As long as they can defend against waves of attacks, they can also enter the miasma barrier. Next, we will send someone else to guard this place." The Heavenly Law Battalion chief led everyone forward. There are so many Tao realm gods, but it's normal when you think about it. After all, this is the convergence of gods from several eras. Lin Ling followed everyone forward. Rumble. Just as they flew forward, a white elephant war chariot rushed over. Its power was vast and incomparably terrifying. Looking at its 4 limbs, it was actually made of wheels, but its speed was incomparably fast. Chapter 4794. All right. All the gods felt their blood boil as they unleashed their powerful ultimate techniques. There were many superior gods in the team. Even if they were only mid-level gods, each of them was an extremely powerful existence. After unleashing their ultimate techniques, the huge white elephant chariot was overturned. Rumble! The huge wheel was broken and smashed onto the ground, causing the earth to shake and the sky to shake. Rumble! Next, the white elephant chariot fell, smashing countless gods on the ground to death. If it had been in the myriad realms, this smash would have caused the myriad realms to collapse. At the same time, countless five-colored rays of light flew into the sky, and a large number of gods were taken away by the Tao realm protection. But soon, a large number of gods descended. They had just fallen, but they immediately returned. Kill! Their eyes were red, and their bodies were filled with killing intent. They came from different eras and did not know each other. They did not show any mercy when they attacked. It was either you die or I die. This was the cruel battle of gods. So fierce. Lin Ling unleashed his full strength, and the power of his 7 dantians also surged out, constantly killing some gods as he advanced with the team. At the same time, he realized that such a battle was not just on his side. It could be said that it was happening all over the battlefield. Teams like the Heavenly Army appeared in all directions and rushed towards the fog barrier. Along the way, there were also fierce battles. As for Emperor Shun's gods, they were also in the form of teams, constantly killing the enemies. Some gods who had used up their Tao realm protection were unlucky. Corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Some people were in a frenzy and had long forgotten that their Tao realm protection had been used up. Some people tried to rush into the fog barrier after seeing it, but they overestimated themselves and died. The Tao pagoda was constantly attracting them. Be careful! Not long after the procession had moved forward, the Heavenly Tao's commander suddenly shouted. Just as the voice fell, 10 suns appeared in front of them. These suns were incomparably huge, comparable to one of the 9 prefectures. One could even see the golden crow in the suns rolling over. Help me! The seemingly huge suns were extremely fast. When they rolled over, a god in the team was immediately injured. Someone wanted to help him, but in the end, he was implicated. Next, 2 people were taken away at the same time, and their Tao realm protection was used up. Vine God, Lord of Heaven, come back immediately after you leave. If you fall behind, we won't wait for you. The commander of the Heavenly Tao said to the fallen god at the same time. All right. The gods who were taken away by the Tao realm experts all nodded. Soon they would return. Everyone look. Someone pointed ahead and said. More than 10 gigantic mountains appeared in front of him. They were lying on the ground, emitting an oppressive aura that could crush one's soul. Taking a closer look, these weren't mountains but mountain-sized divine silkworms. These divine silkworms were golden in color and covered in armor. They didn't have eyes and were extremely mysterious. Heavens, someone actually brought the golden god coiling silkworm. When the Heavenly Law Chief saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This is the divine beast that the gods used to attack cities during the war between the gods and the worlds while during the Age of the Gods. I remember that back then, hundreds of millions of golden god-wrapping silkworms were mobilized to break through the world's will's first wave of attacks. There are more than 10 of them there. How are we going to face them? The sun from before must have been activated by them, right? Looking at that divine power, it should be as much as 400 million. The others spoke one after another. Some of the older and more knowledgeable gods had grave expressions on their faces at this moment. They knew that things were going to get troublesome. You guys fight. We won't go. At this moment, Tian Yu suddenly said solemnly. Then, he led his men and fled in another direction. Tian Yu, you actually dared to leave the team without permission. Have you forgotten the rules? Many people immediately cursed. Tian Yu was too shameless to run away when he saw that the situation was not right. Ignore them. If they split up, the danger will be greater. The Heavenly Law Chief sneered. He had long been eager for Tianyu and the others to get lost. Moreover, there were only a few of them. If they encountered Emperor Shun and the other gods, they would definitely die. If we don't deal with those divine silkworms, we won't be able to pass at all. Then, the Heavenly Law Chief frowned and looked around. Unfortunately, there were battles all around. No matter where they went, they would have to face endless dangers. This meant that they could only attack from the front. Waterbird, Traceless, you two are the fastest. Charge over with me. These divine silkworms have powerful long-range attacks. I think we can defeat them after we get close. After pondering for a moment, the Heavenly Law Chief suggested. Charge over? I heard that the divine silkworms are surrounded by a shield of divine power. No divine power can break it unless it's divine power. However, our divine power is not focused on attacking. So even if we get close, we might not be able to break the divine silkworms. Yes, and it's not easy to charge over. Those suns were not slow and their divine power is strong. If we get hit, we will definitely die. Waterbird and Traceless frowned. Stop talking nonsense. It's more dangerous to stay here. Look, those suns are attacking again. The Heavenly Law Chief shouted angrily. Waterbird and Traceless finally nodded. You two stay here and resist those suns with all your strength. Also, attract the attention of the divine silkworms. The three of us will go and defeat them. The Heavenly Law Chief instructed. Then, he used his divine power and charged forward. The three of them were extremely fast. They used their divine power and directly teleported over. However, this battlefield had long been riddled with holes. The void was unstable, so they did not dare to maintain their teleportation for too long. Otherwise, they would be lost in the void. That would be even more dangerous, and they would not be able to return. Relying on this speed, they gradually approached those divine silkworms. However, when they got closer, they realized how terrifying those divine silkworms were. They were too huge, and their divine armor was awe-inspiring. It was as if the sky was going to crush them. Be careful! Suddenly, the Heavenly Law Chief roared. In front of them, several suns were rolling toward them. They were incomparably huge, and their divine power was rolling. Escape! Formless. Waterbird and Traceless hurriedly escaped into the void and disappeared. The Heavenly Law Chief did the same. The terrifying suns carried endless flames. They were like fireballs rolling across the ground. All the creatures they encountered on the way were all killed. That was close. After those attacks left, the Heavenly Law Chief and Traceless secretly rejoiced. However, at this moment, 3 suns in the sky smashed down fiercely like falling stars. They did not notice it. Instead, the gods in the large group in the distance discovered it. All of them were anxiously shouting. Unfortunately, at such a critical moment, it was too late for them to warn them. Wait, something is wrong. Oh no, we have been discovered. In the end, the Heavenly Law Chief was the first to react. His pupils trembled violently, and he subconsciously raised his head. In the end, he saw incomparably terrifying blazing suns crashing down. Heavens, there is nowhere to run. Chapter 4795. I'll do it. The Heavenly Law Commander gritted his teeth. After all, he was a mid-stage high god. He rushed up and used his divine ability in midair. His body grew bigger and bigger until he turned into a giant. On his body, countless divine soldiers and divine generals galloped out and attacked the suns. Rumble. The Heavenly Law Commander's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. He used his divine ability and blocked the attack of the 3 suns. However, he had turned into a giant and controlled divine soldiers, which made him a target. All the divine silkworms were staring at him and spitting out countless suns. Damn it! The Heavenly Law Commander knew that there was no way to retreat. He could only fight head-on. Heavenly Law World Massacre. His body grew bigger as he activated the god's stairs, causing more divine soldiers and divine generals to rush out. These divine soldiers and divine generals were all early-stage high gods and were extremely powerful. Rumble. The battle became more and more intense. The sun and moon lost their light and the heavenly law seemed to be collapsing. Even if it was in the Tao realm, such a battle was absolutely unprecedented. However, it was very ordinary here. Because in other directions of the battlefield, all kinds of fierce battles were even more intense. Even late-stage high gods were involved in the battle. It's over, these suns haven't stopped. The Heavenly Law Commander kept resisting the attacks of the divine silkworms, but he found that the attacks of the divine silkworms would not stop at all unless the divine silkworms were destroyed. He couldn't help but look down at the ground, only to find that Shui Niao and the others were completely blocked when they were 1,000 miles away from the divine silkworms. Around the divine silkworms, the void seemed to have been cut. Countless powerful divine power intertwined, forming a silk thread that defended everything. Shui Niao and the others couldn't break that defense and could only be anxious. After all, they also knew that if this continued, the Heavenly Law Commander would be defeated. The Heavenly Law Commander only had one chance to be protected by the Tao realm. If he failed, he wouldn't be able to return. Sigh. The Heavenly Law Commander sighed softly, knowing that he had failed. Because he couldn't hold on for much longer. Heavenly Law Commander, immediately stop attacking and go to Shui Niao and the others. Suddenly, a voice came from his shoulder. The Heavenly Law Commander looked back and found that someone was already standing on his shoulder. It was Lin Ling. Your Excellency Lin Ling. The Heavenly Tao Army was shocked. Lin Ling, when did you come? Furthermore, how did he pass through the attacks of countless suns to reach his side? Let's talk about these things after we break the divine silkworm. Lin Ling seemed to be standing on the shoulders of a giant as he smiled at the Heavenly Tao's chief soldier. You blocked the divine silkworm's attack for me? The commander of the Heavenly Law asked again. Lin Ling smiled and nodded, causing the Heavenly Law soldier to suck in a breath of cold air. However, time was of the essence and he couldn't afford to think too much about it. Alright, please. The Heavenly Tao Army began to shrink and float back to the ground. Then, he gritted his teeth and looked at the sky. He didn't know how Lin Ling was going to block the sun. Panga strike, shatter the earth. Lin Ling's voice drifted down from the sky. Then, his body grew larger, like a giant pango. Rumble. Countless sun attacks came and drowned Lin Ling. The whole sky was dazzling. Your Excellency Lin Ling. The Heavenly Tao Army's chief soldier trembled and gritted his teeth. Although he didn't know why Lin Ling volunteered, he had a feeling that Lin Ling was going to die. That was because the previous sun had suppressed the endless power of divinity. Lin Ling was just a mid-level deity. How could he block it? Go. However, just as he was feeling regretful, a voice drifted over at the same time. Then, another voice drifted down from the sky. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was a little pale. After landing on the ground, he immediately ran forward. You didn't die? The Heavenly Tao Army's chief soldier was stunned. A mid-level deity actually blocked so many attacks from the power of divinity? One had to know that the power of divinity could kill an early-stage high-level deity. How could he know that Lin Ling's Panga Strike was invincible? However, this heaven-defying ability had a time limit. Wait for me. Soon, Heavenly Tao's chief soldier couldn't be bothered to be surprised. He hurriedly chased after Lin Ling. Then he discovered that Lin Ling's speed was very fast. Although he didn't have the ability to teleport, in terms of speed, he wasn't any slower than teleportation. Moreover, wherever Lin Ling passed, there would be flaming footprints on the ground. So, he was relying on his speed to rush to the forefront of the battlefield. The Heavenly Tao Army finally came to a realization and immediately chased after Lin Ling. At this moment, the two gods, Waterbird and Bird, were watching Lin Ling rush over with the Heavenly Tao's army. They were so astonished that they were tongue-tied. My eyes weren't deceiving me earlier, right? This His Excellency Lin Ling seems to have invincible god force. You're not seeing things because I saw it too. They looked at each other and said in shock. Prepare to enter. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice came from afar. Go in? I can't go in. There is a god power cutting the universe. It is stopping us from entering. Waterbird said helplessly at once. They wanted to go in too, but they had to be able to. Prepare to enter. However, Lin Ling still said. This sentence also made the two gods even more confused. They really wanted to yell, "Can't you see that the front is full of crisscrossing threads of the power of divinity?" They sighed and shook their heads, wanting to explain. However, Lin Ling had already struck down with his palm, and it slashed right between the two gods. It looked like an ordinary palm strike, but it carried an incomparably terrifying might. It actually split apart the endless threads of the power of divinity. It was as if a sword had cut apart endless spider webs. A path that led directly to the celestial silkworm also appeared in front of them. It was shocking. "We can go in now?" Is this what His Excellency Lin Ling meant when he said, "Prepare to enter"? This guy, where did he get such powerful means? You must know that he is a mid-level deity. The two gods were dumbfounded. Then they broke out in cold sweat. Just now Lin Ling's palm strike had slashed down between them. If it had deviated by just a bit, it would have killed them. This guy is so King fierce. The two gods said with trembling mouths. This was the first time they had felt such fear towards a mid-level deity. Looking at the heavenly law commander at the back, his eyes also widened and he gasped. Lin Ling's strength was simply unfathomable. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to their shock. He followed the path that was cut open and rushed forward. Although the power of divinity around the celestial silkworm was incomparably terrifying, it unfortunately couldn't stop Lin Ling's Pangu attack. Therefore, Lin Ling volunteered to help. Unimpeded all the way, Lin Ling arrived in front of a golden celestial silkworm. Then he punched out. Rumble. The celestial silkworm seemed to have golden armor, but its defense was extremely weak. It was blown apart by Lin Ling's punch, and countless green liquids spilled out. The heavenly law commander and the others also hurriedly attacked the dozen or so celestial silkworms. After a long time, the terrifying divine beasts blocking the path were finally broken through. Meanwhile, the gods behind all rushed over and rushed in the direction of the miasma. Chapter 4796. After breaking the celestial silkworm, the team continued forward. They encountered several waves of attacks along the way, but they were all stopped by the Heavenly Dao's military chief and the others. After a few gods died, they continued forward. The whole battlefield was endless, and there was killing everywhere. Heavenly towers suppressed, ghosts and gods floated, and chariots rolled. There were all kinds of attacking methods. Large numbers of gods died. Even with the protection of the Dao realm, they couldn't escape death. What a fierce battle! Lin Ling's fists kept blasting out, killing the gods blocking the way. He sighed again. This kind of battle was probably comparable to a battle of the world's will. We're almost there. At that moment, the Heavenly Dao's military chief's voice came. Looking up, he saw that the huge vortex was already in sight. It rumbled, and gods shot into the vortex from time to time. The scene was extremely spectacular. These gods had already helped kill a large number of enemies, so they were all qualified to enter. Moreover, there were people on the battlefield who specifically recorded the number of enemies killed to prevent others from fishing in troubled waters. Of course, although the miasma vortex looked very close, it was actually still very far away. With the Heavenly Dao's military chief's reminder, Lin Ling also saw the huge vortex and the huge fire mulberry tree towering into the clouds. Lin Ling, it's you? Suddenly, a voice came from the distant battlefield. A dozen gods were staring fiercely at Lin Ling. This also made Lin Ling look back and see a few familiar faces. They were the Laughing Buddha, Emperor Donghua, and one of the two patriarchs of the 3 provinces. It's really Lin Ling. That guy isn't dead yet? Seeing Lin Ling look over, Emperor Donghua and the others were shocked. This was because Lin Ling had disappeared for more than 300 years since they parted in Firmament City. Rumor had it that Lin Ling was already dead. After all, they had all heard that the people in the Lei Gong Hall, where Lin Ling was, were quite famous in the Dao realm and had even entered the Dao Tower. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had disappeared without a trace. This guy is probably hiding somewhere. Imperial Monarch Donghua and the others were staring at Lin Ling because they had a deep enmity with Lin Ling, and they'd always wanted to take revenge on Lin Ling. Last time, when Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao chased after Lin Ling lost all 3 chances of being protected by the Dao realm. If they kill him again, this brat will definitely die. Donghua Imperial Lord said coldly. In High Firmament City, Lin Ling had killed him and forced him to return to his hometown. He had always kept this grudge in his heart. This is Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling is following a team, and that team has quite a few high god experts. Among them, an old man frowned and said, he was Patriarch Tian Ba from one of the 3 provinces and was also the strongest patriarch. The moment he said that, everyone's gazes landed on Heavenly Dao's chief soldier and the rest. They gritted their teeth. There were too many experts. They couldn't kill Lin Ling. Damn it, I can only watch Lin Ling leave. After this separation, I don't know when I'll be able to see Lin Ling again. What a lucky Lin Ling. Last time, he broke our 1,000-year agreement. Now that we can't kill him when we see him, I'm so angry. Imperial Monarch Donghua and the Laughing Buddha cursed angrily. Lin Ling, we've taken good care of your people in Lei Gong's main hall. For the past few hundred years, we've killed everyone we saw. But you, the coward leader, can only hide somewhere and don't dare to come out. What a trashy leader, even more trashy than your subordinates. Imperial Monarch Donghua pondered for a moment, then laughed and cursed. Since they couldn't kill Lin Ling, they had to ruthlessly trample on Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling had been hiding all this time. His strength definitely couldn't compare to the others in Lei Gong's main hall. There was nothing to fear. That's right. Last time, I saw Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu and Pure Lady Bai. I killed them all. If it wasn't for someone helping at the critical moment, they would have died. But now, even if they're not dead, they're still heavily injured. Ha! The Laughing Buddha was also smiling. They chatted as they walked towards the other side of the battlefield. Sir Lin Ling, are they your enemies? In the distance, Heavenly Dao's chief soldier also saw the group. He shook his head and said, ignore them. Entering the miasma is more important now. Lin Ling looked at the group indifferently and didn't say anything. Instead, with a thought, several ghost jellyfish moved along the ground and disappeared into the distance. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling looked at Heavenly Dao's chief soldier and said. The group continued forward. Not long after, they finally passed through the fire mulberry tree. When they reached the fire mulberry tree, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They looked around and saw that under the tree, a large number of gods were resting. They were also in teams that came from various battlefields. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier, you've killed 5 waves of enemies. Your team can enter the miasma. The fire mulberry tree swayed and countless flames spread out into the battlefield. At the same time, an old voice floated over. Thank you. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier was immediately overjoyed. The people in the team also looked as if they were relieved of a heavy burden and revealed excited smiles. Looking at the surrounding teams, they all revealed envious smiles. After killing 5 waves of enemies, they naturally knew what it meant. And in their teams, some people had already completed their mission. Some people hadn't. They still needed to go out and fight. After completing their mission, they could enter the miasma. We're here. At this moment, a loud laugh sounded. Then, a few figures ran towards Heavenly Dao's chief soldier. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Tian Yu and the others. These people actually didn't die? Staring at the newcomers, Heavenly Dao's chief soldier and the others were secretly shocked. Tian Yu and the others only had 6 people. 6 people could pass through this cruel battlefield? Heavenly Dao's chief soldier, I just heard that you can enter the miasma. Just nice, we're also part of your team, so we want to go together. After Tian Yu arrived, he immediately said excitedly, you abandoned us before and now you're joining our team. Aren't you too shameless? A god said unhappily. Previously, they were united and killed all the enemies in their way. Tian Yu and the others didn't help at all. Even when they encountered the celestial silkworm, they were the first to escape. What do you mean by abandoned you? We were also killing enemies before, but we were on the other side. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier, are you trying to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Hearing this, Tianyu frowned and said unhappily. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier's expression was abnormally ugly. From the bottom of his heart, he naturally didn't want to bring these people along. However, he didn't dare to guarantee that Tianyu and the others didn't kill enemies before. If Tianyu and the others also killed a lot of enemies, they would be violating the team's rules. Alright, I hope you won't leave the team at will this time. Heavenly Dao's chief soldier finally made a decision. However, this decision also made the other gods very unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. Chapter 4797. Lin Ling also looked at them indifferently. He suddenly had a feeling that the reason Tianyu and the others were able to arrive here safely was probably because they had defected to the enemy. When they met the Emperor Shun's people, they immediately defected to the enemy. When they met the Yellow Emperor's people, they said that they were his friends. This method was indeed the safest, but it was also the most shameful. It also violated the unwritten rules among the gods. In fact, all the gods knew about this unwritten rule, and they would not violate this principle. This also caused the Heavenly Law Commander and the rest to not think in this direction. Otherwise, they would have kicked Tianyu and the rest out of the team. If the surrounding gods knew about it, it was possible that they would attack Tianyu and the rest. After all, they were fighting with their lives on the line, but these people were fence-sitters. How could they face the dead gods? Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not intend to pay attention to them because he had his own things to do. Heavenly Law Commander, now that everyone has arrived safely, I want to leave the team. Lin Ling looked at the Heavenly Law Commander and said, "Why are you leaving the team? It was not easy to get here, and you want to go on alone?" The Heavenly Law Commander frowned. After thinking for a while, he immediately guessed, "Are you going to kill those people from before?" Lin Ling nodded. "They're my old rivals. Now that I have finally met them, I can't let them live. Moreover, they attacked my people when I was not around. I must avenge them." "Your Excellency Lin Ling, don't be fooled. They are deliberately provoking you," the Heavenly Law Commander advised. Those people had already left. If Lin Ling went after them, wouldn't he have to return to the battlefield? In that case, Lin Ling would undoubtedly be in danger. After all, the battlefield was constantly changing. Even late-stage high gods could fall. Before entering the Dao Tower, I want to settle the grudges that should be settled. Lin Ling was still firm in his choice. However, he also knew that the Heavenly Law Commander was truly concerned about him. "How about this, we will accompany you," the Heavenly Law Commander suggested. "No need. It was not easy for you to get here. You can enter the miasma. I can solve my own problems." Lin Ling shook his head and refused. "How can that be? If it were not for your help, our team would have died on the battlefield. Now that you are in trouble, everyone will definitely help you," the Heavenly Law Commander advised again, but he also glanced at the others. Although they also wanted to help, they were obviously hesitant to return to the battlefield. "Heavenly Law Commander, you can enter the miasma. I can solve this problem myself." Lin Ling also saw everyone's hesitation. He smiled and strode away. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, the Heavenly Law Commander could not help but sigh softly. Then he made a decision. Everyone has seen how much effort His Excellency Lin Ling has put in for the team to get here. Now, we can't follow him back to the battlefield, so we will wait for him here. What do you think? Hearing the Heavenly Law Commander's suggestion, Tianyu was stunned. Then he let out a strange cry. "Heavenly Law Commander, are you crazy? If he wants to die, just let him. Why should we wait for him?" Unfortunately, the Heavenly Law Commander did not even look at Tianyu, as if Tianyu was not qualified to speak. "I agree with this suggestion." At this time, the god called Waterbird nodded. The other gods also nodded one after another. Since they could not help Lin Ling, they would wait for Lin Ling here. At least they did not abandon Lin Ling. "You are all crazy. Don't think that this place is safe. It can be breached at any time. When that time comes, everyone will die." Seeing that everyone had agreed, Tianyu trembled with anger. However, he did not dare to move forward alone. First, entering the miasma alone was very dangerous. Second, entering the miasma required the Heavenly Law Commander's help. After all, the heavenly law commander, was the leader of the team. If you are so afraid of death, you can enter the miasma yourself. No one will stop you. Seeing Tianyu croak, one of the gods said disdainfully, You will regret it." Tianyu shook his head and ignored the crowd after saying that. Meanwhile, after Lin Ling left the fire mulberry tree, he went at full speed. Then, he sensed the evil spirit jellyfish and finally found the whereabouts of Emperor Donghua and the others. "Emperor Donghua, laughing Buddha, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Moreover, Emperor Donghua's Dao realm protection should have been used up, right?" Lin Ling stepped on flames and rushed over the battlefield. If he encountered gods along the way, he would take a detour if they were very strong. If he encountered gods weaker than him, he would kill them directly. Not long after, Emperor Donghua and the others were getting closer and closer. Damn it, this Lin Ling is actually not dead. Wasn't the rumor that Lin Ling was killed by Emperor Shun? It's just a rumor. I guess that he was not dead because Xingyi is not dead either. Emperor Yao has long had his eyes on his Donghuang bell, but because of the Yellow Emperor he still has not obtained it. After we enter the Dao Pagoda, we must kill the people in Lei Gong's hall. Emperor Donghua and the others talked as they walked. Their expressions were extremely ferocious. There were a total of 15 of them, with 2 early-stage high gods in the team. It was considered a small team. However, they did not stop the Yellow Emperor's gods, so they did not encounter any danger for the time being. Boom. However, just as they were talking, one of the gods was suddenly taken away by the Dao realm light. This person was one of the gods of the 1,000-year promise. Not good. Lin Ling is here. After being killed by a punch, this god immediately cursed at the ground. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, another deity was killed. He was also taken away by the protection of the Dao realm. Boom. 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 More and more gods appeared, and 10 of the 15 were taken away. Lin Ling is here? Emperor Donghua was stunned and then flew into a rage. Lin Ling? Is he crazy? Beside him, the laughing Buddha was also shocked, but soon, a large hand suddenly grabbed him and landed on his head. With a boom, the Dao realm protection appeared and took him away. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The laughing Buddha, who was taken away by the Dao realm protection, could no longer laugh. It was as if he had become an angry Buddha. I'll wait for you to come back. Lin Ling waved at him and appeared with a smile on his face. He could sense that the protection of these gods' Dao realm cultivators was running out, so Lin Ling attacked them first. As long as they left and rushed back, they would be dead for sure. Wait for me. Sure enough, these gods were all furious after being killed by a sneak attack. After leaving the Dao realm, they returned. Lin Ling. At the same time, the strongest, Patriarch Tianba, stared coldly at Lin Ling. Chapter 4798. Brother Tianba, he's Lin Ling. Today, we must kill him, because he no longer has the protection of the Dao realm. Patriarch Lei Tai and Patriarch Fo Jian stared coldly at Lin Ling. Their expressions suddenly turned somewhat agitated. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to chase after them. Wasn't he courting death? A Lin Ling, you've disappeared for more than 300 years. I finally see you again, but I'm curious. Why are you chasing after us? Patriarch Lei Tai laughed savagely. Lin Ling shrugged, his expression calm. He didn't speak, because he was waiting for the remaining gods to return. Come back quickly, Lin Ling has been surrounded. At the same time, some of the returning gods were informing the other gods to return as well. Rays of light appeared one after another, and in the end, all the gods who had been killed returned. Are you thinking that I've already used up 3 chances of being protected by the Dao realm? This time, I won't be able to escape. Seeing that everyone had returned, Lin Ling finally spoke with a smile. Then, without waiting for them to speak, he said leisurely, First, who said I only have 3 chances of being protected by the Dao realm? I'm sorry, but I have 4. This means that even if you kill me, I won't die. What? 4 times? That's impossible. Aren't only the gods in the Dao Tower the only ones with 4 chances? Everyone was shocked. They naturally knew that there were 4 chances of being protected by the Dao realm, but they didn't expect that it would appear on Lin Ling. They didn't know that when they saved Xiaoluan on the Divine Mountain, Lin Ling and Saint Gay had entered the miasma and received a reward each. After that, he was killed 3 times on the Divine Mountain, and still had 1 chance of being protected by the Dao realm. Second, even if I have 1 chance of being protected by the Dao realm, can you kill me? On the contrary, I've been waiting for you to return, so I can catch you all in one fell swoop. Lin Ling said again. Dream on. If you hadn't ambushed us, you think you. The laughing Buddha said sinisterly. He wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop? However, before he could finish, Lin Ling disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him, punching out. Boom! The laughing Buddha's body exploded, and his boundless divine energy dissipated. He was killed by a single punch. The laughing Buddha was already at the pinnacle of a mid-level deity, and he was only 1 step away from becoming a high-level deity. In his opinion, in these 300 years, his strength had increased greatly, and he had long been able to kill Lin Ling. But who would have thought that he would be killed by a single punch from Lin Ling? And this time, he couldn't resurrect at all. Laughing Buddha. The other gods shuddered at the same time. He was too fast. He killed a medium deity with a single punch? It's your turn. A cold voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Then, another explosion sounded. Another god was killed. Just like before, it was a clean and neat punch. Boom. Following that, more and more gods perished. It was still a single punch. No one could see through the power of this punch, nor did they know if it was the power of the physical body or the power of divinity. However, everyone sensed that Lin Ling's strength had increased by more than 3 times compared to back then. Back in Firmament City, although Lin Ling defeated me, it took him a lot of effort. But now, he only needs 1 punch. Emperor Donghua stood there in a daze. He recalled the trip to the abyss back then. At that time, Lin Ling was like a junior, like an ant. But now, he was looking down on him from high above. Boom! Just as he was in disbelief, another explosion sounded. The patriarch of the Buddhist realm was also killed by a single punch. Blood splattered all over his face. Emperor Donghua trembled, not daring to move. He was a mighty emperor of the Age of Gods, but now he was scared out of his wits. The patriarch of the Buddhist realm. At this moment, Patriarch Tianba and Patriarch Lei Tai's eyes were bloodshot. The 3 patriarchs had been friends for tens of millions of years. After reincarnating, they were as close as real brothers. But now, the patriarch of the Buddhist realm had died before their eyes. Moreover, he would never be resurrected. Little bastard, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces and never let you be reincarnated. Patriarch Lei Tai roared into the sky as the power of thunder erupted from his body. Are the patriarchs of the 3 provinces all people who like to boast? Lin Ling's figure appeared and laughed mockingly. Then he disappeared again. Boom! Patriarch Lei Tai had just unleashed his strength, but before he could make a move, a punch arrived and blasted him into pieces. He wanted to kill Lin Ling so that he would never be reincarnated, but in the end, he would never be reincarnated. Lei Tai. Patriarch Tianba's body trembled as he roared again. At first, he thought that Lin Ling was just a junior who could be killed at will. But now, he knew how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. In front of me, a high god, you can only die forever. Patriarch Tianba seemed to have gone crazy. He raised his hands to the sky and laughed. 2 of his brothers had died before his eyes. How could he calm down now? You're just an early-stage high god. Do you think you're awesome? Lin Ling looked at Patriarch Tianba indifferently. The blue and white robe on his body quietly changed into a gray robe. Facing a high god, he obviously had to use a portion of his strength. Patriarch Tianba is going to make a move. He's finally making a move. Looking at Emperor Donghua again, there were only 2 people by his side. The rest had all been killed. However, not only was Emperor Donghua not afraid, but he was also excited. Patriarch Tianba was an early-stage high god. How could Lin Ling fight? Lin Ling, last time at Lingxiao Hall, you were helpless against a high god. Let me tell you, Patriarch Tianba is also an early-stage high god. Let me see how you're going to kill him. Emperor Donghua roared. He was so agitated that his entire body was trembling. However, just as he finished speaking, Patriarch Tianba's body trembled. A fist came from his back and reached his chest. Divine blood kept spurting out. Patriarch Tianba also lowered his head and looked at his chest in disbelief. A punch? Another punch. One had to know that he had an 8th grade mid-god divine embryo and the strength of an early-stage high god. His power of divinity had reached 100 million. Boom. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Patriarch Tianba's body exploded. The patriarchs of the 3 provinces were all dead. Emperor Donghua was dumbfounded. The 2 gods beside him were also dumbfounded. One of them was even a high god, but now he was also dumbfounded. The strongest among them, Patriarch Tianba, was also dead. One had to know that he was a high god, and Lin Ling was only an intermediate god. To be honest, I've killed many high gods 300 years ago. Lin Ling walked toward Emperor Donghua and the others with an extremely calm expression. How did your strength increase so much? Emperor Donghua's face was pale as he spoke nervously. However, what greeted him was a punch. Following that, 2 more explosions rang out. The 2 gods beside Emperor Donghua had also perished. Chapter 4799. At this moment, Lin Ling shot towards the fire mulberry tree at full speed, avoiding some powerful enemies with all his might. Fortunately, the place where he had met Emperor Donghua and the others was not far from the fire mulberry tree. Therefore, after spending some effort, Lin Ling finally returned safely. However, at this moment, under a huge fire mulberry tree, Tian Yu and the Heavenly Tao Commander were arguing fiercely. You don't have to say any more. If this place is breached, at worst, we won't go through the fog barrier. In any case, if Lin Ling doesn't come back, we won't leave. Heavenly Tao Commander, that idiot is already dead. If you don't leave, you'll cause all of us to die. Seeing the 2 quarreling, the surrounding gods were silent. In fact, they were also very afraid that this place would be breached, but when they thought of Lin Ling, they decided to wait here for his return. You're the idiot! At this moment, a cold voice finally sounded. Lin Ling was walking over from afar. Lin Ling, you're back. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and could not help but laugh. Ah, Your Excellency Lin Ling, you actually returned from the cruel battlefield. You're really something. The Heavenly Tao Commander abandoned Tian Yu and ran towards Lin Ling, incomparably happy. This idiot actually called me an idiot before? Tian Yu and the others looked coldly at Lin Ling. If not for the Heavenly Tao Commander and the others, Tian Yu and the other gods would have killed Lin Ling long ago. It's good that the idiot is back. Entering the fog barrier is more important. After entering the Tao Pagoda, if we have the chance to meet him, we'll deal with him in passing. Beside him, an old man whispered to Tian Yu, causing Tian Yu to glare at Lin Ling angrily. In the end, he dropped the matter. Since Lin Ling is back, everyone, enter the fog barrier. At this moment, the Heavenly Tao Commander walked back with Lin Ling. The people in the team also looked at Lin Ling happily. They all knew very well that to return from the cruel battlefield required superhuman luck and strength. They knew that Lin Ling's strength was very strong, but now they knew that this kind of strength was beyond their imagination. You're Lin Ling, right? Seeing the group preparing to walk through the fog barrier, Tian Yu also sneered at Lin Ling. His smile was filled with threat as if he was saying, "You'd better be tactful. Otherwise, once we pass through the fog barrier, you'll be in for a treat." Lin Ling glanced at Tian Yu and shook his head. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. However, the Heavenly Law's chief soldier was present, and the fog barrier was right in front of his eyes, so he couldn't be bothered to cause trouble. After all, if he were to attack Tian Yu here, the people guarding this place would think that Emperor Shun's people had attacked here, which would cause a lot of trouble. Fog barrier. Lin Ling looked at the fog barrier and knew that Yu and the others were on the other side. He knew very well that it would not be easy to pass through this miasma. With the strength of Yu and the others, it would be very, very difficult. However, the Tao Pagoda's fog barrier had another advantage, and that was that it could be entered in groups. Therefore, if Yu and the others were with the Yellow Emperor and the others, they would definitely be able to enter. Thinking of this, Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the Heavenly Law's chief soldier and the others, assessing whether this group could enter the fog barrier. While Lin Ling was staring at the fog barrier, Tian Yu snorted in disdain. Previously he had shouted Lin Ling's name, but Lin Ling didn't even dare to fart. He didn't even dare to look at him. How useless! He hadn't advanced with the large group before, so he didn't know Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, he thought that Lin Ling was afraid of him and didn't even have the guts to look at him. Then, the large group entered the fog barrier in a grandiose manner. This place was gray and was exactly the same as the fog barrier of the Dao realm. The difference was that there was a path ahead that pointed into the distance. This was different from Lin Ling walking through the fog barrier. There was no path in the fog barrier. One could only burn their soul lamps and not get lost. I wonder how many layers there are in this fog barrier? Looking at how Emperor Shun and the others are fighting with all their might, this fog barrier shouldn't be too difficult. After all, if there were 9 layers of fog barrier, Emperor Shun and the others wouldn't be at ease here. That's true. After entering the fog barrier, everyone was looking forward to it. At the same time, the first wave of calamity arrived. Suddenly, a long golden river appeared in front of them. Then, a large number of jade bottles floated out of the river. After absorbing the river water surged toward Lin Ling. It's the great Dao bottles. Everyone be careful. Use your divine power to resist them. The Heavenly Law's chief soldier shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, all the gods urged their divine power to attack the great Dao bottles. Lin Ling also urged his fists. Each punch could blast out 60 million units of divine power and 60 million worlds power. This was the power of his fusion talent. If he fused it, he could reach 200 million units of divine power. This was 100 million units of divine power and 100 million worlds power. Before Lin Ling opened his 8th Dantian, his power was 8,000 units. Now it was 200 million units. This was the power of his 8th Dantian. Rumble. Rumbles continued as a large number of jade bottles were blasted away. However, one person in the team was also sucked into a jade bottle and disappeared. The golden liquid that gushed out of the jade bottles had an extremely terrifying suction force. Even an early-stage high god wouldn't be able to resist the suction force. The team was able to successfully cross the river because of the strength of everyone's unity. There's an empty Great Dao bottle here. After the team crossed the Golden River, the Waterbird god was delighted. He waved his right hand and a jade bottle flew over. That's a great treasure, right? It's at least a primal chaos sacred artifact. Everyone was envious. Throw it away immediately. This bottle can absorb divine blood. If you carry it with you, it will attract the divine blood river. Suddenly, a voice interrupted everyone's excitement. The Heavenly Law's commander said solemnly, "If it were any other time, it wouldn't matter if this treasure belonged to you. However, in the miasma, a small detail could kill everyone." Is that so? Then I can only throw it away. The Waterbird god sighed softly and threw the jade bottle away reluctantly. This treasure was indeed extraordinary, but if it implicated the entire team, he would obviously feel bad about it. Idiot, the Heavenly Path's chief soldier is just fooling you. Did you really believe him? After the team continued forward, Tian Yu snorted disdainfully. If the Heavenly Path's chief soldier got his hands on this great Dao bottle, he probably wouldn't say that. He would keep it. The old man next to him laughed as if he had seen through the Heavenly Path's chief soldier. Let's go. Tian Yu looked at the great Dao bottle that had disappeared behind him and followed the team forward. After a long time, they arrived at the second level. The second level was very quiet. After the team had walked for a while, countless meteors appeared in front of them and rained down madly. The power of these meteors could also kill early-stage high gods and even mid-stage high gods. Everyone charged through with all your might. The Heavenly Path's chief soldier's expression changed as he sensed tremendous pressure. Chapter 4800. Stop studying it. Hurry up and charge over. If we can't, we'll die. The Heavenly Law Commander roared and took the lead to charge forward. The meteorites in the miasma varied in size. The small ones were only the size of a fingernail while the big ones were the size of an island. Moreover, they were gray and were indeed formed by bone fragments. First the golden river, then the gray bones. Could it be that the danger in the miasma actually comes from the most ancient gods? Their God's blood and God's bones. In the team, Lin Ling also exploded with speed, blasting away the bone meteorites around them. At the same time, he secretly guessed. Fortunately, although there were many bone fragments, they did not swarm over. Otherwise, everyone would definitely die here. Moreover, even a late-stage high-level god would probably not be able to withstand the impact of all the bone meteorites. We're almost there. Everyone, let's go. The Heavenly Law Commander led the way and shouted excitedly. Looking at his body, he was now dripping with blood. He had been cut by bone fragments the size of a fingernail. Until now, they had not encountered any bone meteorites the size of an island. Otherwise, they would probably be wiped out. Heavenly Law Commander, look, the large bone meteorite in the distance is moving. It looks like the bone of a hand. Suddenly, a god behind him shouted, causing everyone to look over. They saw that in the miasma, a huge bone meteorite was swaying. This bone meteorite was indeed the size of a hand. Hurry, charge out of here. The Heavenly Law Commander knew that things were troublesome. Rumble. However, at this moment, a golden river appeared in front of them. Hundreds of jade bottles appeared. It was the Great Tao treasure bottle. This was the danger of the first level. Why did it appear here? Who took the Great Tao treasure bottle away? The Heavenly Law Commander was stunned for a moment. Then he cursed, "Didn't I say that taking away the Great Tao treasure bottle would attract the god's blood river? Damn it, did you take my words for granted?" He was completely furious. Although only hundreds of jade bottles had appeared, they could block them. However, if the jade bottles blocked their way, they would be in trouble when the bone meteorites arrived. "It's not me. I threw it away earlier." The water bird god immediately shouted anxiously. "Now, let's charge out first." At this moment, Lin Ling said anxiously as he looked at the bone fragments in the distance. "Motherf asterisk cur. I'll chop you into pieces after we leave." The Heavenly Tao army cursed again before charging forward to fight against those Great Tao treasure bottles. At this moment, Lin Ling also knew that time was running out. Gray robe appeared and 200 million points of strength erupted. "Hi gods, follow me and break open the Grand Tao." Lin Ling shouted and opened up a path with the Heavenly Tao soldiers, charging forward. Rumble. With the addition of Lin Ling, those Great Tao treasure bottles were all blown away. Everyone barely managed to cross the Golden River, and at the back of the group, a high god was the slowest. He was struck by a giant bone fragment, and his entire body exploded, turning into dust. Fortunately, under this wave of attacks, only one person died. Moreover, the crowd was also very puzzled. Wasn't that person an early-stage high god? Why didn't he open up a path at the front? Instead, he hid at the back of the group. If not for that, he probably wouldn't have died. "Let's leave first." The Heavenly Tao soldiers stared at the dead god, then gritted his teeth and continued forward. After a long while, everyone finally arrived at a safe zone. Upon closer inspection, everyone was exhausted and covered in blood. Then, they all took the opportunity to rest where they were. A moment later, the Heavenly Tao soldiers looked up and said, "Who stole the Great Tao treasure bottle? Hand it over now. Otherwise, if I find out who it is, don't blame me for being rude." The group was silent, and everyone looked at each other. "It's you." Suddenly, Tian Yu pointed at one of them. Everyone looked over and realized that there was a Great Tao treasure bottle hanging behind that person. "Well, you almost got us killed. Also, my friend Rishan God died because of you. You'll pay for it with your life." Tian Yu suddenly cursed, his murderous aura overflowing. The only high god that had died earlier was one of the 6 of them. Therefore, Tian Yu was also furious at this moment. "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." And that god was Waterbird. He complained tearfully, "I clearly threw the Great Tao treasure bottle away earlier. Everyone saw it." You threw it away on the surface, but who knows if you stole it behind my back? Heavenly Tao soldiers, what do you think about this? Let me tell you, my man is dead. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation because the Sun Mountain God no longer has the protection of the Tao realm. He is truly dead. Tianyu looked at the Heavenly Tao soldiers and said, as if he would not give up if he did not give an explanation. The Heavenly Tao soldiers frowned, looked at the crying god, and finally sighed softly. I'm sorry, Waterbird. You can only leave the group. Leave with the protection of the Tao realm. What? He doesn't have to die? Tianyu immediately said sharply after hearing the Heavenly Tao soldier's words. Is he really going to die? However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly sounded. He said indifferently, Waterbird has been following me all this time. If he had the Great Tao treasure bottle, I would definitely have seen it. Moreover, Waterbird would not be so stupid as to keep the Great Tao treasure bottle behind him. Or you, do you have the right to speak? Moreover, you are with him, so you will definitely speak up for him. Tianyu stared at Lin Ling and snorted coldly. In fact, it's very simple to find out who brought the Great Tao treasure bottle. Apart from Waterbird, everyone here has the aura of divine blood. See if anyone else has it. If they do, it's very likely that this person secretly placed the Great Tao treasure bottle on Waterbird God when no one was paying attention. Lin Ling looked at Tianyu with a cold smile, then looked at everyone else. The moment he said that, everyone nodded. In fact, they did not believe that Waterbird God would do such a stupid thing. Moreover, even if he had really stolen the Great Tao treasure bottle, Waterbird would have hidden it on his body and not on his back at all. Nonsense. At this moment, Tianyu suddenly cursed and looked into the distance. It's too dangerous to stay here. Let's continue forward. Idiot! Hearing Tianyu's words, Lin Ling's expression was full of disdain. Wasn't this a confession without being pressed? Sure enough, the Heavenly Tao soldiers and the others looked at Tianyu with increasingly cold expressions. Tianyu had been in a hurry to kill Waterbird God and even demanded an explanation from the Heavenly Tao soldiers. Now he was in a hurry to leave. As long as one was not a fool, one could tell that there was something fishy about this person. What are you all looking at me for? Tianyu gritted his teeth under everyone's stares and suddenly said, That's right, I was the one who took the Great Tao treasure bottle, but I didn't know there would be such consequences. I didn't know about this matter, so I'll just let it go. Let it go just like that? Everyone was furious. Chapter 4801. Moreover, the military commander of the Heavenly Tao had already warned everyone that carrying the Great Tao treasure bottle was very dangerous. Tianyu had been there at the time, so how could he not have heard it? This despicable and shameless person had almost killed everyone for his own selfish gains. Bullshit. I didn't hear you say that when you tried to harm me. The Waterbird God cursed angrily. He looked at the military commander and said, Sir Military Commander of the Heavenly Tao, no matter what, you must give me an explanation for this. That's right. The others nodded one after another. The military commander of the Heavenly Tao was the leader, so it was up to him to decide how to deal with Tianyu. You've gone too far. You're biting me in the back. Didn't you see that my friend, the Sun Mountain God, was killed, and none of you died? Now you want to settle the score with me? Do you think you're worthy? Tianyu roared angrily again, as if he was blaming everyone for the Sun Mountain God's death. He had completely forgotten that if he hadn't stolen the Great Tao treasure bottle, his friend wouldn't have died. Tianyu, after becoming a god and experiencing several eras, this is the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you. The military commander of the Heavenly Tao couldn't stand it anymore. He ignored Tianyu's roar and was about to attack him. You dare touch me? I am Zi Tianyu, the son of the North Pole Middle Sky Emperor of the North Pole Middle Sky. My father is the Yellow Emperor's friend. If you touch us, will you be able to deal with this trouble? Suddenly, a handwritten letter appeared in Tianyu's hand. He poured his divine essence into it, and a holy middle-aged man appeared. He wore a purple imperial robe and a jade crown, and his cold eyes seemed to look down on everyone. The North Pole Middle Sky Emperor was one of the 4 great emperors of the Age of Gods. The father of the woman who had invited Lin Ling to the 1,000-year promise was one of the 4 great emperors, the heavenly emperor of supreme polarity of the West. In the Tao realm, the 4 great emperors' status and strength were second only to the 5 emperors. In fact, from a certain perspective, the 4 great emperors had the same status as the 5 emperors. The only difference was that one was in the age of gods, while the other was in the primordial era. Of course, the most important thing was that the North Pole Middle Sky Emperor knew the Yellow Emperor. Everyone, if my son has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. If you're still dissatisfied, you can go find the Yellow Emperor. He will give you justice. The cold man looked down at the crowd and said, his words seemed to be polite, but they carried a sense of supremacy. However, if you insist on settling this matter privately and offend my son, then don't blame me for being impolite. I will remember your faces. It's useless even if you run to the ends of the earth. After the voice was heard, the handwritten decree emitted a light, and the cold man gradually disappeared. Light of doppelganger. The soldiers from the heavenly Tao shuddered upon seeing this. They knew that the light emanating from the imperial edict was the light of an avatar. Even though it was only light, it possessed sentience, which meant that Emperor Ziwei had come in person. Emperor Ziwei? Is it the giant god who claims to be the great emperor, the one who leaves nothing behind when he goes to war? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect him to know the Yellow Emperor. Everyone frowned. Now, none of them dared to touch Tianyu. Firstly, they had to give face to the Yellow Emperor. Secondly, Emperor Ziwei had already memorized their faces. If they dared to touch Tianyu, they wouldn't be able to escape. In the end, he could only let the Yellow Emperor know and let him deal with it. However, it was quite clear that the Yellow Emperor would definitely give face to Emperor Ziwei, which meant that Tianyu was fine. No one was injured in the first place, so why make such a big deal out of it? Besides, I'm the one who suffered the most, but I'm not even angry, so why are you all angry? Tianyu chuckled upon seeing that no one dared to say anything. He looked extremely smug. In fact, he was even looking at the soldiers from the heavenly Tao, Shui Niao, and all of the gods with a provocative expression. However, no one dared to look him in the eye. This was the crown prince. Even if they didn't provoke him, there was nothing they could do if he provoked them. Ha! Tianyu's laughter grew even louder upon seeing everyone's silence. All of a sudden, his gaze fell upon Lin Ling, only to discover that Lin Ling was not as wary of him as everyone else. Instead, he was looking at him with a hint of a smile on his face, and there was killing intent in his eyes. It was as if he didn't fear Emperor Ziwei or the Yellow Emperor at all. Tianyu wanted to curse at him, but for some reason, he held himself back. He had already seen that Lin Ling was much more powerful than he had imagined. He was already paving the way with a high god. He wasn't someone he could afford to provoke. Sun Mountain God is just dead. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of you? I'll slowly torture you to death once we enter the Tao Pagoda. Tianyu didn't dare to look at Lin Ling again as he thought to himself. Let's go. The soldiers from the heavenly Tao said. Then he turned to Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, ignore him. This guy is like a hornet's nest. Just pretend you don't see him. After all, if you provoke him, you'll be in trouble even in the Tao realm. He's just a junior. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. He wasn't afraid of Emperor Ziwei, but he didn't want to implicate the soldiers from the heavenly Tao. What a joke. Lin Ling, wasn't even afraid of Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao. Why would he be afraid of Emperor Ziwei? The group continued onward. The third level was still filled with bone meteorites, but the threat was about the same as the second level. They passed through without any danger. Next, the fourth level, the fifth level, and finally the sixth level. What was shocking was that the sixth floor was the safest. There was nothing there, only a multicolored ancient tree drifting there. This tree was extremely mysterious. Divine light flowed around it, and there was a fist-sized fruit on the tree that exuded a sweet fragrance. Upon closer inspection, the fruit looked like the shape of an infant. It was extremely mysterious. Heavens, this is the 8-treasure acacia tree. We're quite lucky. The soldiers from the heavenly Tao stared at the divine tree and laughed in surprise. This divine tree is very rare. It specializes in devouring divine bones. It's because of this tree that the 6th level is empty. Moreover, this tree specifically picks out treasures to devour. This means that the most precious divine bones in the miasma are on the 6th level. There are no more divine bones on the 6th level. Heavenly Tao soldiers, does this mean that we've passed through the miasma? That's right. Everyone was ecstatic upon hearing this. 8 treasure acacia tree? A curious smile appeared on Lin Ling's face. What other abilities does this tree have? This tree is a treasure from head to toe. It has 8 treasure branches, and it creates an illusionary world. If a god has a clone, they can allow their clone to cultivate in the illusionary world. This will greatly enhance their clone's power. The soldiers from the heavenly Tao explained. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. What if I allow my Dantian to cultivate in the illusionary world? Then wouldn't my Dantian be enhanced as well? In theory, that is indeed the case. However, the 8 treasure acacia tree has 8 worlds. Who has 8 Dantians? The soldiers from the heavenly Tao shook his head with a smile. Chapter 4802. Therefore, Lin Ling was very clear that he must get this ancient tree. It's not difficult for Sir Lin Ling to get this divine tree. You just have to subdue the tree's core world. However, you must not touch this tree, or it will sprout branches and leaves. If you want to subdue it again, you'll have to go through all 8 core worlds. Sigh. The Heavenly Law Commander saw Lin Ling's expectant face and thought that Lin Ling wanted this treasure. However, just as he finished speaking, laughter came from the front. 8 treasures fruit. Tianyu was holding the fruit of the 8 treasures acacia tree in his hand and laughing happily at this moment. However, Lin Ling's face darkened because he saw that the divine tree was sprouting branches and leaves. It was divided into 8 branches, and each branch was filled with illusionary clouds, magnificent and magnificent. This meant that if Lin Ling wanted to get this tree, he would have to go through all 8 core worlds. That damned beast actually touched the treasure tree and caused it to sprout branches and leaves. Is this guy trying to kill us? All the gods in the team were gnashing their teeth in anger. Although they did not know that Lin Ling wanted the 8 treasures acacia tree, they felt that Tianyu was too selfish to touch the taboo here without everyone's consent. If things went wrong, this kind of action might kill someone again. This beast! The Heavenly Law Commander could not help but curse. He knew that Lin Ling wanted the 8 treasures acacia tree, but Tianyu's action could be said to be killing Lin Ling. If Tianyu wanted the fruit, he could have just said it, and Lin Ling would probably give it to him. After all, Lin Ling only wanted the tree. However, snatching the fruit without asking everyone was putting Lin Ling at a disadvantage. What are you all looking at me for? Do you want to snatch my treasure? Let me tell you, the team has a rule. Any treasure obtained by anyone belongs to them. This fruit was obtained by me first, so it belongs to me. Seeing everyone looking at him angrily, Tianyu did not realize it at all and spoke as if he was right. At this moment, Lin Ling finally walked out. Your Excellency Lin Ling. The Heavenly Tao's commander hurriedly shouted. I, Lin Ling, will take responsibility for my own actions. Lin Ling continued to walk forward, coldly leaving behind a sentence. The Heavenly Tao commander laughed bitterly. He knew what Lin Ling wanted to do. In fact, he had tolerated Tianyu for a long time. It was just that he did not want Lin Ling to be so impulsive. What are you trying to do? Didn't you hear what my father said before? Seeing Lin Ling walk over, Tianyu wasn't afraid at all. In his opinion, these people were all hooligans. They wanted to snatch his treasures the moment they saw him. Call your father out, Lin Ling said as he walked. The anger in his heart was finally ignited. The 8 treasures acacia tree. This was currently the most suitable treasure Lin Ling knew of for a breakthrough. He had encountered it with great difficulty, but in the end, new problems cropped up. Moreover, it was ruined by this good-for-nothing. How could Lin Ling hold back his anger? He's not worthy. Tianyu sneered. He's not worthy. Lin Ling frowned. Powerful divine essence gushed out. With a sudden suction, the 8 treasures acacia fruit in Tianyu's hand floated over. How dare you? You actually dare to steal my treasure. Tianyu flew into a rage. Snatch your treasure? Lin Ling sneered. His palms suddenly clenched. That 8 treasures acacia fruit was crushed by Lin Ling. He said coolly, "Call your father out." Everyone stared at Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. This was crushing Tianyu. You! Tianyu also stared fixedly at Lin Ling. He never thought that Lin Ling dared to destroy his fruit. You're dead, you're dead. His father's handwritten order appeared in his hand. Sacred light shot out, turning into a majestic God Emperor. North Pole Emperor. Father! Tianyu immediately yelled at the sight of the God Emperor. However, his yell had only just faded when a hand pierced through the air and landed on Tianyu's arm. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked up at the 5-colored God Emperor. You're North Pole Emperor, right? Your son is about to die. I Lin Ling told you so. Bam! Tianyu's arm was crushed by Lin Ling's hand as soon as he finished speaking. Tianyu drew a sharp intake of breath. He did not think that this person would dare to attack him in front of his father. North Pole Emperor's pupils contracted. His clone had only just arrived, and he had no idea what was going on. Now, someone was attacking his son. Your Excellency, if my son has offended you in any way, please spare him this once for my sake. If you're dissatisfied with this, you can seek out the Yellow Emperor. North Pole Emperor was enraged, but he repressed his rage in the end. You have no sh*t. Lin Ling did not even look at North Pole Emperor. He clenched his fist, and Tianyu's other arm was crushed into dust again. Tianyu howled in agony. He was also a little dumbstruck. Everyone else was extremely fearful of his father's arrival. However, not only was this Lin Ling not fearful, he was even asking him to summon his father. Most importantly, he was torturing him in front of his father. Your Excellency! North Pole Emperor's brows furrowed, and his expression was extremely dark. What he was about to say this time was naturally a threat. However, he did not even get a chance to say anything before Tianyu's soul was obliterated. This was the 3 extreme destruction of the universe. He did not even have the chance to use the protection of a Dao realm cultivator. Your son is about to die. I Lin Ling told you so. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at North Pole Emperor with an indifferent expression. He had killed Emperor Ziwei's son right in front of him, and Lin Ling couldn't even be bothered to give a reason for his death. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. North Pole Emperor's eyes were as red as blood. This was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant person after reincarnating. He had killed his son without even giving a reason. Do you remember me now? If you do, then piss off. Lin Ling was still looking at North Pole Emperor. You're very arrogant. I'll remember you. You're going to regret this. North Pole Emperor began to disappear, and the light of North Pole Emperor disappeared into the mist. In the end, this was only the light of a clone. However, on the other side, a giant in a purple robe sat on the summit of a mountain. He was glaring into the distance with killing intent and fury radiating from his eyes. Rumble! Heaven and earth trembled violently before him. My son is dead. Lin Ling killed him. You dare to kill my son and act so arrogantly in front of me? Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, do you want me to exterminate your entire family? The giant spoke in a low voice, and countless gods below the throne trembled as their expressions shifted drastically. This was the first time they had seen an emperor so enraged. Your Excellency Lin Ling. Everyone looked into the mist with wry smiles on their faces. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so domineering. Not only did he dare to kill Tianyu, he even called his father over and killed Tianyu in front of his father. That was quite a satisfying experience, but it was going to be troublesome. Don't worry, I killed Tianyu right in front of North Pole Emperor, so he's going to come looking for me. I'll take full responsibility for what I did. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said, Chapter 4803. Your Excellency Lin Ling, the 8-treasure acacia tree has already sprouted branches and leaves. It will probably take a few hundred years for it to return to normal. Let's leave the fog barrier. At this time, The Heavenly Tao commander said to Lin Ling. Speaking of leaving the fog barrier, everyone was incomparably happy because they were about to enter the Tao Tower. You guys go first. I plan to stay and obtain this 8-treasure acacia tree. Lin Ling looked at the 8-treasure acacia tree and shook his head. The anger in his heart did not diminish. If it weren't for that idiot Tianyu, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble now. The 8-treasure acacia tree has already sprouted branches and leaves. If you want to obtain it, the difficulty is 8 times greater. Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I've made up my mind. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Heavenly Tao commander and the others shook their heads helplessly. They could only let Lin Ling be. They finally understood why Lin Ling dared to kill Tianyu. It turned out that Lin Ling was completely angry. This anger had reached the point where he was completely unafraid of the North Pole Emperor. Tianyu was indeed an idiot. He thought that with the great emperor's handwritten decree, no one would dare to touch him. He had no idea that once his hatred reached the point of irreconcilable hatred, the enemy would still dare to kill him. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I wish you good luck. Your Excellency Lin Ling, we will wait for you at the Tao Tower. I hope we can meet again if fate wills it. Everyone bid farewell to Lin Ling. The Heavenly Tao commander looked at Lin Ling and could not help but sigh softly. Thank you for taking care of me during this journey. If possible, I still don't want you to enter the 8-treasure acacia tree. After all, I had a good friend who also wanted to obtain this divine tree, but in the end he disappeared forever after entering. He was lost in the 8-treasure acacia tree. This divine tree, what is inside is not one's cultivation realm. There are too many dangers. However, I also know that Your Excellency Lin Ling has made up his mind, so I can only wish you good luck. Heavenly Tao Army Commander, I wish you good luck as well. Let's leave behind a voice transmission talisman. We'll meet again in the future. After exchanging a few words with the Heavenly Law Commander-in-Chief, Lin Ling watched everyone leave. Soon after, he stared at the 8-treasure acacia tree that had become incomparably enormous, and his expression couldn't help but become a bit more solemn. It was said that the 8-treasures acacia tree formed its own illusory world. Illusion? Lin Ling didn't know how many illusions he had faced in his life, but the 8-treasures acacia tree's illusions were definitely different. Otherwise, the Heavenly Tao's chief soldier would not have warned him so solemnly before. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling walked towards the gigantic 8-treasures acacia tree. At this moment, this divine tree had already become incomparably huge, as if it was indomitable. All of its branches were swaying, emitting multicolored radiance. It was magnificent. At first, the tree was not huge, but after being touched, it immediately became like a hedgehog protecting itself, becoming incomparably huge. The 8 main branches were like a great world, emitting a light that could grasp one's soul. Looking at this tree quietly, one could not help but have the urge to get close. This was a kind of magical power. Unfortunately, once one got close and touched this tree, one would enter the illusory world and die inside. If I didn't touch this tree, I would only need to experience the illusory world once. But now, I need to experience it 8 times. Sigh, I can only admit that I'm unlucky. Lin Ling shook his head, and his mood gradually calmed down. Since he started learning martial arts in this life, he had already experienced countless life and death tempering. Now that he had experienced it again, it was not difficult for his heart to twist and turn again. He came under the giant tree and gently touched it with his palm. In this instant, Lin Ling sensed an ancient power enveloping his entire body. It was like the power of the beginning of the universe, the power of the primordial chaos being broken. Lin Ling felt that his body was involuntary, as if he had entered a new door. However, he was very sure that this power was the same ancient power as Pangu's attack. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was like blood. In the calm grassland, a gentle breeze blew, giving people a feeling of peace. It was a little hot here, but the wind was very cool. The paddy fields in the distance were like a landscape painting. Dragonflies flew over the paddy fields, and finally, they flew into the distance. Looking at the horizon, one could see a small village at the edge of the endless paddy fields. There was a shepherd boy riding a cow, bathing in the setting sun as he returned home. That village was quiet and serene. Especially under the setting sun, it was like a paradise isolated from the rest of the world. Lin Ling stood in the paddy fields, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his face. His expression did not change. The paddy fields around him swayed under the gentle breeze, like waves of green waves. This is the illusory world? How do I walk over? Although the surrounding scenery was very beautiful, Lin Ling was very knowledgeable, so he was not moved at all. Just standing here quietly will not solve the problem. And in the vicinity, there is only that small village. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, followed the path of the paddy fields, and gradually came to the small village. Looking carefully, the small village was very quiet. After a busy day, the people were chatting outside their houses, drinking wine, and chatting wittily. The golden setting sun shone down, dyeing the entire village red. With a sweep of his gaze, it gave people a feeling of incomparable tranquility and serenity. In the future, when I become an expert at the peak of the universe, I will find a quiet village and live quietly with Yu, and the rest. Perhaps this kind of life is what I want. Lin Ling said with a smile. The tranquility and serenity of the village had undoubtedly caused Lin Ling to be somewhat immersed in it. He had killed too many people in his life, fought too many battles, and barged into too many forbidden lands. At some point in time, he would feel that tranquility and serenity were the best. Hee little brother, are you an outsider? After Lin Ling entered the village, many people looked at him, revealing kind smiles. Yes, I happened to pass by here. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Everything about him looked very ordinary. Little brother, our village hasn't had an outsider for many years. An old man in his 60s said with a smile. He held his opium pipe and took a few puffs. Is that so? Lin Ling continued walking, smiling and greeting the crowd. Although he knew that this was just an illusion, when faced with a peaceful and tranquil illusion, Lin Ling would also do as the Romans do. What a handsome little brother. Beside the big tree, a few young girls were looking at Lin Ling excitedly, but when Lin Ling looked at them, they lowered their heads shyly. This made Lin Ling smile and continue walking. Little brother, be careful. Walking along the main road, an uncle carrying straw smiled at Lin Ling. He had a lot of straw on his back, occupying most of the road, so he reminded Lin Ling. I'm fine. Lin Ling stood by the side of the road, making way for the uncle. After the uncle left, he continued walking. Little brother, come, this is the rice wine we brewed with rice. It's very fragrant. A man in his 40s came out with a wine jug, poured a bowl, and then handed it to Lin Ling. Thank you. Chapter 4804. Little brother, you have a good tolerance for alcohol. The man laughed heartily and poured a bowl for himself as well. Then he began to gulp it down with loud gulps. Lin Ling nodded with a smile and continued walking along the main road. By the side of the road, there were children playing with crickets. They were having a great time. Looking at the well by the side, there was an old woman washing rice. When she saw Lin Ling, she revealed a kind smile and invited Lin Ling to her house as a guest. Lin Ling smiled and declined. Big brother, help me pick it up. A 5-year-old child waved at Lin Ling. On a small tree, a bamboo dragonfly was lying there. The child was not tall and could not pick it up. Lin Ling smiled and picked up the bamboo dragonfly for the child. Big brother, you're so nice. The child smiled at Lin Ling, revealing his white teeth. However, at the age of teeth loss, one of his front teeth was missing. He was very cute. Little brother, our village is the most hospitable. It's rare for you to come to our village. Please come to our house as a guest. The child's mother also walked over. She looked very gentle and invited Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked around and finally nodded. Then, he followed the woman and soon arrived at a small courtyard. Child's father, a guest is here. Hurry up and take out the cured meat for the new year to serve the guest. The woman shouted after entering the house. A simple and honest middle-aged man walked out with a smile. When he saw Lin Ling, he exclaimed, "What a handsome little brother. Take a seat. The food will be ready soon." Thank you. Lin Ling thanked him and sat down in the courtyard. He looked around and enjoyed the tranquility of the setting sun. "Little brother, it will be ready soon." The woman smiled politely and immediately went to help the man. "Big brother." Only the child accompanied Lin Ling and played with the bamboo dragonfly. Lin Ling watched the bamboo dragonfly fly up and down from time to time. His heart was even more peaceful. "Big brother, give it a try." At this moment, the child ran over with the bamboo dragonfly in his arms, asking Lin Ling to give it a try. Lin Ling took the bamboo dragonfly and was about to release it when he suddenly frowned. He saw that the previously innocent child's eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. A dagger appeared in his lotus root-like hand and he suddenly pointed it at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was about to assassinate him. This scene made Lin Ling's heart tremble. He never expected that the 5-year-old child would actually want to kill him. Furthermore, the first moment the child gave people a feeling of innocence, the next moment the child gave people a feeling of a devil. Get lost. Lin Ling wanted to use his divine energy to send the child flying. However, he immediately realized that his divine energy had also disappeared. The stairway of the god's stairs. All of his methods. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change dramatically. It must be an illusion. That power did not disappear. It was the illusion that was affecting him, making him think that the power had disappeared. Lin Ling shouted in his heart. But even if he knew that it was an illusion, wanting to use that power, he still felt like a stone being thrown into the sea. Smith. At the critical moment, Lin Ling's right hand reached out and suddenly grabbed the child's arm, preventing the dagger from stabbing over. "What are you doing?" Lin Ling lowered his head, his voice turning cold. "I'm going to kill you." The child's voice was very tender, but the words spoken carried billowing killing intent. "Kill you." At this time, 2 figures also rushed out of the kitchen. It was precisely the woman and that man from before. They held kitchen knives in their hands and charged at Lin Ling as if they had gone mad. These people are crazy, or are they all heart illusionary realm? Lin Ling's brows furrowed. Although his power had disappeared, he was ultimately a martial artist. He avoided with a step. Bang! The 2 kitchen knives had also landed on the wooden chair he had made earlier. They had sunk deep into the wood. If Lin Ling had been 1 step slower, he would have been cut down. If Lin Ling was a mortal, those 2 knives would have seriously injured Lin Ling. Bang! At this time, the door of the small courtyard was kicked open. The man who had given the wine to Lin Ling appeared, holding a sickle in his hand. "Kill you!" He also charged at Lin Ling. Behind him was the man with the straw on his back. He had also come to kill Lin Ling with a shoulder pole. Gradually, more and more people rushed into the small courtyard. The auntie who had washed the rice. The child who had herded the cows. The young girls who had a crush on Lin Ling. The entire small courtyard was filled with people. Their eyes were red, and they wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Lin Ling's expression was solemn, as though he could not believe that the peaceful small village would turn into a hellish abyss in the next moment. He leaped up and landed on the wall, avoiding the crowd's encirclement. His gaze fell outside the small courtyard, and he saw a large number of people from the village rushing over. They were all ordinary mortals, so their weapons were kitchen knives and sickles. They stared at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the murderer of their father. The setting sun still shone on the entire village. For some reason, the dreamlike beautiful village from before had quietly turned demonic. Evil was everywhere. Swoosh! Lin Ling leaped down and ran along the main road. And behind him, a large number of people were chasing after him. They seemed to have gone mad. Most importantly, a large number of villagers had appeared on the road ahead. The fastest ones were the children who had been playing with crickets. At this moment, Lin Ling had nowhere to go. This made Lin Ling stop and look coldly at this group of people. Clenching his fist, Lin Ling had finally decided to make a move. Facing the nearest person, Lin Ling's arm moved, and with a flip of his hand, he snatched the sickle from the person's hand. Then, with a slash of his arm, a bloody wound appeared on the person's neck. Plop! The person's neck was slit by Lin Ling's blade. Bang! Lin Ling did not stop and continued his slaughter. Bang! 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 More and more villagers fell to the ground, and the entire road was covered in blood. "Big brother!" The child who had been playing with the bamboo dragonfly screamed at this moment. However, what greeted him was the cold glint of the sickle. The child's head fell off. His entire body remained standing in the same spot, but his neck was gushing blood. Plop. Finally, the child fell to the ground. Next were the child's parents, the man who had gifted the wine to Lin Ling, and the granny who had washed rice. As time passed, there was only one person standing on the entire road. It was Lin Ling. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and looking around him, there was blood everywhere. The villagers of the entire village had been killed by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's gaze was calm as if he had done nothing. He threw down the sickle and walked out. At the same time, he had arrived in the second world. This place was still the same paddy field from before. In the distance, it was still the same serene village. Everything was exactly the same. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling's eyes trembled violently. He stood in the same spot, deep in thought, as if he wanted to know the mystery behind this. After a long time, he walked towards the village again. Chapter 48:05. It was as if time was flowing backward. The setting sun was still shining, and the setting sun was like blood. "Thank you. Thank you." Lin Ling smiled kindly at everyone as if it was his first time in the village. Then, he followed the child and returned to the small courtyard. Throughout the whole process, he was extremely calm, which was completely different from the murderous demon from before. After entering the small courtyard, Lin Ling sat quietly on the chair and observed the changes around him. To be honest, except for some small changes, there was not much difference in the overall situation. Even the child who was playing with the bamboo dragonfly was missing an incisor, but he was still very cute when he smiled. However, what made Lin Ling feel strange was that although he knew that it was all an illusion, there was always a voice in his heart telling him that it was all real. "Big brother, come and drink a bowl of soup." At this time, the child held a bowl of soup in both hands and carefully ran over. "Be careful, the guest is scalded." The woman's voice came from the kitchen. This was also different from before. "Be careful." Lin Ling smiled politely, walked forward, and took the hot soup from the child's hands. Just as he sat down, he immediately saw that the child had changed. His eyes became crazy and full of murderous intent. A dagger appeared in his little hand again, and he stabbed fiercely at Lin Ling. "Go to hell." That childish voice was exactly the same as before, including the murderous intent. However, Lin Ling had already expected this. He put down the hot soup with both hands, clapped his hands, and snatched the dagger from the child's hand. His figure retreated and he left the seat. "Go to hell." The child was like a demon, still chasing after Lin Ling. "Go to hell." At the same time, the couple rushed out of the house, holding kitchen knives, and pounced on Lin Ling. After they rushed out, they did not care about the child at all. They only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Bang! The door of the small courtyard was also knocked open, and the people he met before rushed in again. Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. After the first mutation, he was already used to it. What made him curious was, did he pass through the first heart world? And the second heart world, was it the same? With a step, Lin Ling rushed up the wall. Although his strength was no longer there, his martial arts experience was still there, and his reaction was not bad. After he jumped up the wall, he saw that outside the wall, the villagers were crazily rushing over with weapons in their hands. It was as if they were possessed by demons as they rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling jumped down from the wall and walked forward. When he reached the main road again, he was also blocked. "It's starting." Lin Ling's expression was calm. The dagger in his hand stabbed out diagonally, and the head of old Granny Rice, who was closest to him, flew off. Swoosh! Under the setting sun, the killing began. One figure after another fell to the ground as thick blood dyed the earth red. In the end, only Lin Ling was left standing. He held the dagger in his hand. The edge of the dagger had been bent from the killing and was constantly dripping with blood. Lin Ling calmly looked at the corpses around him and took a step forward. With this step, it was as if he had walked through an eternity of time. When he reappeared, it was the scene of the setting sun. paddy fields, dragonflies, and a small village in the distance. It's here again. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression could not help but change. He closed his eyes slightly, trying to sense the different scenery from before. However, he did not gain anything. It was as if it was Lin Ling's first time here. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength was still suppressed. All of his power had disappeared. Shaking his head, Lin Ling walked towards the village. Sure enough, the enthusiastic voices sounded again. The villagers were full of goodwill towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling returned to the child's courtyard again. In the blink of an eye, the killing came. Lin Ling chose to jump over the wall again and down the main road. He slaughtered all the villagers until the blood flowed like a river. He stood quietly on the main road and investigated everything that was different from before. Unfortunately, he gained nothing. In the end, he took a step forward. What followed was as he had guessed. It was still the village from before. This was the fourth time. If an ordinary person encountered such a scene, even if they did not go crazy, they would start to doubt themselves. Because it was as if they had entered a dead end. There was no way out and they would be lost here forever. If he wanted to solve this, he had to find the difference from before. However, Lin Ling had been paying attention. However, he did not find the difference. Even if there was, it was only a small change. Unless he did not enter the village and walked further away. However, he had a feeling that if he did not enter the village, he might be able to explore the entire world, but he would be lost here forever. Therefore, he was sure that the village was the only way. Not long after he entered the village, the killing began again. Lin Ling was decisive and killed everything. After he took a step forward, he entered the world of the village for the fifth time. Crazy, crazy. If it was any other god, they would definitely go crazy. However, Lin Ling seemed to be used to it. He entered the village again and greeted the villagers politely. He only killed them all when they revealed their killing intent. Then, the sixth time, Lin Ling did not change. Finally, the seventh time. However, when he came for the seventh time, Lin Ling still appeared in the rice field. However, there was a figure in front of him. It was an old man in cotton clothes. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled politely. "Your Excellency, you have already walked through the world of the heart 7 times. You are also the first person to walk through the world of the heart 7 times. If you want to leave, follow me." The old man walked forward slowly with his back hunched. Lin Ling's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Thank you." He followed the old man forward. What surprised Lin Ling was that the old man's so-called leaving was actually still walking towards the village. Go to hell. However, this time, the scene changed. When Lin Ling entered the village, the old man suddenly attacked and slaughtered Lin Ling. The villagers also all rushed over. Most importantly, the old man was very strong and was one of the best among martial artists. He was agile and a black knife appeared in his hand. He actually slashed Lin Ling's chest. A piercing pain was felt as fresh blood flowed out of his body. Pain. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. How many years had it been since he felt pain, let alone being injured by such an ordinary weapon? Go to hell. At this time, a few children hugged Lin Ling's legs and did not let Lin Ling dodge. The old man's face was ferocious as he pounced on Lin Ling again. The black knife suddenly stabbed into Lin Ling's chest. This time, more blood spewed out. Lin Ling's face also became incomparably pale. His strength had disappeared, making him as weak as a mortal. However, his combat experience was still there. He suddenly grabbed the black knife in his chest and pulled it out. Then, he swept it towards the old man's neck. Gulyalu. Chapter 48:06. As the sun set, blood flowed like a river. After a long time, the ground was full of corpses lying at the entrance of the village. Lin Ling held his chest and calmly looked at everything in front of him. Then, he took a step forward. The scene changed again, but what shocked Lin Ling was that he was still in the rice field, and in front of him was still the old man. The old man smiled and said to Lin Ling, "Sir, you've already walked through the realm 8 times. You're the first person to walk through the realm 8 times. If you want to leave, follow me." The old man was very kind, as if he was guiding the way. But Lin Ling knew that it wouldn't be long before the old man was going to do something to him. However, Lin Ling still followed the old man and walked towards the village, because he also heard that the old man said that it was different from before. It was no longer the 7th time, but the 8th time. In fact, everything was just as Lin Ling guessed. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the village, the old man suddenly attacked Lin Ling, and the surrounding villagers also rushed over crazily. And this time, it was even more dangerous than the last time, because Lin Ling couldn't take the old man's black saber anymore. But fortunately, the surrounding villagers all wanted to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling took the dagger from a child's hand and finally died together with the old man, slaughtering all the villagers. Blood dyed the ground red, and the smell of blood enveloped Lin Ling's body. The setting sun shone on Lin Ling's body, and the bloody light and sunset light enveloped him, emitting a faint light. Lin Ling was seriously injured, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he calmly looked into the distance, and there was no murderous aura in his eyes. It was as if he had killed all the villagers in several worlds, and all of this had nothing to do with him. Finally, he took a step forward. But after this step, the dead old man suddenly climbed up and smiled at Lin Ling. "Sir, you're really strange. Is this the 8th level of the realm?" When he saw the old man, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever, as if he already knew that the old man would appear. And the old man stared fixedly at Lin Ling, shocked by Lin Ling's calmness. He nodded. "That's right, this is indeed the 8th level's heart world. But what puzzles me is that you've already been to the village 5 times. Why are you still heading in that direction? Aren't you afraid that this is a dead-end world with no end?" Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. "Because I can feel that every time I enter the village, there are small changes. In fact, it's a different world. Is it because of this that you chose to follow the old path and enter the villages without any intention of exploring the entire world?" The old man frowned. "That's right, I trust my intuition." Lin Ling nodded. "You're really a strange person." The old man narrowed his eyes, as if he was shocked by Lin Ling's choice. He continued, "Also, you entered the village 6 times in a row. The villagers wanted to kill you, but why didn't you strike first? Also, on the 7th time, I ambushed you. Why didn't you kill me when you saw me for the 8th time? Instead, you were ambushed by me and then killed me." Hearing this, Lin Ling said calmly, "Your Excellency, this spirit heart world is ever-changing. You must have sensed the killing in me, so you used the spirit heart illusion of killing to affect me. Because you want to provoke me to kill and kill the entire spirit heart world. Unfortunately, I've already killed people with principles. I won't kill those who don't want to kill me." The old man's body trembled and he frowned. "Because of this, even if you knew that the villagers wanted to kill you, you didn't kill them at first. Instead, you waited for them to strike first?" He stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. This was indeed an extremely strange person. "That's right. Perhaps, this is my principle of killing." Lin Ling nodded. "I guess it's because of this principle that I've walked through 8 heart worlds. You guys have miscalculated." "Indeed, we miscalculated. We thought that you were a person who killed. As long as you aroused your killing intent, it would be uncontrollable. But you pervert, you clearly knew that the villagers wanted to kill you, but you didn't kill them. You clearly knew that I wanted to harm you, but you didn't attack. You've walked through 8 heart worlds. Why is it like this? It's too strange." The old man kept shaking his head, as if his scheme against Lin Ling had completely failed. "There's no reason. Because compared to killing, I know better than anyone." Lin Ling said matter-of-factly. "You're a pervert, a pervert, a pervert." The old man's eyes were red as if he had gone mad. "If you didn't maintain your principles, you would definitely be lost in the heart world and kill for eternity. Now, can I leave?" Lin Ling ignored him and asked indifferently. "T, although you've walked through 8 heart worlds, you want to leave? Dream on." The old man shouted angrily and roared again and again. His legs were rooted to the ground like tree roots, and his skin also turned rough like tree bark. A terrifying aura filled the air, choosing to devour people. Everything around him disappeared and turned into darkness. In this darkness, Only the Treant Elder was floating there, and he was getting bigger and bigger. Looking at Lin Ling again, he seemed to be shrinking, like an ant. In fact, it was not that Lin Ling had shrunk, but that the Treant Elder had become too big. "You're going to die, you're going to die, you're going to die." Roars and shouts could be heard. The old man was going to harm Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling's strength was no longer there. With the martial arts of mortals, how could he be a match for him? "Sai, I've already walked through 8 heart worlds. Are you going back on your word?" Raising his head to stare at the huge Treant Elder, Lin Ling suddenly sighed. "Shameless boasting, I'm a dignified 8-treasure acacia tree that specializes in devouring divine bones and divine blood. How can I be threatened by a mere god like you? Go to hell, huh? You should regret coming here." The Treant Elder laughed loudly. Countless branches intertwined and extended towards Lin Ling. A soft sigh suddenly came from Lin Ling. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling was drowned. "Idiot, idiot." The Treant Elder laughed arrogantly. Although Lin Ling had walked through the heart worlds, he did not admit it. What could Lin Ling do to him? However, at this moment, a sword slashed over. Boom. The world that was sealed by countless huge branches was actually cut open by a sword. A man as small as an ant, holding a large sword diagonally, walked out step by step. On his body, endless life force actually appeared. However, if one carefully sensed it, this life force carried a terrifying killing intent. This was the eternal killing world. Chapter 4807. This power actually comes from the village because it's the purest form of slaughter. Lin Ling held his sword and walked forward step by step. The sword in his hand was the tyrannical Song sword. "I forgot to tell you why the slaughter in your village doesn't affect me. It's because I've already killed too many people. I'm tired of killing, so killing can't affect me at all. I know better than you about killing. Originally, my power had indeed been sealed by you. Unfortunately, the slaughter has awakened this sword." Lin Ling came to the side of the old tree man and pointed his sword at the old man. "Now, are you going to surrender yourself? Or are you going to wait for me to chop you up and burn you as firewood?" A soft voice drifted out, but in the old man's ears, it was like an order of death. "Surrender, surrender." The old man began to shrink and transform into the ordinary villager from before. His heart was trembling, and he was incomparably regretful. If he had not turned the Xiangxin world into 8 slaughter worlds, perhaps this man might not have been able to successfully walk out. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. The slaughter that the other party controlled surpassed his by tens of thousands of times. He actually used the slaughter illusion on this man? He had smashed his own foot with a rock. "Open this place." Lin Ling withdrew the tyrannical Song sword and said with a smile. The old man smiled bitterly and waved his right hand. Endless darkness was opened, and the outside world was a fog barrier. Lin Ling took a step out and found himself standing beside the 8-treasure Xiangxin tree. However, at this moment, the tree had already returned to its former appearance. "I want your tree body only to let you cultivate for me. If I break through in the future, I'll return your freedom. Of course, you have the right to refuse." Lin Ling looked at the 8-treasure Xiangxin tree and said, "Refuse?" An old voice drifted out, and the branches rustled. He said helplessly, "If I refuse, I'm afraid you'll cut me with your sword." "I agree." The 8-treasure Xiangxin tree knew very well that Lin Ling's so-called right to refuse was to fool him. "At least you know your place." Lin Ling waved his right hand and kept the 8-treasure acacia tree. Then he moved forward. During this process, he realized that his soul power had increased tremendously. It had reached 300,000 steps. This was a huge improvement. Moreover, when he was in the 8-treasures world, Lin Ling didn't feel the slightest increase in his soul force. But when he came out, he felt his soul force grow like a bamboo shoot. This was probably a change brought about by walking through the 8-treasures heart world. "Not bad." Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. His soul force had risen sharply, and the might of his step of wisdom's 3 extreme universe cleave had greatly increased. But now, he was confident that he could kill any early-stage high god with extreme ease. After all, Lin Ling had accumulated too many trump cards. Panga's attack. Universe 3 Extremes Break. Eternal Killing World. These 3 divine abilities were all ancient divine abilities of the same level, originating from the most ancient era. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling continued to move forward, wondering if there were any dangers ahead. However, Lin Ling was obviously overthinking. As he continued to move forward, the path ahead gradually disappeared, and a ray of light quietly shone down. He had walked out of the fog. A fierce gust of wind blew. The surrounding air was like a bomb, sticking to one's skin as if it would explode at any time. What a fierce spiritual energy! Lin Ling was slightly shocked. This place gave him an incomparably domineering feeling, as if it was a crazy world. Looking up, a huge white divine pagoda hung in the distance. The divine pagoda emitted a 7-colored light that illuminated the entire land. Orthodoxy. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Was that the core of the entire Tao realm? It was said that not only did the Tao pagoda have countless treasures as rewards, but if one reached the peak, one could obtain the entire Tao realm. This was a tempting treasure. The Tao realm was comparable to Lin Ling's Lin Ling universe, but it was more stable, second only to the Chaos realm. Moreover, compared to the Chaos realm, there were more treasures in the Tao realm. All the gods are rushing to the Tao pagoda. The Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, and the others are all here. I wonder where they are now. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and then he took out the communication jade talisman. This time, he could completely communicate with Yu and the others. Brother Ling, you're here. That's great. You, where are you? Heavenly Rain Cliff, Brother Ling, come quickly. We've just encountered some trouble here. After some conversation, Lin Ling learned the location of Yu and the others, and then he flew in that direction. He knew that Yu and the others rarely asked for his help. If they asked, they must have encountered some trouble. However, from the tone of Yu and the others, although the matter was urgent, it was not very dangerous. Smiling, Lin Ling stepped on the ground and then flew into the sky. His speed was so fast that it was as if he was piercing through the void. A few breaths after he left, the mountain he was on exploded, and the ground cracked as if it had been slammed down by someone's palm, stretching for thousands of kilometers. Rumble. When Lin Ling flew into the sky, the terrifying 7-colored thunder smashed onto Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's body trembled, and his speed was reduced by a bit. He looked up at the sky and suddenly found that this was primordial thunder, which was formed by primordial qi. I'm no longer the same as when I first came to the Tao realm. If you don't let me fly, then try to stop me. Lin Ling sneered. Not only did he not land on the ground, but he also continued to fly forward. Rumble. Endless primordial thunder fell on Lin Ling's body as if it was going to shatter him. However, Lin Ling's body was so strong that even if he was injured, he would recover in an instant. This guy's strength is so terrifying. He's probably a mid-stage high god. Only mid-stage mid-gods dare to fly so high. However, even mid-stage high gods don't want to fly casually because flying so high will cause unforeseen events and create danger. I think this god must have just come to the Tao Tower or just broken through, so he wants to test his strength. He thinks that man can conquer nature. In the Tao Tower, countless divine mountains sat on the ground, and gods from various eras stared at the sky with solemn expressions. However, although they were surprised, they were also used to it. That was because the Tao Tower had gathered too many powerful gods. Then, they began to cultivate again, intending to obtain more Tao realm fragments. Tao realm fragments, whether it was the Tao Tower or the Tao realm, were very suitable for use. Even if they wanted to enter the White Tao Tower in the sky, they would need a lot of Tao realm fragments. At this moment, a large number of gods were fighting at the Heavenly Rain Cliff, trying to break through the highest cliff. The intensity of this battle was not inferior to the battle of the Tao realm in the fog barrier. It was even more intense. Chapter 4808. Hurry up. The Yellow Emperor and the others have already received the news. They've probably sent experts over. Another voice sounded from the ground. Following that, a large number of gods weaved in and out, either teleporting or gliding. They were all rushing toward a divine mountain in the distance. That divine mountain was resplendent like a treasure mountain. It was the heavenly rain cliff. This place was known as the cultivation cave of an ancient god. After the calamity of the world's will, this place was destroyed and later absorbed into the Tao realm. Legend had it that there were countless treasures here, and many of them had turned into fragments of the Tao realm. It was highly sought after by countless gods. At this moment, at the top of the heavenly rain cliff, a majestic palace sat there. This palace was built later and was formed by the accumulation of countless powerful barriers. Moreover, this palace was also the core of the 17 divine cliffs. It controlled the 17 divine cliffs below the heavenly rain cliff and could explode with powerful attacks to repel enemies. The power of these barriers was the power of the realm. They were connected to a certain void in the Tao realm and absorbed the power of the shattered realms in the void. Of course, these realms were not fully formed or had just formed. Realms that had truly stabilized would already have countless humans gathered there. Normally, it would be very difficult to move them over. These attacks were also known as the realm-moving technique. Lord Tang, the enemy has broken through the 6 divine cliffs and is getting closer and closer to us. At the bottom of the cliff, a man with his hands behind his back looked coldly ahead. Behind him, a god cupped his hands and reported, "They're moving very fast." The man's expression was solemn. He had been ordered by the Yellow Emperor to guard the heavenly rain cliff and transport the treasures there. It was precisely because there were too many treasures here that it attracted the attention of some people. In fact, the treasures had been discovered many years ago. However, at that time, the Yellow Emperor had not come to the Tao Tower, so not many people knew about it. Now that the 5 emperors had entered, some of the places with endless treasures had been snatched away. Who's the leader of the enemy? The man called Lord Tang asked. He was an ordinary god from the Age of Gods. His name was King Tang. After reincarnating, his strength had increased rapidly, so his fame had risen. Dong Wang Gong. The god behind him said, "It's him." Emperor Tang's pupils trembled fiercely. One of the island masters of the 9 islands and 10 continents. The so-called 9 islands and 10 continents were incomparably famous existences in the era of the gods. Although the 9 islands and 10 continents were not large in size, there were many capable people. In the past, they even dared to oppose the heavenly court. In the era of the gods, the heavenly court was unable to break through the 9 islands and 10 continents for a long time. In the end, the 9 islands and 10 continents surrendered. It had just ended. However, even though the 9 islands and 10 continents had surrendered, King Tang knew that it was merely the 9 islands and 10 continents giving the heavenly court a way out. Although after reincarnation, the people of the 9 islands and 10 continents might not be as strong as they were in the past, but no matter what, they were once a colossus. Who else is in the tomb? King Tang asked again. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Dhritarashtra and Virupaksha. The god behind him said again. Another 2 ferocious characters from the Age of the Gods. King Tang's eyes narrowed. Lord Tang, after these 2 gods reincarnated, their strength increased by leaps and bounds. It is said that they are even more powerful than many of the giant gods of ancient times. The god behind him said, "How is the Yellow Emperor? When will he send reinforcements?" King Tang felt that the situation was getting worse. They would not be able to hold on for long. It will probably take a day, but Lord Xingyi said that the leader of the Lei Gong Hall, Lin Ling, has arrived. Venerable Mo Fu also said that the 1000 Buddha Hall will send reinforcements. The 9 Emperors sect also said that they will send an Emperor of the Great Wilderness. It's still too little. These reinforcements will not be of much help. It really depends on the Yellow Emperor. It would be best if he could send a late-stage high god expert. King Tang sighed. Most of the late-stage high gods are now in the Dao Pagoda. Of course I know that. If we can't get a late-stage high god expert, then we can only hope that more mid-stage high gods will come. After all, Tung Wang Kung is a late-stage high god expert. He alone is not someone we can stop. While the 2 were talking, the distant sky rumbled and a great battle broke out. Another divine cliff was destroyed. At this moment, all the gods in the palace had grave expressions. They knew that if all the divine cliffs were destroyed, they would die without a doubt. Now that the Yellow Emperor and Emperor Yao had fallen out, they would not be merciful if they fought to the end. Lord Yu, is Lord Lin Ling really coming? In a corner of the palace, Shengyi looked at Yu and the others and asked. The Heavenly Rain Cliff had gathered the gods and forces of many eras. The Lei Gong Hall was one of them. Yes, he said he was coming. Yu and An'er laughed. In the past 300 years, their strength had greatly increased and they had all reached late-stage mid-god realm. Even Shengyi was the same. Lin Ling is coming. That's great. One of the old men laughed. He was Lei Gong. Next to Lei Gong was Longyang. When she heard the crowd talking about Lin Ling, her heart skipped a beat. It had been more than 300 years. Lin Ling had disappeared for more than 300 years. Longyang had trained hard with the Yellow Emperor and learned to control the power of the will of the world. Now, her strength had greatly increased. However, she did not have much hope in defeating Lin Ling in the end. Of course, her strength had greatly increased. She estimated that the gap between her and Lin Ling was not that big. Lin Ling? Your Lei Gong Lin Ling? Who is he? Not far away, a god from the 9 Emperors sect looked over curiously and asked, what is his strength? I'm not too sure. I only know that he was a late-stage mid-god 300 years ago. Shengyi replied. Hearing this, the god from the 9 Emperors sect was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, it's good that he's here to help. More people means more help. When they heard that it was the leader of Lei Gong's palace, they thought that it was a powerful god who had come to help. However, when they heard that it was only a mid-stage mid-god, they did not have much hope. Although this late-stage mid-god was not weak, it was a pity that the other party had sent a large number of mid-stage and late-stage high gods. Therefore, a mid-stage mid-god would not be able to change the outcome. Seeing their expressions, Shengyi and the rest did not say anything. They knew why the other party was disappointed. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and earth shook again. Then, someone shouted, the 10 divine cliffs have been destroyed. Lord Tang has ordered everyone to prepare for a fight to the death. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire palace fell silent. All the gods looked solemn. They knew that a fight to the death was coming. Chapter 4809. When they arrived at the outside world, they looked into the distance and saw that the heavens and earth seemed to have collapsed. Endless thunderstorms and divine flames exploded in the distant sky. Then, with a boom, the space shattered. Another divine cliff was turned into fragments under the powerful force. Rumble. There were less than 6 divine cliffs left. At this moment, they were madly gathering energy and shooting out a boundary like a divine cannon. Rumble. In the face of such gushing energy, the enemies in the distance did not dare to face it head-on. They dodged the attack. After the chariot shot out the boundary, there was a period of blank space. Therefore, it was also ruthlessly destroyed by the enemies. There are only 5 divine cliffs left. A god said solemnly. He knew that after all the divine cliffs were destroyed, it would be their turn to fight. At this moment, in the distant celestial army, an old man was sitting on a rolling river. He controlled the river and rushed forward. He held a command flag and waved it lightly. With this wave, the river turned into a deity and charged forward. Dong Wang Kung, the heavenly rain cliff is about to be breached. When the time comes, force King Tang to fight to the death. A god's voice came from below the river. The old man sneered and nodded. King Tang has countless experts, but they are not as strong as us. Therefore, before the Yellow Emperor's reinforcements arrive, we must slaughter them and take the heavenly rain cliff. Then we will set up a boundary formation to resist the enemy. Yes, Dong Wang Kung. Many gods nodded and replied. The old man looked down and said to a burly man, Heavenly King Guangmu, I heard that you were evenly matched with a god from the heavenly rain cliff. Is that person very powerful? His realm is ordinary, but the treasure in his hand is not weak. It can injure mid-stage high gods. I was ambushed by him that day and was unable to react in time. That's why I was slightly injured. The burly god smiled and said, "His name is Shingi, a member of the Eastern Emperor clan. He has the Eastern Emperor Bell." Eastern Emperor Bell? The old man's eyes flickered. He was a little excited. Such a great treasure was obtained by a minor god. What a waste. Oh right, what is his strength? Who is his backer? He's just a mid-level deity. He's not worth mentioning. I heard that he's from the Thunder God Palace. Oh right, I heard that the Thunder God Palace is Emperor Yao's enemy. Their leader was killed by him. Heavenly King Guangmu said disdainfully. It seems like Emperor Yao has his eyes on the Eastern Emperor Bell. Well, no one would miss such a treasure. Let's kill them all and see if there are any other treasures. The old man waved the flag and the river below him surged forward. Rumble. Another divine cliff was broken, and it was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. As the divine cliff continued to fall, the heavenly rain cliff no longer had any defenses left. Deities, heed my command. Prepare to fight to the death. In front of the palace on Heavenly Rain Cliff, King Tang's face was solemn. Finally, he waved his hand. Rumble. Boundless light erupted from the entire divine cliff as all the gods made their moves. They also knew that they belonged to different camps. Even if there was no deep enmity between them, due to their different standpoints, they would still die if their enemies did not die. King Tang. On the river far away, the old man sneered and made his move as well. The two sides clashed madly. The aura that erupted was even more terrifying than the battle at the Tao realm miasma. This was because the gods on both sides were much stronger than the ones on the other side of the miasma. However, King Tang's side was passively defending, while Dong Wang Kung's side was actively attacking. He had long figured out the strength of King Tang's side. Therefore, the battle became one-sided not long after it began. On Dong Wang Kung's side, the majority of the gods were early-stage high gods. There were even more mid-stage high gods. Moreover, Dong Wang Kung was a late-stage high god. On King Tang's side, the strongest one was a mid-stage high god. The rest of the high gods were mostly early-stage high gods. There were not many mid-stage high gods. It seems like the Yellow Emperor is going to lose this battle. Yeah, there are countless treasures in the Heavenly Rain Cliff. Emperor Yao came prepared this time. Serves him right. Although the Yellow Emperor took the Heavenly Rain Cliff for himself, he should be prepared to be devoured by others. Don't laugh too happily. Even if Emperor Yao took the Heavenly Rain Cliff, the treasures here have nothing to do with us. A large number of gods were watching the battle from afar. They would discuss from time to time. At this moment, in the east, a figure descended from the sky and calmly looked at the fierce battle in the distance. It's really a battle between gods. There are even late-stage high gods. The rest of the gods are mostly high gods. On the Yellow Emperor's side, there should be gods from the Heavenly Rain Cliff. There are also many mid-stage high gods. Yu and the rest are over there. The person who came was none other than Lin Ling. He looked at the entire battlefield and his gaze finally fell on Yu and the rest. Then, he was delighted and flew towards them. Let's fight. After Lin Ling's appearance, the Yellow Emperor's reinforcements finally arrived. They were the Buddha gods of the Thousand Buddha Hall. After their appearance, the situation changed for a moment. Unfortunately, Dong Wang Kung's side had been prepared for a long time. Under their joint efforts, one of the strongest gods of the Thousand Buddha Hall was killed, causing their momentum to weaken again. At the same time, the Emperor of the Great Wilderness from the Nine Emperors sect also arrived. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw that the gods of the Thousand Buddha Hall were killed. His face was solemn and he did not dare to show off. Instead, he chose to face the enemy together with Emperor Tang. Although the arrival of these reinforcements had helped King Tang and the others hold off the enemy for a while, it was obvious that this was just a temporary measure. If the gods of the Yellow Emperor's side did not come, the Heavenly Rain Cliff would fall sooner or later. Bang! From the southeast corner, Lin Ling shot into the battlefield. Gray robes appeared, and 200 million points of strength erupted. One punch, one kill. None of the early-stage high gods could withstand a single punch from him. After the birth of the 8 Dantians, Lin Ling's strength had reached a terrifying level. Lin Ling killed his way to Yu and the rest. When Lin Ling appeared, everyone was shocked, thinking that some powerful enemy had arrived. But when they saw that it was Lin Ling, they were all overjoyed. Lord Lin Ling! Sheng Yi was the first to shout, extremely excited. Yu and the rest hurriedly rushed to Lin Ling, their eyes moist. 350 years. Lin Ling had disappeared for a total of 350 years. It was hard to imagine where he had gone all this time. Moreover, they did not expect that after Lin Ling came out of seclusion, he would hear the news and come here. Is everyone all right? Looking at everyone, Lin Ling was a little excited. We're fine. Everyone laughed excitedly. Chapter 48:10. One had to be at least a mid-stage high god in order to pressure her. It was impossible for a mid-stage high god to do so. After all, even if a mid-stage high god could increase their divine energy, it would only be an increase of a few million. A high god, on the other hand, could increase their divine energy by tens of millions. They were not on the same level. Therefore, she was curious as to what trump card Lin Ling, a mid-stage high god, was relying on to increase his strength so rapidly. Lin Ling. Among the crowd, Lei Gong also looked at Lin Ling excitedly, as if he was looking at a comrade. Unlike Long Yang, he already knew Lin Ling's identity. Lin Ling was the host of the eighth will of the world. Lin Ling was also a person like him. Lei Gong. After Lin Ling exchanged a few words with Yu and the others, he looked at Lei Gong. While they were talking, the gods at the side smiled. They could see that this man was the leader of Lei Gong's great hall. Now that the leader was here, he could more or less be of help. However, what surprised them was that the leader of Lei Gong's great hall was only a mid-stage high god. He could not be compared to people like Lei Gong and Sheng Yi. Of course, that was just that. They would not underestimate Lin Ling. After all, being the leader of Lei Gong's great hall was proof enough. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? Thank you for coming to help. Now that a great enemy is in front of us, I hope you can help us block the enemy. Please. An old man said apologetically, interrupting Lin Ling and the others' conversation. Lin Ling looked into the distance. The battlefield was very clear. Emperor Tang was fighting against Dong Wang Kung. The strongest god under Emperor Tang's tomb was fighting against Dong Wang Kung's god. This was a battle between mid-stage high gods. Of course, no matter how one looked at it, Emperor Tang's side was at a disadvantage. Defeat was only a matter of time. You guys protect yourselves. I'll go help the leader. Lin Ling knew very well that if they were defeated, everyone would die, so he had to help King Tang. And the battle that would decide the outcome of the battle would be the top battle on Emperor Tang's side. After Lin Ling said this, he disappeared from where he stood. Everyone in Lei Gong's hall was stunned. Lin Ling was going over there to help? The gods in the surroundings were also stunned. They were just about to warn the people in Lei Gong's hall when a rumbling sound came from the front. Boom! A god from Tung Wang Kung was blown apart by a single punch from Lin Ling. Divine blood and bones spilled all over the ground. The surrounding gods were stupefied. They said in disbelief, "That's an early-stage high god." Of course they were shocked. This was because Lin Ling was merely a god. Moreover, it was not impossible for an intermediate deity to defeat an early-stage higher deity. After all, the gods of several eras had gathered. However, it was abnormal that he could destroy it with a single punch. That was because it was too easy. Boom! Lin Ling punched again. A gray robe appeared, and he looked very casual. A god was escorted away by a Dao realm expert. Before he left, he stared at Lin Ling as though he could not believe his eyes. Heavenly Rain Cliff, where did such a ferocious man come from? He had clearly died in a daze. Boom! 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 Like a sharp knife, Lin Ling ruthlessly tore through the encirclement. He charged straight into the strongest battle circle. It was as though he had fought his way into the Age of Gods, or even the Age of Gods. At first, no one noticed him. But gradually, more and more people noticed Lin Ling's ferocity. What terrifying strength! Could he be the Yellow Emperor's reinforcements? He's too strong. One punch, one kill. Heavens, those are high gods. How can he kill them so easily? A large number of gods exclaimed in surprise. Even the gods on Emperor Tang's side had noticed it. They were all excited. However, the gods on Tung Wangkung's side did not notice it. At this time, Lin Ling had finally reached the mid-stage high god circle. Mid-stage high god. This could be considered as the first time Lin Ling fought with his own strength. The divine energy and divine steps of these gods were incomparably powerful. Lin Ling had to unleash his most powerful trump card. Clearly, he knew that by fusing with his innate talent, he could only fight early-stage high gods. However, before the birth of the 8th Dantian, he could already fight early-stage high gods. Now that the 8th Dantian was born, although his cultivation realm did not rise, his divine energy and innate talent had doubled. Most importantly, he had the eternal massacre world. Lin Ling did not intend to drag the fight out. He knew that mid-stage high gods were very powerful. If he gave them a chance, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he had to be the strongest. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Boundless vitality appeared. However, this was the vitality that was born from killing to the extreme. In fact, this was a sword of slaughter. Lin Ling slashed out. The sword radiance was mixed with the terrifying energy of the world of slaughter. It mercilessly slashed through the head of a mid-stage high god. There was no obstruction. It was as though he had slashed through tofu. Everything was too easy. No amount of divine energy could stop this sword, unless he used the divine steps. However, the mid-stage high god did not expect that a mid-stage high god would come to this battlefield and kill him. However, the battle continued and no one noticed Lin Ling. Another merciless radiance appeared. A high god was escorted away by a Dao realm expert. He finally shouted, "Be careful, there is an expert here." With this shout, a large number of gods finally fixed their eyes on Lin Ling. Whether it was on Emperor Tang's side or Tung Wangkung's side, all of them were staring at Lin Ling in horror. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not pay attention to them. The sword of slaughter floated up, ready to take a life. "Bastard!" Finally, a burly god on Tung Wangkung's side shouted. It was Dhritarashtra. Who is this person? Why is he so strong? That sword looks ordinary, but why is it so sharp? Dhritarashtra's brows were tightly knitted. His anger was boiling. "I'll fight him!" Dhritarashtra roared and charged towards Lin Ling. He could not tell what Lin Ling was capable of, but he could not tolerate Lin Ling killing his gods. Moreover, he reckoned that the sword in Lin Ling's hand was not an ordinary treasure. He wanted to take it for himself. He came out with the snake and shouted, "I am Dhritarashtra of the West. Junior, fight me." Endless divine radiance shot at Lin Ling like needles. Lin Ling raised his head abruptly and sneered. "Only an idiot would fight you." He ignored them and continued to slaughter mid-stage high gods with the Kwafu Sunchasur boots on his feet. Another mid-stage high god was killed with a single strike. Most importantly, this mid-stage high god had resisted with all his might and used the divine steps. However, he still could not block Lin Ling's sword. Fortunately, he had the protection of a Dao realm expert and could leave safely. Therefore, he shouted, "This person's sword is very strange. Everyone be careful." Chapter 48:11. The gods on Emperor Tang's side were also shocked to the point that their pupils were trembling. They were curious as to who this human-faced god was. Boom. At this moment, Heavenly King Verpka arrived with the snake in his hand. The snake was extremely strange and could transform into a spear. It shot towards Lin Ling, and under the snake's spear, the void seemed to have turned into a black hole. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword collided with Heavenly King Verpka's attack. This made Lin Ling feel a powerful force coming back at him. "What kind of power is this sword of yours hiding?" Boom. Heavenly King Verpka was indeed one of the 4 heavenly kings. With one clash, he knew that Lin Ling's divinity wasn't at a level where it could cause one scalp to go numb. What was terrifying was that sword. This sword looked ordinary, but it was mixed with a murderous force that had existed for tens of thousands of years. And because of this sword, Heavenly King Verpka's divinity was completely blocked. This shocked Heavenly King Verpka. He didn't understand what kind of sword it was, and why it was so powerful. Moreover, how could such a sword be controlled by an intermediate celestial? One had to know that the more powerful a divine weapon was, the harder it was to control it. For example, Xingyi's Donghuang Bell could only be controlled by his bloodline. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to control it at all. And this person in front of him was too strange. Could it be that his bloodline was different from others? Heavenly King Verpka didn't know that in order to control a powerful divine weapon other than corresponding strength and bloodline, there was another way, and that was to refine it with endless effort. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was something he had owned since he was young. It had followed him for many years and killed countless strong enemies. Therefore, it was naturally easy for Lin Ling to control it. Moreover, the tyrannical song sword had now become Lin Ling's 8th dantian. You're not weak, but if you want to kill me, you're still a little weak. Asterisk boom. Asterisk at this moment, Lin Ling sneered. The Eternal Massacre World was an ancient ability like Pangu's Strike and Universe's 3 Extremes Break. It was even more powerful than Pangu's Strike because it could last longer. As for Pangu's Strike and Universe's 3 Extremes Destruction, most of them could only be used once before ending. He retreated abruptly, charged in front of a high-level deity, and slashed out with his sword again. An incomparably terrifying massacre of the ages erupted. That high god no longer had the protection of a Dao realm expert, and he was completely killed by Lin Ling. Now, the number of high gods who had died in Lin Ling's hands was not small. This made the balance begin to tilt. At least, King Tang was in great danger. Kill him, Heavenly King Guangmu. In the distance, Tung Wang Kong glared at Lin Ling and bellowed. If it weren't for the fact that he had to fight against King Tang, he would have personally killed a strange variable like Lin Ling. Brat, you're dead. Heavenly King Verpka was only shocked by Lin Ling's sword, but that didn't mean that Heavenly King Verpka's strength was only that. His body suddenly became huge, and the giant snake in his hand turned into a cosmic snake, ancient and majestic. With a light wave, this ancient snake swept out a terrifying gust of wind, sending all the gods around flying backward. Let's see how you block this. Shocking killing intent erupted from Heavenly King Guangmu. The ancient snake sealed the surrounding area, making it impossible for Lin Ling to escape. The Heavenly King Guangmu bellowed. What was terrifying was that countless ancient snakes shot out from the incomparably huge ancient snake, biting at Lin Ling from all directions. This also made Lin Ling's eyes flash. He sensed a powerful divine power enveloping him, wanting to crush him into powder. However, the most terrifying thing was a strange power that made him feel as if he had fallen into a swamp. It was the steps of the gods. Moreover, this steps of the gods had probably reached the immemorial level, the 5th level of the steps of the gods. The combination of sealing and attacking types. Lin Ling thought to himself. Even with the Quafu Sunchasur boots, he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, let alone the other gods. This was because his speed was sealed. Moreover, after the seal, countless ancient snakes were attacking him. A steps of the gods that combined both attacking and sealing was rare. This made Lin Ling instantly realize that he had to end the battle quickly. After all, in terms of strength, he was no match for Heavenly King Guangmu. This brat actually made Heavenly King Guangmu use his Buddha protection technique. He's dying a worthy death. In the distance, Dong Wang Kung was secretly shocked by Heavenly King Guangmu's methods. Then he sneered. He, Dong Wang Kung, had his eyes on the sword in the brat's hand. Looking at Emperor Tang, he was still shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but seeing Lin Ling in danger, he was also worried. Pangu's strike, splitting the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Holding the sword in his right hand, he slashed out with his left hand. Now that the 8th dantian was born, Lin Ling's physical strength had greatly increased, and so had Pangu's strike. Of course, Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate Heavenly King Guangmu's methods, and secretly prepared splitting the sky. As long as something went wrong, Lin Ling would immediately increase his defensive ability to block Heavenly King Guangmu's attack. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook as the palm fell. It was as if the palm was indestructible, and it actually split the surrounding steps of the gods. The feeling of falling into a swamp also disappeared instantly, and Lin Ling could not help but be delighted. When he hacked down, countless ancient snakes were hacked apart. The enormous ancient snakes at the outermost perimeter were in even greater pain. Their bodies were hacked apart, silver blood flowing out from them. Chi. The gods in the distance all gasped. That brat's move actually broke Heavenly King Guangmu's attack? One had to know that this was not Heavenly King Guangmu's ordinary attack. Moreover, what kind of power did that brat use? It was too heaven-defying. What? At this moment, Heavenly King Guangmu also gasped. This was the first time he had seen a mid-level god break his attack, and even hurt his ancient snake. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? You are not qualified to do so. Lin Ling sneered, but inwardly he sighed. His split the heavens and break all directions technique hadn't even been able to kill the ancient serpent, much less Heavenly King Verpka. However, this was also an opportunity. If Heavenly King Guangmu reacted and they really fought, Lin Ling would be in endless trouble. Universe 3 Extreme Break. Lin Ling activated another trump card, forming a cosmic ray to seal Heavenly King Guangmu. When this cosmic ray appeared, all the gods nearby felt their souls tremble, and their faces changed drastically. Heavenly King Guangmu was still shocked by Lin Ling's methods. When his soul suddenly trembled, he gradually reacted, and his eyes instantly focused and began to tremble. What kind of power was this? Why did his soul feel fear? Dong Wang Kung, help me! Heavenly King Guangmu subconsciously shouted. He really could not see through Lin Ling's sudden attack, and did not know how to block it. Chapter 48:12. The surging river appeared in the cosmic ray sky, intending to destroy the entire universe. Moreover, within these rivers, there were many immortal-like islands that were faintly discernible. These were the 9 islands and 10 continents. You're overestimating yourself. Lin Ling stared at the purple ring and smirked disdainfully. At first, he thought that the purple ring was extraordinary, but then he realized that it was a ring with the power of divinity. Although the power of divinity was enormous, Lin Ling's 3 extreme universe slashes were soul power, so the power of divinity couldn't break it. Sure enough, the cosmic ray was unaffected by the endless river and the 9 islands and 10 continents. Instead, it swept through like a cage, getting closer and closer to Heavenly King Verpka. In that brief moment, Heavenly King Verpka was struck dumb. He was an ancient god who had fought hundreds of millions of battles, and had assumed that killing a junior would be as easy as flipping his hand. But now, he realized that this junior was using techniques that he had never seen before. Because of that, Heavenly King Verpka couldn't react in time. By the time he reacted, the cosmic ray was already close enough to touch his nose. Swoosh! Heavenly King Verpka didn't even make a sound before he froze. His ancient soul was sealed and cut into pieces, completely dead. Most importantly, he had 3 chances to use the Tao Realm's protection, but he hadn't used any of them. Heavenly King Verpka. Staring at Heavenly King Verpka, Dhritarashtra frowned and shouted. An ominous premonition quietly appeared in his heart. But because it had happened too quickly, so quickly that he found it hard to accept. Unfortunately, no matter how many times he shouted, Heavenly King Verpka didn't respond. He's dead. Only after Tung Wang Kung's reminder did Dhritarashtra completely accept the fact. All of a sudden, countless pairs of eyes stared at Lin Ling. All the gods stopped fighting, their bodies and minds trembling for a moment. A mid-stage high god had died, just like that. Most importantly, this was Heavenly King Verpka. It was too fast. The result was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react at all. They had imagined many possible endings, but none of them had involved Heavenly King Verpka dying in battle. Even if he was injured, even if he was taken away by a Tao Realm expert, in their hearts, he would never die. For a moment, all the deities felt their hair stand on end. No one dared to approach Lin Ling. Strangely enough, with Heavenly King Verpka's death, all battles were over, and everyone was staring at Lin Ling. I thought that this so-called 4 Heavenly Kings would be very powerful. I didn't expect that he would die before I even made a move. Ignoring all the burning gazes, Lin Ling smiled faintly. In fact, he himself was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after experiencing the Heart Realm, his soul force would skyrocket, causing the power of the universe's three extreme cleave to become so much stronger, killing a mid-stage high god in one move. This meant that the three extreme universe destruction had been greatly improved. He could probably cultivate the second extreme universe destruction. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the mid-stage high gods in the vicinity were filled with apprehension. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would kill them in an instant. None of them could see through Lin Ling. After all of this was too illogical. Your Excellency, who are you? In fact, even Tung Wangkong felt that all of this was illogical. Therefore, he looked deeply at Lin Ling and asked. Lin Ling also looked at Tung Wangkong and immediately sensed the rolling pressure. He knew that Tung Wangkong was a late-stage high god expert. Now, although Lin Ling seemed powerful, in fact, he had used up all his trump cards. If Tung Wangkong were to attack him, Lin Ling would have to use one chance of being protected by the Tao state to leave this place. However, Lin Ling also saw that Tung Wangkong was obviously afraid of him and didn't dare to act recklessly. I'm Lei Gong Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Tung Wangkong proudly. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Tung Wangkong searched through the names in his mind. However, among the famous deities of several eras, he couldn't find the name Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling? It's him? However, among the crowd, there was a sudden exclamation of surprise. Several deities pointed at Lin Ling, their expressions constantly changing. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They had all heard of Lei Gong Lin Ling. Back when he was in the Tao state, Lin Ling had offended Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao. This was a big deal at that time. Later, Lin Ling disappeared. Some people said that Lin Ling was dead, while others said that he was secretly captured by Emperor Shun. In the end, people gradually forgot about Lin Ling. St. Guy is Lei Gong Lin Ling's tomb. Someone said anxiously. St. Guy. Tung Wangkong's expression changed. He naturally knew about St. Guy. It was said that he had the bloodline of the Donghuang clan and even had the Donghuang bell with him. However, the lord of such a person? No wonder his strength was so freakish. Lei Gong's Great Hall? Tung Wangkong suddenly thought of a name. He had heard about it before attacking Heavenly Rain Cliff. However, he did not pay much attention to it at that time. In the entire Lei Gong's Great Hall, only St. Guy was worthy of his attention. However, he now realized that this nameless Lei Gong's Great Hall was really extraordinary. There were many capable people. Lin Ling, you're still alive. A deity stared at Lin Ling with a strange expression. Back then, he was also one of the deities that surrounded Lin Ling, along with the White Tiger God and the others. That's right, I'm still alive. Go back and tell Emperor Yao that I, Lin Ling, have returned. Lin Ling stared at that deity. In fact, he did not know him, but he still smiled and said, perhaps Emperor Yao did not expect that in his territory he would help his own people and cause a rift between us. Now that I, Lin Ling, have returned, let's see what he can do to me. After hearing this, the deity's expression became even more complicated. Perhaps even Emperor Yao did not expect that Lin Ling would have such a day. At that time, if Emperor Yao had said a few nice words to Lin Ling and given him enough respect, perhaps Lin Ling would have followed Emperor Yao. And Emperor Yao would probably be very happy. After all, being able to kill a mid-stage high god in an instant was not something to be underestimated in any sect. Lei Gong Lin Ling, Emperor Yao's contempt is finally retribution. If not for Lei Gong Lin Ling, we would probably have broken through Heavenly Rain Cliff by now. The other deities said one after another. For a moment, Lin Ling became the focus of the battle at Heavenly Rain Cliff. Because of his appearance, all the battles stopped. This made Yu and the others excited and happy. They did not expect that after 350 years, Lin Ling would return and his strength would soar. My lord! Xingyi's eyes were a little moist. Lin Ling was his lord. If one day he surpassed Xingyi, Xingyi would never be able to catch up to Lin Ling. And this was also the reason why Lin Ling could be the lord above Xingyi. Chapter 48:13. She admitted that she had grown quickly, but she was still no match for Lin Ling. If it were any other god, they might not have made any progress in their cultivation, let alone break through to the next realm. However, if it were Lin Ling, it could only be described as a miracle. Great, Lin Ling's appearance has caused a temporary pause in the battle. As for those from the Nine Emperors sect, they were all shocked. In the beginning, they had thought that the leader of Lei Gong's hall was an ordinary person. In this battle, he was at most the light of a firefly. But now, Lin Ling had single-handedly decided the outcome of the battle. For example, the reinforcements from the Thousand Buddha Hall and the Nine Emperors sect were no match for Lin Ling. King Tang was also shocked. This was the second time he had heard of Lei Gong Lin Ling's name, but he knew that Lei Gong Lin Ling was going to change the outcome of the battle. Now that he saw that everyone was shocked, he could not help but feel happy. Your Excellency, time waits for no one. Suddenly, a god reminded Tung Wangkung. Tung Wangkung's brows were tightly knitted. He had witnessed Lin Ling's strength. He had killed early-stage high gods as easily as chopping vegetables. Even mid-stage high gods couldn't withstand a single strike from Lin Ling, unless they were experts at the level of Heavenly King Verpka. However, Lin Ling still had a trump card, and it was a trump card that could kill in an instant. Instant kill. That was terrifying. Let me try. Tung Wangkung knew that if he did not make a move, the other gods would not dare to violate the taboo of death. With a wave of his right hand, the purple ring floated out and formed a river that enveloped Lin Ling. Tung Wangkung was very careful in this process. To be honest, he was also a little afraid of Lin Ling. The main reason was that he could not see through Lin Ling's method of instant killing. Let's try. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He sensed a strong and fast divine energy, so he could not see how much divine energy there was. But now Lin Ling did not have many choices left. Tung Wangkung? I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Let me test your strength. Lin Ling suddenly let out a loud laugh. Not only did he not use any technique, he even rushed into the sky. Crazy! Everyone's eyes widened. That was because that was the divine energy of a late-stage high god. Lin Ling actually didn't resist? Even Tung Wangkung's eyes narrowed. Rumble. The Violet Ring River erupted with a terrifying divine force that suppressed Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to disappear from the rivers of the 9 islands and 10 continents. Pung ping pung. The deafening sound continued to explode, and the entire sky seemed to be collapsing. In reality, the sky was indeed collapsing and scattering down like glass. However, the primordial chi in the sky was protecting it, so it recovered after the collapse. The divine power of a superior god. Countless gods stared at the sky, their hearts trembling. Most likely, no mid-stage high god would be able to withstand such divine energy. Even if 100 high gods joined forces, they would still be obliterated in a single strike. Lei Gong Lin Ling was overconfident. I think he's dead. Someone suddenly said, Ha! Tung Wangkung, your strength is only SOSO. However, as soon as this person finished speaking, a figure walked out of the river under the Violet Ring River. Although this person was swaying from side to side from the impact of the divine energy, he was not injured at all. Domineering and unruly. It was Lin Ling. The most terrifying thing was that he walked out of the river with his hands behind his back and looked calmly at Tung Wangkung. Rumble. Seeing this scene, the hearts of countless gods in the Heavenly Rain Cliff exploded. Tung Wangkung's eyes also widened. He gritted his teeth and did not speak for a long time. He had not held back previously. He was confident that even a late-stage high god would not dare to easily take his divine energy. Lin Ling was only a mid-stage high god. How could he be unharmed? Moreover, Lin Ling did not resist at all. Was this kid really a mid-stage high god? This kid is really a man. King Tang's face was also pale. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was the leader of the Heavenly Rain Cliff. He knew very well that Lin Ling's actions had greatly damaged Tung Wangkung's side and boosted the morale of the Heavenly Rain Cliff. Moreover, a voice rose in his heart. Could it be that Lei Gong Lin Ling was invincible? Peck, instant kill. Defense, invincible. In that case, among the high gods, only the top giant gods could defeat Lin Ling. You, how did you do it? At this moment, Tung Wang Kung finally spoke. Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked calmly at Tung Wang Kung. He did not speak. Seeing Lin Ling's unfathomable expression, Tung Wang Kung's expression kept changing. He stood in place and did not speak for a long time. Lin Ling was still looking at Tung Wang Kung with his hands behind his back, motionless. How did he do it? Previously, he had used Pangu's second attack, the earth-splitting technique. It was the invincible divine energy. However, he still suffered serious injuries. That was because Tung Wang Kung's divine energy was too strong. Fortunately, Lin Ling had withstood it and used the earth-splitting technique to intimidate the entire battle. Now, Lin Ling could see that even Tung Wang Kung was afraid of him. At least for the time being, Tung Wang Kung would not dare to act recklessly. After all, Tung Wang Kung had an invincible defense and instant kill unless he wanted to die. The final result was that Lin Ling would be able to buy even more time for himself. Yellow Emperor, are your men not here yet? Lin Ling shouted in his heart. Time passed by. At this moment, Tung Wang Kung finally looked up at Lin Ling. This also made Lin Ling's eyes flash. He knew that Tung Wang Kung had finally decided to act. Retreat. However, after looking at Lin Ling with fear, Tung Wang Kung finally waved his hand and left on the river. Retreat. Lin Ling was a little dumbfounded. He thought that it was going to be a battle of life and death. In the end, Tung Wang Kung retreated? After all, Lin Ling had already used up all his means. If Tung Wang Kung wanted to fight with his life, Lin Ling could only be protected by the Tao state and taken away. He finally retreated. Emperor Tang was not surprised by Tung Wang Kung's retreat. He had different thoughts from Lin Ling previously. When he saw Lin Ling's instant kill, he also thought that Lin Ling was invincible. If Tung Wang Kung did not retreat, he would be the unlucky one in the end. Moreover, the longer this dragged on, the more likely Tung Wang Kung would be defeated when the Yellow Emperor's men arrived. Senior Lin Ling, I'm Emperor Tang. Thank you for your help. Emperor Tang then cupped his hands at Lin Ling with a respectful expression. It's an honor to meet you. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before returning the greeting. He saw that Emperor Tang was very respectful to him, as if he was meeting a senior, which puzzled him. He did not know that Emperor Tang's view of him was similar to Tung Wang Kung's. Lin Ling was invincible. Therefore, Emperor Tang was also willing to call Lin Ling senior. As for the distance, Tung Wang Kung's gods were all retreating. At the same time, Emperor Yao also received the news. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Chapter 48:14. On the ancient mountain peak, only Emperor Yao stood there quietly. His eyes were indifferently staring at the white Tao pagoda in the distance. He came from the ancient era and had seen countless genius gods in this life and his previous life. However, this was the first time he had seen someone like Lin Ling. Back then, what if I had treated him with respect? Emperor Yao's mind was in a trance. A strong sense of regret shrouded his heart. Back then, Lin Ling was invited by the god under his tomb. However, he offended the White Tiger's supervising Divine Lord. For the sake of the White Tiger giant god, he helped the White Tiger's supervising Divine Lord and gave up on Lin Ling. At that time, in his opinion, although Lin Ling had some ability, he was after all a newcomer without any background. Such a god would not go far. Therefore, at that time, he did not care who was right or wrong and attacked Lin Ling. Of course, he was also greedy for Lin Ling's chaos divine tool. But now, Lin Ling's strength had surpassed many of his tombs. It would be a lie to say that he did not regret it. One must know that if he respected Lin Ling and helped Lin Ling would be one of the fierce generals under his tomb. In this Tao realm, in this Tao pagoda, Lin Ling could have conquered endless territories for him. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, what did you rely on to step into the strongest world of the Tao pagoda? Without a background, without the most ancient god's talent, what did you rely on? Emperor Yao muttered to himself. Suppressing the regret, his eyes became cold. He was familiar with Lin Ling's temperament. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely find him to settle the score. After all, he had sent people to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Shun, Lin Ling is not dead and has come to the Tao pagoda. Moreover, his strength has greatly increased. It is said that he can threaten late-stage high gods. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Yao transmitted his voice to Emperor Shun. A sharp voice immediately came, Lin Ling? You mean the Lin Ling who once wreaked havoc in my territory? He is not dead? Moreover, he can threaten late-stage high gods? You must be joking. I am not joking. My subordinates saw it. Dong Wangkung was also there at that time. Dong Wangkung. You should know his strength. At that time, he was attacking Heavenly Rain Cliff. That's right. It is precisely because of this that this Lin Ling is the most terrifying. If given another 300 years, perhaps he would be invincible among the higher gods. Emperor Yao nodded. In fact, I reckon that Lin Ling doesn't have the strength to kill Tung Wanggong, but he has the strength to threaten him. But even so, Lin Ling is still a big problem, so I plan to kill him at all costs. I reckon we'll have to inform the 3 great sects of White Mountain about this. Emperor Shun transmitted his voice. If we let Lin Ling grow again, I estimate that his strength will be comparable to those monstrous gods in the Dao Pagoda. At that time, even if we don't die, we will lose a layer of skin. Moreover, I can't tolerate an enemy threatening me. You will inform the 3 great sects of White Mountain about this. It is said that the 3 great sects also have a grudge against Lin Ling and want nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Yao agreed with Emperor Shun's decision. After finishing his conversation with Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao's eyes looked deeply into the distance, landing on the White Dao Pagoda. The Dao Pagoda hasn't been entered yet, but the waves are endless. Emperor Yao sighed, a hint of fear in his eyes. He knew very well that the most terrifying gods of several eras had gathered in the White Dao Pagoda. Even he didn't dare to enter the Dao Pagoda at will. At this moment, at Heavenly Rain Cliff, Emperor Tang warmly received Lin Ling and the others. Not long after, the Yellow Emperor's people also arrived. Lin Ling? You're here. The one who came to help Heavenly Rain Cliff this time was Wu Ting. He was the Yellow Emperor's confidant, so naturally he knew Lin Ling. Your Excellency Wu Ting. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at Wu Ting. He found that the latter's strength was still that of an early-stage high god. However, while early-stage high gods were very powerful in the Dao realm, they were very ordinary in the Dao Pagoda. He estimated that Wu Ting's strength was not limited to this. Moreover, to be able to follow the Yellow Emperor, how could his strength be weak? The Yellow Emperor has been talking about you. Wu Ting laughed. Then he learned from Emperor Tang that Lin Ling had helped Heavenly Rain Cliff and scared Dong Wanggong away. He was even more shocked. No wonder the Yellow Emperor said that after you returned, your strength would certainly increase by leaps and bounds. It seems that the Yellow Emperor was right. Wu Ting looked up and down at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was still a mid-stage high god, but his battle strength was too fierce. How is the Yellow Emperor now? Lin Ling asked. Fortunately, he is in the vicinity of the Dao Pagoda. Your Excellency Lin Ling, why don't you go and see the Yellow Emperor? Wu Ting suggested. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally nodded. He came here for the Dao Pagoda. After all, at his current level, if he wanted to break through, ordinary opportunities would not be of much help. Only those universe-level treasures could help. How about this, Emperor Tang? I will leave some people here to guard Heavenly Rain Cliff for you. After all the treasures here have been excavated, you will go to the Yellow Emperor's side, and I will be responsible for taking His Excellency Lin Ling to the Yellow Emperor's side. After everything is over, I will guard Heavenly Rain Cliff for you. Wu Ting looked at Emperor Tang and said. Emperor Tang looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. He did not expect Lin Ling to know the Yellow Emperor. One must know that even he had never seen the Yellow Emperor. Good. Emperor Tang quickly nodded. Wu Ting smiled. After pondering for a moment, he continued, Your Excellency Lin Ling has protected Heavenly Rain Cliff. I think Heavenly Rain Cliff should give him 10,000 Dao Realm fragments. What do you think? That's for sure. Emperor Tang supported this decision. Heavenly Rain Cliff had many ancient treasures, but in the Dao Pagoda, any treasure could be exchanged with Dao Realm fragments. Therefore, Dao Realm fragments were equivalent to the Dao Pagoda's money. It's just a small matter. There's no need for that. Seeing Emperor Tang's enthusiasm, Lin Ling shook his head and refused. Although he had helped Heavenly Rain Cliff, the Yellow Emperor had also protected Lei Gong's main hall for him, so it could only be considered even. How can that be, Your Excellency Lin Ling? Please accept it. Chapter 48:15. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I am Reverend Ranshan of the Thousand Buddha Hall. Since fate has brought us together, let's be friends. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I am the Emperor of the Nine Emperors sect. I have long heard of your name. The surrounding gods warmly greeted Lin Ling, trying to win over Lin Ling. They knew very well that Lin Ling, who could meet the Yellow Emperor and was so strong, would certainly be extraordinary in the future. Now that they knew each other, they could get some help in the future. Lin Ling did not refuse the enthusiasm of these gods. In a place like the Dao Tower, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Soon after, Lin Ling chatted for a while and then left the hall with Lei Gong. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I heard from Xing Yi that you have been in seclusion for 300 years. I didn't expect that in a place like the Nine Regions Void, your strength could increase so much. You must know that the treasures in the Nine Regions Void are limited and the spiritual qi is limited. To be able to increase your strength so much is really extraordinary. Wu Ting said with a smile as he flew over with Lin Ling and the others. They did not fly high, so they did not encounter the primordial thunder. Otherwise, they would have been like Lin Ling when he came. I just encountered some luck and was lucky to increase my strength. Lin Ling said politely. In fact, he was able to produce the 8th Dantian because of the treasures he had accumulated for many years. It had nothing to do with the Nine Regions Void. If you really want to increase your strength, the Dao Tower is the best, but it is too dangerous there. Wu Ting sighed. He believed that Lin Ling had encountered a great lucky chance in the void of the Nine Prefectures. This kind of lucky chance was something that every god could encounter. Unfortunately, for gods, most of these lucky chances weren't of much help. Wu Ting, for example, had been cultivating for millions of years and had obtained countless opportunities and treasures. However, his strength was still increasing very slowly. And this was because he was Wu Ting. If it were other gods, their progress would be even slower. It was possible that they would be stagnant for millions or even tens of millions of years. The stronger the strength, the slower the improvement. This was a well-known truth. Is the Dao Pagoda very dangerous? As Lin Ling heard Wu Ting's words, he couldn't help but look towards the distant White Divine Pagoda. He knew that the Dao Pagoda was a place that every Dao realm martial artist yearned for. Yes, very dangerous. In the Dao realm, in the primal chaos realm, the gods might have misgivings about the friendship of the past, and they might also have misgivings about the background of some powerful gods, so they wouldn't dare to truly fight. Moreover, the Dao realm has the protection of the Dao realm, but in the Dao Tower, the protection of the Dao realm is useless. Moreover, the Dao Pagoda is related to controlling the entire Dao realm, so the gods inside don't show the slightest bit of mercy when they attack. That place is also known as the World of Slaughter, gathering the slaughter of several eras. Wu Ting kept saying. Hearing this, Lin Ling revealed a look of interest. Slaughter? He was the representative of slaughter. Could it be that there was someone who could kill more than him? If there was, Lin Ling would like to meet them. As for the slaughter in the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling obviously didn't care. The main thing was that he had practiced martial arts for so many years and had already killed countless people. After chatting with Wu Ting for a long time, Lin Ling knew that there were countless experts around the Dao Pagoda. All the gods were preparing to enter the Dao Pagoda. In order to enter the Dao Pagoda, one needed 1 million Dao realm fragments. 1 million. This was a huge number. No wonder the competition for treasures in the vicinity of the Dao Pagoda was so crazy. It seems that I'll have to prepare more Dao realm fragments. Lin Ling secretly said to himself. Then, he chatted with St. Yi and the others. Subsequently, Lin Ling was shocked to discover that Lei Gong and Long Yang's strength had greatly increased. There was an extreme power in their bodies. It seemed to be the power of the world's will. This kind of power, even the great gods of the spirit kingdom and the Taoist of many treasures did not have. and this power was taught by the Yellow Emperor. It seemed that he had to consult the Yellow Emperor when he had the chance. The large group slowly moved forward. Suddenly, a roar came from the distance. It seemed that a great battle was taking place. Ignore them. It's common to have a great battle in the vicinity of the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling stared into the distance and could not help but laugh. Moreover, now that Emperor Yao and the others know that you've come to the Dao Pagoda, they will definitely attack you. Returning to the Yellow Emperor's side is the safest. Wait, that's my friend over there. It's the Heavenly Army Commander and the others. Lin Ling, who had been staring into the distance, suddenly shook his head and said, "The Heavenly Army Commander?" Wu Ting seemed to have heard of this name before, but he did not care. Now that Lin Ling seemed to be going to help, he would naturally follow. His mission now was to bring Lin Ling back to the Yellow Emperor's side. Let's go! Lin Ling became more and more certain and then shot forward. At this moment, under a mountain range in the distance, a large number of gods were fighting. One side was constantly being suppressed, while the other side had a late-stage high god expert, an old man riding a gourd. Looking around, there were countless experts, all of whom were early-stage high gods. Heavenly Army Commander, you killed the son of the Great Emperor. Today, you can't escape even if you grow wings. The Great Emperor has said that he will kill you until you have no protection, then take your heads and offer them to the Heavenly Feather Crown Prince. The old man said coldly. They were the North Pole Emperor's people. In the vicinity of the Dao Pagoda, there were countless ancient gods, and the North Pole Emperor was one of them. Also, where is that arrogant boy called Lin Ling? Did he run away? You are really pitiful. Lin Ling killed the Heavenly Feather Crown Prince, and now you have to take the blame. Now you have nowhere to run. All of you know. If the Great Emperor is in a good mood, he will give you a quick death. But if you are stubborn, not only will you die, but you will also be tortured to death. The old man kept saying, his face full of malevolence. Lin Ling left a long time ago. As for taking the blame, it's none of your business. You want us to kneel? Do you think it's possible? The Heavenly Army Commander was no fool. He knew that the other party wanted to quickly torture them. In any case, they couldn't escape death, so why should they lower their heads? Idiot! The old man didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered and said, I will give you one more chance. Go and bring Lin Ling here. I will give you an address. As long as you find Lin Ling, the Great Emperor will be lenient and spare your lives. Dream on, old man Sky Gourd. Let me tell you, although Heavenly Feather was killed by Lin Ling, even if Lin Ling didn't kill him, we would still kill him. That idiot son of the North Pole Emperor is really an idiot. I won't feel good if I don't kill him. The Heavenly Army Commander laughed loudly. That's right. It's a pity that Lin Ling acted too quickly. If he had fallen into my hands, Heavenly Feather wouldn't have died so easily. I will torture him to death and make him kneel and call me Grandpa. The Waterbird God said mockingly. They weren't stupid. They knew that the North Pole Emperor wanted to use them to capture Lin Ling. Once Lin Ling was captured, they would also be unable to escape death. Chapter 48:16. Moreover, they also regarded Lin Ling as a friend. If they were asked to deceive Lin Ling, they could not bring themselves to do it. It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Very well, you have wasted your last chance. In the end, you can only die. Kill them. The old man sitting on the gourd did not expect that the chief soldier and the others were not stupid. Therefore, he was finally angry. Idiot! Hearing the old man's voice, the surrounding gods all rushed toward the chief soldier and the others, wanting to obliterate them on the spot. Everyone get ready. The chief soldier knew that he could not escape this calamity. After all, he was the only mid-stage high god in the team, while the other side had as many mid-stage high gods as there were hairs on a cow. The weakest among them was an early-stage high god. They could not stop them. However, just as they were preparing for a huge battle, a sword suddenly plunged down from the sky. Moreover, it was aimed at the head of one of the gods and mercilessly stabbed into it. Obviously, this god had no chance of being protected by a Tao realm expert and was killed by a sword. The most terrifying thing was that after the sword came, The sword stirred and directly turned the god's head into a pile of flesh and blood. Then, a large number of figures descended from the sky, causing the faces of the heaven-gored elder and the other experts to change. As for the chief soldier and the others, they stared at the person in the lead at this moment, their eyes trembling. Isn't this Lin Ling? Lin Ling, why did he come to the Dao Tower? For a moment, they were very happy, but when they thought that the heaven-gored elder wanted to capture Lin Ling, they did not dare to casually call out Lin Ling's name. Hee hee, everyone, how have you been? Lin Ling took the initiative to greet them. I'm fine. But you, how did you come in so quickly? I remember. The chief soldier immediately smiled. He wanted to say the 8-treasure acacia tree, but in the end he did not say it. Who are you? Do you want to die? At this moment, the heaven-gored elder stared at Lin Ling, but when he found that Lin Ling's overall strength was not strong, he did not care. He was even mocking this group of people for being idiots. After all, this group of people as a whole looked even weaker than the Heavenly Dao's group. They actually dared to interfere in such a matter. I'll give you a chance. Cripple your own cultivation and leave with the protection of the Dao realm. If you do that, I'll forgive you. The heavenly gourd elder said, Remember, this is only because I have something important to do. If it were any other time, you would all be dead. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the sky gourd elder and the others. He couldn't help but sneer. Late-stage high god? Lin Ling wasn't the slightest bit afraid even if he didn't listen. I'll also give you a chance. All of you, kneel down and kowtow. Seeing that I have important matters to attend to, I'll let you scram. Lin Ling said with a smile. Motherf asterisk Kerr, you're courting death. Where did this madman come from? Do you know him? I don't know them. I've never seen them before. Heaven Gourd Elder, kill them. The gods around the Heavenly Gourd Elder all roared with rage. The Heavenly Gourd Elder was also fuming with rage. However, he still said, Kid, tell me your name if you dare. Perhaps we're on the same side. Remember, this is your last chance. Haha, you don't dare to attack? Is that why you're hiding behind the scenes? Lin Ling roared with laughter as he looked at the Heavenly Gourd Elder with disdain. Are you all idiots? Haven't you been following Lin Ling this entire time? Well, can't you recognize me even though I'm right in front of you? Lin Ling, you're the Lin Ling that Emperor Ziwei is looking for? The moment Lin Ling's words fell, everyone's body trembled, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Lin Ling had killed the Heavenly Wing Crown Prince and was the person that Emperor Ziwei wanted to kill the most. Logically speaking, Lin Ling should have gone into hiding after offending Emperor Ziwei. However, not only had Lin Ling not gone into hiding, he had appeared right in front of them. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't know that Emperor Ziwei was looking for them? Haha, we were just looking for you. Who would have thought that you'd jump out on your own? You really are an idiot. You're just like the Heavenly Dao General and the others. Good thing we don't have to look for you anymore. The Heavenly Gourd Elder roared with laughter as the gourd beneath him blasted forth the power of ice, fire, and lightning. Furthermore, the gourd was constantly changing colors. It was as if the gourd had become a 5-colored gourd. At the same time, a terrifying burst of divine power emanated from the gourd, creating an enormous pressure that suppressed everything in all directions. The power of a late-stage high god was extremely fearsome in both quantity and quality. Unfortunately, Lin Ling, Lei Gong, and the others had just retreated from the battlefield and had already encountered powerful late-stage high gods. I don't care who's behind you, not even the owner of the Dao Tower will be able to save you today. The Heavenly Gourd Elder roared coldly. Kill everyone else. Leave Lin Ling to me. I want the heads of the Heavenly Dao General and the others. Yes. The gods around the Heavenly Gourd Elder all nodded with cold smiles on their faces. The Heavenly Gourd Elder remained seated on the gourd with a sinister smile on his face. His eyebrows twitched as he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Ling. Lad, it's too late for regrets now. The Heavenly Gourd Elder's voice floated out from his mouth. The gourd beneath him seemed to contain the entire universe as it formed an enormous suction force that surged toward Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, he was no match for the Heavenly Gourd Elder at all. Unless Lin Ling used all kinds of trump cards. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had just finished his battle and had not recovered his trump cards yet. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He smiled faintly and said, "Old man, you can scold me all you want, but now you're scolding the people behind me. You must be tired of living. How great can the people behind you be? I'm going to scold the Heavenly Gourd Elder. So what? Listen, no matter who's behind you, in front of me, the Heavenly Gourd Elder, they're all inferior. Did you hear me, lad? Now, accept your death obediently." The Heavenly Gourd Elder was still sitting on the gourd as he laughed disdainfully. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a deafening sound rang out, forming a terrible impact that blasted the gourd. The Heavenly Gourd Elder's expression changed. What kind of power was this? It was terrifying. Could it be the power of the divine steps? The Heavenly Gourd Elder gasped. Then he found that his gourd seemed to have been hit by countless divine fists. It trembled violently, then began to crack, and finally began to explode. What's going on? The Heavenly Gourd Elder jumped up, his face turning pale. His gourd was made from an ancient vine gourd from the primeval age. It was a chaos sacred artifact that could enhance the Heavenly Gourd Elder's divine power. Not many among the superior gods could withstand it. Over the years, the Heavenly Gourd Elder had killed countless powerful enemies for him. That was how he got his name. Chapter 48:17. Powerful indeed. Only Lin Ling smiled faintly. He knew that Wu Ting had made his move. Moreover, Wu Ting's divine stares was a sound that appeared in the gourd and caused it to explode from the inside. Of course, this was easy to say, but it was undoubtedly more difficult than ascending to the heavens. My lord is not someone a clay chicken or pottery dog like you can talk about. Kneel and accept your death. Kneel. At the same time, Wu Ting appeared in front of Sky Gourd Elder. His appearance was extremely strange and without any warning. Kneel and accept your death. Then an ethereal voice was heard. It was very soft but with unquestionable majesty. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Their eyes were fixed on the seemingly ordinary but extremely cold man. They had seen this man before. He was about the strength of an early-stage high god. Now, he had actually broken Sky Gourd Elder's gourd. You, who are you? Sky Gourd Elder's voice trembled. Although the man in front of him looked ordinary, he felt a sense of crisis. This made him know that this man was very dangerous. Wu Ting. Wu Ting said faintly. Sky Gourd Elder frowned. He thought about the entire Dao realm and even the Dao Pagoda, but this was the first time he had heard of this name. Who is your lord? Sky Gourd Elder asked again. Yellow Emperor. Wu Ting's voice was still so calm, but with a strong murderous intent. Yellow Emperor? Hearing Wu Ting's words, Sky Gourd Elder finally panicked. Because in the Dao Pagoda, there were hundreds of powerful divine gates, but one of the largest was the oldest 5 emperors. Of course, there were countless capable people in the 5 emperors' tomb. Not everyone could attract the Yellow Emperor's attention. Therefore, Sky Gourd Elder wanted to say something, but at this time, Wu Ting said again, ignore, listen. A simple sentence, but it seemed to make Sky Gourd Elder think of something. He suddenly shouted, You are ignore, listen? He finally remembered. There were always 2 guards by the Yellow Emperor's side, ignore and listen. They had followed the Yellow Emperor since he turned into a human. For so many years, the Yellow Emperor's side had changed wave after wave of people, but ignore and listen had always been with the Yellow Emperor. This meant that Lin Ling was the one who could meet the Yellow Emperor. This also meant that this group of people's status was not low. Ignore? I've never heard of it. But looking at the Heaven Gourd Elder, he seems to be the Yellow Emperor's confidant. The Heavenly Law Battalion chief and the others were also shocked. Spare me, spare me. It was a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. When the Sky Gourd Elder reacted, he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Misunderstanding? It's too late to say that it's a misunderstanding. First, Lin Ling is an honored guest of His Excellency Yellow Emperor. If you dare to touch him, It's tantamount to slapping His Excellency Yellow Emperor's face. Second, you insulted the Yellow Emperor in front of everyone. If I didn't know about this, I wouldn't care, but you insulted the Yellow Emperor in front of me. I can't pretend that I didn't see it. Bang! He took a step forward. What was even more terrifying was that even though there was no divine power, the sky-gored elder spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Spare me! I work for Emperor Ziwei. The heaven-gored elder did not dare to resist at all. He kept begging for mercy. So what if he's Emperor Ziwei? He's nothing compared to the Yellow Emperor. Wu Ting took another step forward. The sky-gored elder trembled as if he had suffered a heavy blow. More blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was the only one who could sense that all the bones in his body had been shattered. Any divine essence was useless, unable to protect him at all. Of course, Lin Ling also noticed that Wu Ting could control sound, and it was an extremely powerful sound. It seemed to be a combination of the divine stairs and an ancient divine ability. However, Lin Ling was no exception. As a trusted subordinate of the Yellow Emperor, although he appeared to be an early-stage high god, he was not weak at all. But Wu Ting took a third step. The sky-gored elder's body trembled and then turned into dust. He's dead. The gods behind the sky-gored elder were all trembling. A late-stage high god had died so quickly that they could not even see how it was done. All of you scram. Go back and tell Emperor Ziwei that I, Wu Ting, killed him. Come and find the Yellow Emperor if you dare. Wu Ting did not kill the remaining gods. Instead, he said coldly, "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you, senior." The gods all kowtowed to Wu Ting before fleeing in panic. Your Excellency Lin Ling. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, the Heavenly Path's military chief and the others walked over and thanked Lin Ling. Then, they looked at Wu Ting and said, "Thank you, senior." "It's no problem. You are Lin Ling's friends, so you are also my friends." Wu Ting shook his head. Even when facing a mid-stage high god like the Heavenly Path's military chief, he still spoke with a hint of arrogance. However, the Heavenly Path's military chief and the others did not dare to take it seriously. Instead, they thought that everything was normal. Your Excellency Lin Ling, it's time for us to go. Wu Ting looked at Lin Ling and the others and said with a smile. His goal was to send Lin Ling safely to the Yellow Emperor's side. Everything else was trivial. All right. Lin Ling nodded and said to the Heavenly Path's military chief and the others, "Let's go together." Good. The Heavenly Path's military chief and the others naturally nodded. They were eager to enter the Yellow Emperor's corps. Then, everyone set off one after another. Along the way, Lin Ling also discovered that the Dao Tower was very big. It seemed to be even bigger than the Dao realm. Moreover, it was even more chaotic. Every place they passed, they would see fierce battles. The protection of 3 Dao realms was probably not enough in the Dao Tower. No wonder everyone in the Dao realm wanted to save the protection of the Dao realm. Because entering the Dao Tower requires 1 million Dao realm fragments, the gods here are accumulating Dao realm fragments and killing each other. Seeing that Lin Ling was a little surprised, Wu Ting could not help but explain. Don't you need the other party's consent to get the Dao realm fragments? Killing and robbing is useless. Lin Ling frowned. It's different here in the Dao Tower. If you kill the other party, the Dao realm will disappear within 2 hours. At that time, you can get the other party's Dao realm fragments. Moreover, even if the other party has the protection of the Dao realm will still fall. However, the other party will not be able to get the Dao realm fragments. It also takes 2 hours. If the person is taken away by the protection of the Dao realm and they do not get back their Dao realm fragments within 2 hours, then all the Dao realm fragments will belong to the other party. Even the Dao realm fragments will disappear. Wu Ting said. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. No wonder the killing here was so crazy. It turned out that the Dao realm fragments could be obtained this way. Therefore, when the Yellow Emperor learned that you were here, he asked me to personally bring you back. Chapter 48:18. Perhaps the blood of battle flowed in his body, and he preferred this kind of world where the strong preyed on the weak. After a long time, endless mountains appeared in front of them. An ancient aura pervaded the earth, and it seemed that they had arrived at the Yellow Emperor's territory. This area was vast and boundless, but it was also the quietest, and no battle could be seen. "We're here." At the same time, Wu Ting smiled and looked at Lin Ling. At the foot of the divine mountain, countless eyes quietly looked at the sky, but after seeing that it was Wu Ting, these spying methods quietly disappeared. Obviously, the gods living at the foot of the divine mountain thought that an enemy had arrived. The Yellow Emperor's reputation is indeed great. Lin Ling nodded, knowing that this shelter was precisely because of the Yellow Emperor. "You can choose any cave residence here. If anyone stops you, just say that I, Wu Ting, introduced you here. Generally, no one will dare to bully you." Wu Ting looked at the army of heaven and said, and then continued to lead Lin Ling and the others forward. The army of heaven and the others bowed heavily. To be able to find a shelter in the Dao Pagoda area was an incomparably fortunate thing, and they knew that it was all because of Lin Ling's face. Lin Ling actually knows the Yellow Emperor. The waterbird god said enviously. "From the moment I met Lin Ling, I knew that this child was amazing. Let's go. Lin Ling's world is not something we can understand." The army of heaven smiled and led everyone to fly down to the divine mountain below. Lin Ling followed Wu Ting and continued forward. Before long, a large field of rice appeared in front of them. An old man wearing cotton clothes and carrying a hoe was busy. When he noticed Lin Ling in the distance, he couldn't help but laugh. "Lin Ling, you're here." He was the Yellow Emperor. Then, the Yellow Emperor put down the hoe and personally went to greet Lin Ling. Everyone descended from the sky. Yu Yu and the rest bowed towards the Yellow Emperor, especially Lei Gong and Longyang. It was as if they had seen their master. After all, the Yellow Emperor had taught them how to control the world's will. Only Lin Ling didn't show much respect. The Yellow Emperor has always been very respectful towards His Excellency Lin Ling. Wu Ting, on the other hand, was secretly shaking his head. He didn't understand the reason behind this. Because, in several generations, there were probably no more than 20 people who could make the Yellow Emperor treat them with such respect. "Your Excellency Lin Ling, I've been waiting for you for so long." The Yellow Emperor came before Lin Ling and cupped his hands. He seemed to be treating Lin Ling as someone of the same generation because he was the only one who knew about Lin Ling's miraculous abilities. This was the Lord of the Square Prison, and even his master was imprisoned there. "I was delayed by some matters, so I came late." Lin Ling also cupped his hands and bowed. After some pleasantries, he asked, "Senior Yellow Emperor, do you know how to control the world's will?" "I do know this, but why do you ask?" The Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. He didn't know that Lin Ling was the host body of the Eighth World's will. Lin Ling looked around and saw that they were all on the same side, so he didn't hide it. "Because I'm the host body of the Eighth World's will." "What?" The Yellow Emperor's expression changed. He waved his right hand and a barrier appeared around them, blocking all outside investigation. Longyang and Wu Ting's expressions also trembled. This was the first time they knew this secret. As for Lei Gong and the rest, they already knew this secret long ago. Lin Ling is also the host body of the world's will? Longyang's mind was roaring nonstop. For a moment, she even crashed and went blank. In the end, when she completely accepted this fact, all the mysteries in her heart were also solved. It was no wonder that Lin Ling had always been able to surpass her, to the point that she always had to look up to him. It turned out that Lin Ling was the host body of the world's will, and the host body of the Eighth World's will. Longyang also knew very well that the later the host body of the world's will, the stronger its potential. After all this time, he's actually one of us, and he's one of us who's above me. Longyang shook her head helplessly. "That's great, Lord Lin Ling is one of us, we're as close as a family." Beside her, Xiaoluan was incomparably happy and said with a smile, "No wonder when I first saw Lord Lin Ling, I felt that Lord Lin Ling gave me a sense of closeness. It turns out that he's our big brother, no wonder he's been protecting us, we're one family." Huh, Xiaoluan is right. In fact, when I first saw that kid, I felt that he was very close. It turns out that we're indeed one family. Lei Gong also laughed excitedly. Although he already knew about Lin Ling's background, When Lin Ling mentioned it, he still felt incomparably excited. Big brother? Long Yang's expression was strange. Lin Ling was her enemy. That night, Lin Ling tyrannically humiliated her. She still remembered it to this day. Where did the sense of closeness come from? It was more like a rogue bandit. Yeah, for so many years, wasn't it Lord Lin Ling who's been protecting us all this time? Xiaoluan blinked and looked at Long Yang. He felt that Long Yang was very strange. She always said that she hated Lin Ling to death, so much so that she wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, every time she saw Lin Ling, Long Yang was very strange. It didn't seem like she hated him at all, but more like she missed him. Moreover, every time there was bad news about Lin Ling, Xiaoluan could feel that Long Yang was uneasy, as if she was afraid that something would happen to Lin Ling. Protect us. When Long Yang heard Xiaoluan's words, her body suddenly trembled. She suddenly looked back and realized that after the spirit province, Lin Ling had indeed been protecting her. Even the fact that she, Long Yang, could enter the Dao Pagoda and follow the Yellow Emperor was all thanks to Lin Ling. Thinking of this, Long Yang stared at Lin Ling, and her eyes suddenly became complicated. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what Long Yang was thinking. He was still talking with the Yellow Emperor. After being shocked for a long time, the Yellow Emperor finally accepted this reality with a bitter smile. He glanced at Lei Gong and the others and said helplessly, I didn't think that I would have 4 world will hosts here. There were 9 world will hosts, and it was said that among these 9 people, one of them was about to destroy the entire universe. No god could stop him. And now, out of these 9 people, he had 4 here. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. I can give you pointers on how to use the world will's power. This isn't a secret. The Yellow Emperor nodded, then thought for a moment and asked, Your Excellency Lin Ling, since you returned from the 8 gods' heavenly palace, you should know who the last world will host is, right? He asked this very carefully. Moreover, he was afraid that Lin Ling didn't want to say, so he smiled and said, I'm just casually asking. If Your Excellency Lin Ling feels that it's inappropriate, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Wu Ting looked at the Yellow Emperor asking for advice from Lin Ling. He finally understood why the Yellow Emperor valued Lin Ling so much. It turned out that Lin Ling knew a lot of things, and his background was very terrifying. Chapter 48:19. However, Lin Ling also looked around. The Yellow Emperor's eyes lit up, knowing that Lin Ling was about to speak. He waved his right hand again, blocking everyone's probing. Only he and Lin Ling were left inside the screen. Xingyi and Nan Wufengyu smiled, knowing that Lin Ling would speak. The more people knew, the safer they would be. As expected, when Lin Ling and the Yellow Emperor walked out, the Yellow Emperor's expression shifted, as if shocked by this result. Hee, even the Yellow Emperor was shocked. Xingyi and the others weren't surprised. They guessed that any god who learned this secret would be shocked for a long time. I didn't expect it to be him. In the end, the Yellow Emperor smiled wryly at Lin Ling. Sire Lin Ling, you've brought me wave after wave of surprises since your return. Actually, I know who the 7th world will host is. Lin Ling said, then stared at the Yellow Emperor to see if he wanted to know. The Yellow Emperor sighed. I even know who the last world will host is, so this one won't make a difference. That's right. Lin Ling said, as if he was trying to pull someone into a pirate ship. After all, the more world wills the Yellow Emperor knew, the more likely he would stand with him in the future. The 7th world will host is the god behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, the Dip Ankara Buddha. It's him? Oh my god, it's another ancient giant god. Hearing this, the Yellow Emperor bitterly laughed. There were too many powerful gods. If he had to fight alone, he wouldn't be able to fight them all. However, he quickly remembered Lin Ling's square prison. He asked carefully, Does my master know these secrets? Senior Guangchengzi knows everything. Lin Ling nodded. That's good. The Yellow Emperor let out a sigh of relief. If his master knew about this, then his master would be able to block any powerful enemies that came. He couldn't help but look at Lin Ling in the eye, and laughed at the same time. Even if the sky falls, the taller one will hold it up. Their thoughts were the same. If these powerful beings were to attack them, the stronger ancient giant gods would be enough to deal with them. Is the Yellow Emperor here? While the Yellow Emperor and Linling were talking, a majestic voice suddenly exploded in the sky. The sky began to change along with the winds and clouds. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor frowned. He sensed a powerful aura approaching. At the same time, the boundless divine mountains also erupted with a towering aura, as if they were going to fight against the powerful enemy that had suddenly appeared in the sky. However, at this moment, treasure light shone brightly and spiritual energy engulfed the blue dome of heaven like a dragon. Satin leaves. A universal treasure appeared in the sky, sprinkling down endless radiance. According to legend, this was the most ancient giant divine weapon, Jezi. It was incomparably precious and could increase a god's chances of becoming a superior god by 10%. Star Phoenix Sand. It was an indispensable treasure to form a world. With this treasure, one could create a world and even control it. Jiushao War Chariot. It was a war chariot comparable to a late-stage superior god, and there were a total of 365 of them. If they were to explode together, even 50 late-stage superior gods would die. A large number of ancient giant treasures appeared in the sky, constantly circling and shaking the earth. What is this? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces solemn. Even the Yellow Emperor frowned, not understanding what this meant. Yellow Emperor, I have offended you many times in the past. Take these treasures as my apology. At this moment, the radiance in the sky flowed and quietly condensed into a figure that slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This person was tall and sturdy. He wore a beast skin coat that looked domineering and magnificent, as if he was wearing a cape. And this person was Emperor Yao. Emperor Yao and the Yellow Emperor had never been on good terms. Today, he actually took the initiative to come to the Yellow Emperor's territory. Moreover, he gave away so many treasures just to make up for it. The Yellow Emperor's frown deepened. He did not understand what Emperor Yao was up to. Old brother Yellow Emperor, I trust you have been well since we last met. At this moment, another voice sounded. A huge demonic eye appeared in the sky. This eye was eerie green, and when it stared at the ground, all the gods felt a chill run down their spines. In the eye, a woman sat quietly in the depths of the eye, smiling as she looked at the Yellow Emperor on the ground. I have 300 million Dao realm fragments here to apologize to you, old brother Yellow Emperor. The woman said with a smile. What she took out was also a huge treasure. 300 million Dao realm fragments. One had to know that 1 million Dao realm fragments could allow one god to enter the Dao Pagoda. 300 million Dao realm fragments meant that 300 gods could enter the Dao Pagoda. Without a doubt, this was a huge sum of money. Emperor Yao Shuai. The Yellow Emperor's eyes flashed again, and he was even more shocked. Your Excellency Yellow Emperor, I am here on behalf of the 3 divine sects of White Mountain. At this moment, a handsome young man appeared in the sky and bowed respectfully to the Yellow Emperor. I have 500 million Dao realm fragments here. It is a token of the Buddha God's goodwill. I hope Senior Yellow Emperor will kindly accept it. 500 million. That was even more exaggerated. Now, the 3 great powers had come, and all of them had brought priceless treasures. No one could understand what they wanted. The Yellow Emperor looked at the leaders of the 3 great powers indifferently, pondered for a moment, and said with a smile, as the saying goes, one should not accept a reward without any effort. I am unable to accept such precious treasures. May I know what the 3 of you are here for? The Yellow Emperor did not lose his mind because of the treasures because this was too abnormal. It's actually very simple. We are here for a person. Emperor Yao laughed, but there was disappointment in the depths of his eyes. He did not expect the Yellow Emperor to reject so many treasures. However, he was not in a hurry. He believed that the Yellow Emperor would accept these treasures after he told him his purpose for coming. Who is it? The Yellow Emperor suddenly understood. He had long felt that these people would not give away so many treasures just to shake hands and make peace. These people were not people who would easily be taken advantage of. Emperor Yao was still smiling. His eyes fell on the Yellow Emperor, and then on the person beside him. Finally, he looked at the Emperor Shun and said, You say it. The Emperor Shun also looked at the person beside the Yellow Emperor. She nodded and said, "For him, Lin Ling." The moment these words fell, the sacred mountain seemed to explode. Two great ancient emperors and one of the oldest sacred sects. They had brought so many treasures just for Lin Ling alone? This reward was too great. We want to take him away. If the Yellow Emperor agrees, these treasures will belong to you. The Emperor Shun pointed at Lin Ling and explained their purpose for coming. I know that old brother Yellow Emperor has many treasures, but I think that there is no way that you would not be moved by so many treasures. Old brother only needs to hand over a person, and these treasures will belong to you. This is a great bargain. Emperor Yao's eyes flashed coldly as he said with a smile. Although they had paid so many treasures just for Lin Ling alone, they felt that it was all worth it.